Good morning, everyone. So you're not paying attention because I didn't get an answer. Good morning. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I hope you had a very good rest last night and a good solid breakfast because we're going non-stop today. It's going to be an intensive day, but it's going to be a truly rewarding one. Thank you very much for getting up and being with us this morning. Very special welcome to all of our participants online, and thank you for waiting. We know we're starting a little bit late, and I hope we'll be able to catch that up quickly. It is my responsibility to start this meeting with a summary of what we discussed yesterday. And I'm going to go pretty quickly through that. We welcomed you all, along with our 1,400 participants online, and issued a very special welcome to our youth. Part of our effort to ensure that they play a meaningful role in our discussions and decision-making on the issues that impact their lives, will impact their lives in the years ahead. And so just taking a minute now just to remind you that we have a youth town hall this afternoon, encouraging all of our youth online to make sure to join that. At our opening ceremony yesterday, we had 3 distinguished speakers representing the key partnering organizations advancing integrated risk management initiative. And they opened our conference very effectively, setting the frame for our discussions yesterday and ongoing today. The regional manager for CAF in the Caribbean highlighted 3 key points: how the risk landscape in the Caribbean is evolving, the importance of partnerships in addressing our region's needs, and the innovative tools to support resilience building that CAF is itself developing. And I took note of the national contingent credit lines being implemented for emergencies, the regional contingent facility of some US $500 million that they created in 2021, and the incorporation of climate contingency clauses in CAF financing instruments. Very important to have a well-resourced partner committed to supporting these initiatives in our region. Similarly, the executive director of CRIS SPC drew attention to CRIS parametric insurance products and its capacity building programs as key elements of its role as an insurer of development. The compelling keynote address delivered by the president of the CDB situated the challenge facing the Caribbean succinctly. Climate crisis, he called it a crisis of justice, deepening our vulnerability. The crisis of global economic instability, with global capital flows in steep decline, wreaking havoc on our small economies, exacerbating debt, narrowing fiscal space. And finally, social inequality and the inability of our governments to adequately serve the needs of their people, resulting in the erosion of trust of the people and the capacity of public institutions to deliver social welfare, highlighting, importantly, the widening gender gap in terms of access to both social services and economic opportunity, investment opportunity. Response to these crises were central to the CDB's strategy for intervention in the region. His quotable quote, I liked that one: "We cannot afford to respond to interconnected crises with disconnected strategies." We have to remember that one. He recommended integrated approach to finding solutions to advance sustainable development, policy coherence, cross-sectoral collaboration, joint programming and partnership, data risk management, the application of technological innovation, community engagement, innovative financing, regional cooperation. So I gave you a little bit more than I will give you for the rest because I really thought it was important for us to recall that general frame that was given to our discussions by the speakers of our opening ceremony, the key speakers of our opening ceremony. Our first panel, Economic Tension, Uncertainty, and Geoeconomic Confrontations, Navigating These New Global Economic Relations, was our scene setter. Comprehensive, engaging, compelling. We were hit with sobering facts, underscoring some of the challenges that we face in the Caribbean, the slowest growing region in the world for the past 2 decades, critical tourism sector for our mostly service-based economies in the Caribbean, also growing slowest in the world, slower than the rest of the world, let us say. And our region, the largest for cruise tourism, gaining the least from this subsector. Importantly, it was suggested that the Caribbean's race to the bottom could well be because the region is not acting as one. And the response needed? Solidarity. Working more effectively together as one community. Timely, collective, decisive action. We should be seizing the advantage of the crisis to meaningfully advance our regional integration process, building consensus and commitment to advancing as one community. Action through partnership, imagination, creativity, positive energy, especially from our youth, resilience and innovation. We have an overabundance of these in our region. We need to harness these strategically and effectively in search for solutions. Indeed, it was such imagination and innovation and effective advocacy that led to the acceptance of the contingent hurricane clause in debt instruments now recognized by the World Bank and the CAF, and hopefully soon CDB. Accountability. We need this established at the regional level to promote confidence among our people, confidence among our people that we are all committed to collective action, wider application of technology, crafting an AI strategy. We need to be using digital platforms for effective and efficient data collection to promote transparent accountability while making information more accessible to the public. And we should be leveraging data to promote the ease of doing business. For economic resilience, we need to increase competitiveness as a region, addressing many of these issues across the value chain. And for climate resilience, we need to address better planning. We need to invest in resilient infrastructure. We need to confront risk paralysis, as evidenced in the serious implementation deficit that plagues our region. And we need to address resilience from the bottom up, starting with our people at the community level. Building resilience must involve the people. We do this by embracing what they described yesterday as a big, hairy, audacious goal, like national and regional resilience, a compact that engages and commits the participation of the people, keeping the decision makers and the leaders honest and accountable. We need to be moving from resilience to transilience. Panel 2, this was on sovereign risk and financial sustainability in the Caribbean. This panel of economists and financial experts walked us through 6 pillars of financial resilience considered vital and proactive for the Caribbean. Macro anchors and buffers, shock absorbers. Layered risk financing, this is liquidity on demand. Liquidity in the hours and days and weeks immediately after a disaster. This is about financial mitigation and payments, keeping them intact during a crisis, maintaining strong cash balances, proven particularly useful for the Caribbean, helping governments to manage volatility and external shocks more effectively. Climate smart debt and capital markets. Resilience and inclusive financing, payments and profits which can be impacted during a crisis, strong capital liquidity, modern payments and digital public goods, financial innovation, low transaction costs. Partnerships that move cash and capacity, not just communicates, a framework that helps banks to generally build a sound financial resilient framework. I also learned about the e-wallet that now provides great access for faster transactions. It's a connected financial ecosystem like this one that would allow for persons to get payouts within days of an event, businesses to be able to get faster and more secure payments and improve business cash flow. And sources of concessional financing were discussed. Catastrophe bonds, such as, I think they have one in Jamaica, credit transfers to help countries build resilience, contingent financing against important policy reforms to strengthen monetary and financial resilience. Debt clauses, as already indicated, these were introduced thanks to the advocacy of the Caribbean and are now available all around the world. First Cafe Corner that we had yesterday discussed blended finance as a pragmatic solution to challenges being faced, principally through a blending of concessional and market financing, while multilateral development banks strategically deploy robust mechanisms. Other key players, including local banks and financial investors, they also can engage and bring new opportunities. In this regard, the CDB was identified itself as playing a role as a catalyst, using blended finance avenues, working to get more from such sources as the European Fund for Sustainable Development, through which MDBs can receive funding to develop blended finance structures and schemes. The UN serves as a catalyst for blended finance, and there is scope for much more. However, in their own assessment done 2 years ago, out of 550 projects, only 38 of them were considered by their own financiers as blended finance. So there is much more scope for facilitating and creating opportunities for blended finance with the UN as a facilitator. Sorry, the UN also offers a supportive role as a capacity builder to assist countries in procurement design and regulatory processes. Very important. And in some cases, in implementation as well. Under the stewardship of the UN, countries have pursued debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, premium top-ups, to name only a few. And the IDB is committed also to enhancing its toolkit, strengthening capacity, increasing capital, providing technical assistance, grants to promote more blended finance opportunities for the region. And their goal is to develop a donor platform to standardize policies for investment and finance, which could then be scaled accordingly. Among the speakers, guarantees and catastrophe bonds were identified as particularly favorable, as they support resilience. This, however, should not limit our pursuit of all possible options for blended finance. Panel 3, this is demystifying misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. How risky are these to our region's development? This very interesting panel began with a presentation on the impacts of misinformation and disinformation, and then was followed by a lively and intriguing exchange among its speakers. The main points discussed: current challenges. The digital age allows for anyone to spread news instantly. Social media is the main driver of fake news. The decline in traditional media, hate speech, and harassment add further risks. Tech companies profit from the region but contribute little to its protection. In the case of AI, the AI tools can amplify misinformation since much of Caribbean data is missing from global systems. AI must be paired with human oversight to prevent abuse. Proposed safeguards, watermarks on AI-generated media, fact-checking, and regional AI frameworks were among the options discussed. In the case of, on the issue of freedom of speech, the question of whether the regulation of fake news would inhibit freedom of speech. What guardrails and codes of conduct would we need to see implemented to prevent reputational harm? And in the case of regional self-reliance, the speakers stressed that the Caribbean should not wait on developed nations, but build its own capacity to manage misinformation, moving proactively to combat social media illiteracy. Furthermore, collaboration among governments, among media houses, civil society, and other offices, civil society and universities, and other participants in the community. This kind of collaboration is also critical. And what are the proposed solutions? Media literacy education and fact-checking training. Community engagement to understand how misinformation spreads. Stronger legislative frameworks, including fines and offenses for deliberate disinformation. Multi-pronged strategies, regulation, tech safeguards, media integrity, crisis response, and regional cooperation. So the key takeaways from that very, very interesting session Misinformation and disinformation are among the biggest risks to Caribbean development in the next 2 years. So says the UN. Combating them will require a balanced approach, safeguarding freedom of expression while ensuring accountability. The region must strengthen media integrity, legislative frameworks, and AI governance while empowering citizens to identify false content. This was where we ended our discussions yesterday afternoon before you went out to enjoy your preferred spirits. I don't know whether there are any comments or questions that would come from the floor or online, because if not, we would move immediately into our first event for this morning. We're running already a little late. I am the timekeeper. So I would then invite the members of the Cafe Corner 2, which is our first event for the morning, to join me on the platform. Cafe Corner, this is Professor Taylor, Dr. Jones, Dr. Kocher, and Dr. Mario Salgado. Sorry? He's online? So I understand that Professor Taylor, is that you are? Welcome, Professor Taylor.
I would love to join you on the platform. And
this is your show. This is the first time we're having a, who is running the show? Does he have sound? Professor Taylor,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you now, loud and clear.
Right, I would love to join you on the platform.
Yes, I'm so sorry you're not here with us, but I understand that it is you who is running this discussion. You are the moderator. You're looking surprised.
It's fine. I think we're just going to have a conversation among scientists, if that's all right.
That's perfectly fine with me. I'm not getting involved. I just want to know, because you see, the thing says that the Cafe Con is to be led by UE Climate Studies Group, and that's you.
All right, not a problem. Let me just begin by saying good morning to everybody. I'm sorry I can't see the room, and I hope I'll get sight of my colleague panelists, or really people who we're going to have conversation with. Really, really sorry that I could not be there in person, but happy for the opportunity to simply join, even if it is to join via this medium. Wonderful to hear the summary that has taken place so far. I think this is a rich conference, and there's a lot of good things that are emerging, certainly a lot for all of us to follow up on. And then perhaps, just to say, I am so happy that you have decided to include a little science, climate science, in the conversation. If we think about how climate science has emerged, especially in the region, we have a number of fantastic regional science institutes. You think about the CIMHs, the CERMEs, the INSMETs, the Climate Studies Group MONA, who have laid evidence already, both historical evidence and projected climate, which has provided the basis for a lot of the decision making to date for now. But this quick conversation, I think, is about the fact that, boy, climate science is evolving, especially evolving rapidly on the global scene. And one of the new evolutions, in climate science is what is called detection and attribution. I would love, and I'm going to ask my fellow panelists to help me here, because as you can see, I'm not in the room. I'd love to poll the room, and you can tell me how many people have even just heard the term detection and attribution. I'm hoping it's the whole room. They could raise their hand. What? Okay. I saw a few hands. Panelists, what did you see there? I didn't have the scope of the whole room, so somebody can quickly help me. I was asking Dr. Jordan or Dr. Gabriele or Dr. I'm not hearing you at all.
Oh,
I'm hearing you now.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Great. So 20 people, roughly, has raised their hands.
And in Jamaica, the voter electorate was 38% turnout. That's about 38% of the room, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Okay, great. So detection and attribution has emerged as one of the new science, climate science topics globally. And I suppose the first thing we should start, and I'll start by trying to set a context, is what exactly is detection and attribution science? And for me, I think the simple way to put it is it's exactly the science of what it says. So it's a science of detection. We detect that something has changed beyond what we expect naturally. It's normally associated with events and extreme events. So we have an extreme event, we have a burial, we have an unusually hot season, and somehow we detect that something has changed. This is the science to deal with that. Detection and has something really changed beyond what you'd expect naturally. And then the attribution side is, okay, if the science says, yes, something is different, then the attribution is, to what extent can you really attribute that to human influence? So how do you attribute that to climate change, burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions? And so that's really what we're talking about, the science of detection and attribution in kind of this in simple terms. But I wonder if my fellow colleagues would agree with me that let's bring it down to us as people. Do you think detection and attribution science could also be summed up as the science of the lived experience in the Caribbean? So we feel that last summer was really, really hot. Detection and attribution is a science that is actually now going to connect to Caribbeans' lived experience. Let me just ask them. I don't know who wants to comment.
Okay, so
Dr. Jordan, it looks
yes.
like you.
Yes, so I agree with you. But just to point out that we've sort of been doing detection for quite a while with the climate studies group. We've actually been looking at data, been looking at the historical records and picking up this trend. And yes, you can actually feel this actual trend, especially in temperatures, in heat, especially over the last 3 to 4 years. But now, the lived experience is catching up with the data, with the observations. We can now feel the climate change. Hopefully, you can feel it and how major an impact it has had for the region itself. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, and I may add that actually detection and attribution is what makes this perception real. So we feel that climate is changing. We feel a higher temperature, more intense events, but then it becomes real when there is science behind that explain that actually what we are feeling is not, I would say, normal, so not within the variability that we have observed in the past, and that there is a reason behind that, why that is, so that science helped to make this perception actually real and to give meaning to that.
So in fact, it seems, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I wanted to complement and in the lines that you were mentioning when, detection by identifying these changing patterns, etc. From UNDRR, we have been working for several years in supporting countries in keeping track of disaster and the impacts. And in this sense, I think that this specific topic is a very good example of why developing such type of databases is very important, because as Gabriele was mentioning, that's the only way to build this evidence that can inform a lot of decisions.
So in fact, I think for me, detection and attribution science is an exciting science. for the Caribbean, because if I were to kind of simplify it, I would say it's the science that's providing the evidence for the hunch that people have. You will hear it when you're going to a community. Boy, in all of my years of experience, I've never felt so hot. You know, this summer is so hot. Detection and attribution science is a science that's going to provide the evidence that, yes, it's not just what you are thinking it should be. Here is the science evidence that this particular summer was hot. It's a science that provides the evidence for, you know, very often we have a massive flood and we say, you know, but we can't attribute this single flood to climate change. This is the science that is going to allow us to say, but this is aspects of that flood that you can attribute to climate change. So it's critical. It's a critical new area of climate science. Certainly one that is relevant for our lived experience in the Caribbean and one we want to follow up on. I don't know, Dr. Salgado, if I could follow up on where you were. The truth is, it's almost like detection and attribution has emerged globally out of the blue, you know, as a scientific theme of interest. And I think it has a lot to do with where you were going, risk and, you know, disasters escalating. But in your opinion, why do you think this has suddenly emerged as a global scientific theme of interest, even before we come down to specifically in the Caribbean? What's happening?
Well, I think that whenever we see these updates, generally in January, February, regarding the counts of disasters that have occurred over the past year, there are some trends that show that something is happening and certainly that there are a lot of challenges ahead. However, it's also important to keep into mind that there are a lot of, let's say, components that come into play for a hazardous event translating into a disaster. So in this sense, it's also very important to keep track on the exposure and the vulnerability conditions, because those are actually aspects that we can intervene on, where we can develop concrete actions so that even if there are some changes in terms of increasing intensity and or frequency of disasters, of events, they don't have to translate into disasters. So again, I would like to stress the relevance of keeping track not only of the events, I mean from the hazard point of view, but also in terms of the impacts and when possible associate the exposure and vulnerability characteristics to better understand what occurred. Certainly, keeping track of what occurred is not enough to inform what needs to be done. So this is where all this information, keeping track of all this historical information connects with the development of prospective risk models, such as the ones that colleagues in CRIF develop, etc., to develop a lot of solutions.
You think there is a role, interesting in what you are saying, in disaggregating in impact. So you have an impact from a flood. It's terrible, you know, the Christmas rains of 2013. You think here is a particular role that science is going to help us play in disaggregating, especially the impact, because it's the impact that is the lived experience, and saying there's a part of it that is simply due to you know, bad policy choices, bad, you know, decision making. And there's a part of it, however, that is really due to climate, that has, the flood was 10% more intense than we have ever normally seen. And that's the climate. And is there a role in the science for disaggregating, you know, causality in the impact? And is that important at all?
Yes, certainly. I mean, of course, understanding which is the component of this anthropogenic climate change into the equation is very relevant. However, as I was mentioning, unfortunately, that's not the only piece that comes into play. So overall, we'd like to stress a lot that disaster risk is a social construct. And as you were mentioning, there are a lot of decisions behind the disasters that have to do with land use planning, building code enforcement, development, etc., that come into play. But I mean, from the climate science point of view, of course, understanding which are the effects of climate change into the changes in intensity and frequency of events is very relevant, and it's a matter of combining those findings with the other factors that have to do with disaster risk.
So part of it is the disaster risk, the intensification of extremes and the disaster risk. That's why it's emerging globally. But I think there's some other global phenomenon that's causing detection and attribution. I don't know if the other panelists might want to come in. What about the emergence of loss and damage? The debate, the loss and damage debate, which speaks very much to where you were going a while ago. Isn't that another reason for, you know, something like detection and attribution emerging? Will detection and attribution, for example, become the science behind loss and damage? That's a whole debate in itself. What about, you know, detection and attribution has been central to the IPCC reports. IPCC reports are based on climate change. You know, I think these also represent global kind of movements that have forced detection and attribution into this new exciting science agenda. I don't know if you agree with me, or am I completely off base?
I can go. So just to add to your statement on loss and damage, Prof, it is coming also from a topic of climate justice and how we actually quantify what needs to be done for justice to occur, right? Especially for regions such as the Caribbean, which is highly vulnerable. So loss and damage has sort of arisen as this medium by which we quantify those damages, and how do you differ from what is adaptation, what can be done with the resources that we have versus what can't be corrected, and what is also a challenge to quantify, right, in terms of loss of livelihoods, in terms of loss of lives, economic slowdown. What can we do versus what can't be done within the region itself?
Interesting, you know. So if loss and damage is certainly one of the issues that the region put on the table as a critical fund, and if this is part of the climate justice framework, and as you know, and you think about it, may become part of the criteria that allows the Caribbean to say what represents loss and damage, then this represents an exciting science frontier that we must be involved in. Dr. Jones, I mean, before I move off, you are a young scientist in the region. In fact, I wonder if you want to explain your position. We started without explaining who our panelists are. And forgive me, that's because I'm moderating on the fly here. You represent a new kind of young scientist in the region looking on detection and attribution. You funded by CRIF, and after you speak, I'm probably going to ask Dr. Kochia to talk about why CRIF feels detection and attribution is an issue. But you know, explain to us who you are in the context, and even if as a young scientist, this is an exciting era because it's kind of the science that is bridging science, policy, and justice frontier, as you have said.
Right, so I am CRIF's, I believe, first postdoctoral fellow, and my topic is detection and attribution, and rather more specifically, event attribution for hurricanes at the moment. Just to explain a little bit about why event attribution is sort of a subcategory on its own under detection and attribution. This event attribution deals with the tail end of the distribution, the tail end of all extremes, right? So if you think of rainfall, hurricanes are essentially this extreme of extremes where you have wind and rain organized into one very large, very destructive system. and it is incredibly complex. There are some aspects of that storm that you can attribute. So, for example, you can see that the region is incredibly warm, and that warm waters tend to feed into much more destructive storms. Can you pick up the climate change signal in every storm in real time? Can you pick it up in tropical storms versus category 1s, or is it all category 5 storms that are impacted by climate change? And how do you quantify that? So that is essentially what my research entails in a nutshell. Just exactly how do we design the kind of analysis necessary for CRIF to use? What kind of science, what kind of statistics do they need from us as the climate sciences within the region to fund their own products, to fund their own insurance? And it's a great segue to Gabriele, because loss and damage, or rather insurance, is I think a subcategory also of loss and damage, one of the products being put forth for that enterprise.
But I don't want you to quickly segue to Gabrielle yet. Don't leave me yet, Dr. Jones. I want to make sure that we understand. So I hear you, the tail end. Wow, that's a big concept. Talk about Beryl last year. What, for example, could detection and attribution tell us? You know, why at all would this room care about detection and attribution, using Beryl as an example?
Right. So just to move back just a little bit, so we do understand right now that we have a very warm Caribbean region, right? The sea surface temperature is incredibly warm, and that is definitely spurred by global warming. So it has resulted in this spread across the seasons of the warmest parts of the year. So for example, you would have these very extreme temperatures within maybe August, September, October, which is where we expect the most violent storms. But now that condition, that environmental condition, now spreads to much earlier in the year, to June and July. And what happened with Beryl is now that you have this condition that can be fulfilled much earlier in the year and produce some of the most violent storms earlier in the year. So if you recall Ivan in 2004, that happened around August, September, October. Now you're seeing an Ivan-like storm appear much earlier in the year. And that would be an example of attribution, that we can say with certainty that we did in fact have way above normal, unprecedented temperatures within June and July that would have fed into the development and the intensification of Hurricane Beryl much earlier and outside of the seasonal peak.
So we could quantify, so we could put numbers to how much warmer it was, and potentially say Beryl therefore was 10% stronger in wind strength than we would normally have had at that year, and that is due to the climate change signal. So the ability to put those kinds of numbers to extreme events is a new development. And just before, and Gabrielle, I'm coming to you, don't worry. Just before you go away, Dr. Jones, you are doing detection and attribution in the Caribbean. Isn't it true that at the world, at large climate centers, the push now is not simply to attribute past events long after they have gone, but to go for within days of an event? So you have a Beryl pass today, within 3 days, you can say, this is how much percentage climate made it worse, or made it come earlier, or increase the frequency, or that kind of thing. Isn't there a push now to go to what you would call real-time detection and attribution, so that detection and attribution can actually now begin to place services? And then I'll ask, you know, what that will mean in the context of CRIF.
There is definitely a global push for real-time attribution, which does take quite a bit of data, does take a lot of models to sort of characterize what this storm can do. And I should also just point out, back to Prof's earlier point that this is also still relatively new, even for the globe, because it is data intensive and it is very much dependent on how much data is available within a regional context to attribute for these storms in real time. So yes, definitely a very big impact for climate services going forward.
We must be at the cutting edge. Gabrielle, I know you've been waiting. So, Griff, detection and attribution within the context why at all? You know, why it's important for Griff? Why are they funding Dr. Jordan?
Well, detection and attribution is actually very relevant to CRIF and to what we do every day. I would say that there are three main areas where detection and attribution is relevant for CRIF. First one is on hazard assessment and risk modeling. The second is related to the pricing and the sustainability. And the third one is related to climate finance. So starting with the first one that I mentioned, hazard assessment and modeling, and that's the one that I'm most familiar with my background and my role in CRIF. So I'm pretty sure that everybody here knows that what CRIF does, so provide parametric insurance to the members and to the country of the Caribbean and Central America. Parametric insurance is different from the traditional insurance because it's not based on loss adjustment. It's based on predefined indexes that trigger a payment when they exceed certain threshold. These indexes may be based on hazard, pure hazard, or they may be a result of a modeling, of risk modeling that takes into account vulnerability exposure, so that estimate the actual losses, the impact of an event. However, the advantage of parametric insurance is to provide quick liquidity, so it doesn't need to wait for loss adjustment. So in a few days, it can trigger a payment and provide quick liquidity to the governments that they can use to cope with emergency and to start recovering from the effect of the impact of a disaster. When we develop these products, so these products are based on risk models, and when we develop them, we need to identify the best indexes that are best correlated with the impact, the actual losses caused by the event. And when we develop these indices, what we look at is that they, as I said, they are relevant to identify the severity of the event, and they can also be used for another part of our job that is very important, for our risk analysis and for the pricing. So we need to know what is the probability distribution of these indices, and mainly focusing on the tail, as Jordan said, because we need to know what is the expected frequency of these threshold to be exceeded, so of the policy to be triggered. So through this risk analysis, we can know what we'll expect, and we can fairly price our policies. To do this risk analysis, we use historical data. We mostly base that on what happened in the past. Right. And not only on that, we also integrate that with our knowledge of the processes. So we know what is behind the formation of a hurricane, what is triggering that, and so on. Clearly, if we base our analysis only on historical data, we are assuming that what will happen next year or in the next 10 years is what we have observed in the last 50, 100 years. And we have seen that that is not true. That is not true because we are detecting changes. So the first part of detection and attribution is actually detecting these changes and understanding that what we observed in the past may not be what we will experience in the future. So the first step is to detect these changes, and the second step is to integrate these changes into our models so that we can better model these events and have a better view on the risk that we will face in the coming years with respect to what we have seen in the past. And so I'm connecting here to the second point, because improving our models and our hazard models is relevant because it allows us to have a better risk assessment and a fair price for our policies. Fair price not on one side from the policy holder, but on the other side also for CRIF, because we need to ensure our sustainability, long-term sustainability, so that we are able to keep providing insurance coverage to our members. And to do that, we need to do analysis for the sustainability for the next 10, 20 years. And to do that, we need to take into account what will happen, so climate change, and that's why we need to detect and attribute the changes that we notice. And the third point is about climate finance. Clearly, once with the result of detection and attribution, if we can actually detect these changes and attribute them to human intervention, to climate change, that is definitely important to make cases to demonstrate to the government that these financial instruments are needed, and are not only needed, and that is something that is already quite well understood in the region, but not only needed, it's needed to increase the coverage of, because we are expecting increased intensity and increasing impacts in the future. And to increase the coverage, and so to guarantee to the governments this instrumental, this financial instrument, detection and attribution also help us in accessing international support and international funding that can actually allow us to provide more coverage and to guarantee the long-term sustainability and our ability to keep providing these financial instruments to our members.
Thank you, Dr. Gabriele. That was really comprehensive. Would it be fair for me to say then, this is important for the Caribbean region? One reason is that to the extent that climate finance is a critical part of our resilience framing, then, you know, CRIF recognizes that attribution helps us track that if and how the risks are shifting, and especially doing so, you know, without having to wait enormously long periods of time. And once we can do that, according to you, it keeps both premiums and payouts fair, and therefore it protects small island states financially. Good summary?
Perfect, actually. That was perfect. And sorry.
George, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add that clearly that is something that we cannot do just ourselves. So that's why we need collaboration with the university, with research institutes, because that is a very complex scientific topic that requires deep study, deep analysis, and we are happy to contribute to that. And also providing information and data that we have developed in these last almost 20 years. And so we're very happy that we can contribute to the development of these analyses and these studies on detection and attribution.
Another great big up to CRIF for having the vision to see that we need that kind of collaboration, which I heard come out in the summary of Diane earlier, and at least taking the first step to making sure that this science is in the region because of how valuable it is. But that's one reason I think it's critical for us, especially within the finance resilience framework. But I would wonder if Dr. Salgado wants to comment. What about, you know, the need for detection and attribution, for example, to strengthen the regional arguments in global frameworks, you know, like the Sendai, the Paris, the loss and damage frameworks? Doesn't this provide the Caribbean with good evidence to strengthen our regional arguments, or am I just off target?
No, you are completely right, because, I mean, the first global agenda that was agreed in 2015 is the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and that's arranged into 4 different priorities. And the first priority has to do with understanding disaster risk. And I think that all these topics that we have been discussing so far are activities that actually allow us to advance and make progress in that part of understanding disaster risk. And I mean, kind of summarizing what we have said earlier today, first of all, the relevance of keeping track of what happened, because I mean, only by having these records is that these changes in patterns, either in intensity, frequency, or both, can be seen. Also, as we were saying, I mean, it's not only a matter of stating that certain changes are happening, but also of well understanding where the changes are happening. So as you were explaining the example, okay, so this has more relevance in hurricanes with category 4 and 5 or 2 and 3, I mean, depending on the type of variables that we're seeing. But also the way that that information is used, because of course, understanding the past is certainly useful, but it does not provide a whole set of solutions for the things that have to be done in a prospective manner. So this is where all the risk modeling and how that historical information is translated or integrated into the risk modeling comes into play. So this better understanding of disaster risk, that is the first priority of the Sendai framework, is the one that allows the development of fit-for-purpose solutions, and I mean, with GRIF, all the risk transfer instruments, etc., that's a very good example. Also, that has a lot of impacts in the sustainability of the investments, and not only in the sustainability of the functioning of these instruments, but also how countries, ministers of infrastructure, ministries of finance, by having risk-informed investments, are guaranteeing the sustainability of those developments. And in this sense is that all these processes can make tangible progress on the disaster risk reduction agenda. You also mentioned the other agendas, I mean, the Paris Agreement, and now with the Warsaw International Mechanism, etc. And from the regional point of view, I would also like to bring into the conversation the role that a new mechanism has, and it is the Santiago Network. It is a new mechanism that has as a sole objective to catalyze the technical assistance for different countries, and certainly the Caribbean and region, and all states of the Caribbean region are eligible countries, to avert, minimize, or address the adverse effects of climate change, so it comes into loss and damage. So that's an instrument on where this technical assistance for the development of this type of attribution studies, for completing historical records, for developing prospective models, can be carried out. And well, from UNDRR, together with UNOPS, we are co-hosting the secretariat of that. And soon there's going to be a regional officer who will be looking after the different activities in the region. So that's also an invitation for all of you to keep an eye on that new mechanism. The details can be found on their website. And well, happy to provide any other details during the coffee breaks or anything.
Sounds very interesting. So we're creating, it's very interesting. We're clearly saying this is important within the region to make sure that we are staying on top of the science. And this particular development in science is critical. We talk about it in terms of the finance and how finance plays a role in resilience. You talk about it with regional work feeding into the global kind of justice mechanisms, as you have just said. I noticed, interestingly, I think the ICJ and the role that the Caribbean played in getting, in presenting arguments to ICJ makes another strong case for this side. I wonder if you would agree with me in the end, climate is about, for us in the region, is about justice. It's the injustice that, that we face being, most vulnerable, least emitters, that kind of thing. And the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, sorry, let me just put out an advisory opinion. A lot of Caribbean work went into it, including science. Don't you think that in that context, DNA almost is an important new addition for the Caribbean to grab hold of the ICJ ruling that it fought for and push for justice? Let me just ask it in that way. I see nobody has raised their mics to help answer. Isn't it true that in the end, if you read the ICJ advisory opinion, it's making the case for legal action, but it's making the case based on causality, that you have to be able to, in making the legal action, show the cause, and you have to be able to attribute it back to climate. So isn't this going to be the science to support the justice initiative in the region? Let me ask you, because I gather I'm almost out of time and we have to end. What do you think? Everybody's looking at each other.
They're looking at me, Prof. So I do agree with that. I agree that particularly for small island developing states, where data in particular has been present, but perhaps not in an amount that could properly justify some of our arguments for support for loss and damage. And I think that this particular research would do very well to help support small island developing states, especially for the Caribbean, again, as one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change. We still need quite a bit in order to quantify some of the changes that we're seeing, especially, again, in some of these very intense events that we're having, especially with now that we have warmer sea surface temperatures, warmer region, that is very present. That is now our reality, and which other extreme events will now happen. So that is our backdrop now. And now we need this real-time information to be recorded and going forward so that we actually do have the evidence to present when we make our case.
Wonderfully well said on behalf of, I don't know if the other panelists who look to you, they don't want to. Okay. All right. We're coming down to an end. All right.
Sorry, Prof, I want just to interject that before you
Sure.
wrap, I would very much like you to open the floor, because it's been a very interesting here. Yes, you are out of time, but I am very much in favor of greater levels of interaction from both the floor and our online participants. So please, I know
Absolutely.
you teachers
You
love
will
to
have to
hear
help me
get
here.
the questions.
I am doing
Yes.
this on the fly.
Yes,
So please
understand that. Okay. If you were going to wrap up, you could finish what you were saying, and then I could invite people to come to make their questions.
No, go ahead. I think let's use the remaining time to take whatever questions.
Okay. So the floor is open.
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, pleasant good morning to my good friend, Michael.
Good morning.
My name's Clive Landis. I'm the principal of the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, right here in Barbados. So I want to pick up on your point, Michael. What next? We've now had these two historic judgments. The first one was from the Inter-American Court on Human Rights. Interestingly, that was on the climate emergency and human rights, and then, of course, the ICJ on climate change. The Cave Hill campus was very active, our law department, in both of those. So the 166th meeting of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, El Corte Interamericano de Derechos Humanos, was held right here at Cave Hill campus. And that's where they received their submissions from experts from all over the region and from our university as well. In terms of the ICJ, as you know, some of our own lawyers from the UE presented, for example, Dr. Janive Remy presented on behalf of St. Lucia to the ICJ. The ICJ, I think everyone was very impressed by how well coordinated the SIDS, the Pacific SIDS, also from Africa, India, Caribbean, of course, how well coordinated all of those presentations were and how impactful. And that wasn't really by chance, because all of the SIDS and all of their representatives met right here at the University of the West Indies 2 weeks before the ICJ to discuss strategy with some of the leading legal experts in the field. And so I am actually offering the CAFL campus and our legal experts to maybe pick up on what you were saying. It seems to me that we have all of the pieces here to make a legal action. With, so basically with detection and attribution, we can see how much is attributable to climate change and what loss and damage the Caribbean has suffered. Then it comes to who are the emitters? Well, of course, we have the historical data of who has put how much carbon into the atmosphere. We can't say, you, this emitter, caused this event, but statistically, we can say, you know, the UK, the US, China have put up the most carbon in the atmosphere, and we can just use a model, a evidence-based model saying, this is the amount of loss and damage that the Caribbean has suffered. These are the historical polluters who have put the biggest amount of carbon into the atmosphere. Let's just prorate it, and we will basically sue all of those countries for reparations.
Thank you for that. I don't know if the panelists want to respond yet. I'll allow them first, but I do want to say something in response.
Go ahead, Prof.
Oh, I completely agree with you. The ICJ for the Caribbean region represents as a ruling in so many ways that is significant. And the truth is we need to have a regional discussion on how we take this. You have begun to outline the steps. Within the context of this discussion this morning, one of the steps that we have to take is to make sure that we can take the ruling and use it in the ways that you are suggesting. And that therefore means building out our capacity, our scientific capacity, yes, to do detection and attribution, but in a broader sense, that when the science that allows you to now move into the legal framework of justice, that allows you to begin to use legal frameworks that have been established to do all the things that you know, whether it's detection and attribution or whatever the science, we have to build out the scientific framework within the Caribbean that we can vision, that the science is funded, and that the science can therefore support in terms of the evidence. Now, I think we may have some gaps there. We are struggling to introduce detection and attribution. That's this discussion and saying, hey, listen, if you are a government, this is important for your global negotiators, because you went pick up the ICJ. If you are a risk manager like CRIF or an insurer, this is important because we talk about it. It's your premiums and payouts and ensuring they are fair. You know, if you're a community, impacts are not random. This strengthens your advocacy. We have to build out that science, is my point. And right now, the gaps, you know, the gaps in terms of visioning, putting capacity on the ground, people, scientific, that kind of thing is weak. But we pay tribute to CRIF, who, for example, have caught the vision of detection and attribution and is beginning to fund, you know, a postdoc in that area. So I completely agree, but that would be my response to say, if we're going to grab ICJ and use it, we have to build out the science capacity because it's based on causality. I don't know if my panelists.
I I can say a few words, Prof. So I do want to tie this back to the discussions that we had yesterday, and especially one of the messages from Lilia, that essentially this is a very big opportunity, right? Incorporating detection and attribution into the region to support climate resilience. And that type of this might go beyond CRIF and the postdoc, but it essentially ties in and supports, or rather promotes, the development of the infrastructure necessary for climate resilience, for housing the data, for running the models, for sharing the data. Yeah, this is a huge opportunity, I think, for the region itself.
And for building the collaborative networks, because the scientists have to talk to the risk experts, to the etc. All right, we have to end. I think I've been trying to lead the discussion along some questions, what is detection and attribution? And I think we have talked, but this is the science of the hunch. Yes, something is off, and what we can attribute in real terms and with numbers, how much climate change is contributing to that off. We've talked about why it has emerged globally, lots of changes on the global scene. We've talked about that the Caribbean has to be right there at the forefront, and in fact, something has started in this area. And I'm hoping you're getting the excitement that we are there with the science, but we have to do a lot more. We've talked about why it matters for the region, the finance resilience, our contribution to the global justice mechanisms, the ICJ ruling, and in a sense, we have said why it matters to the people in the room. I wonder if each panelist wants to say one last takeaway sentence. What do you want to make sure that those who have listened to our informal conversation, my moderating on the fly, what you really want them to take away, having heard us for the last 45 minutes?
I can say just a couple of words, because it's very interesting how we are connecting now on the first word that have been said at the beginning of the panel. So when we were talking about perception and evidence, it's interesting to see that we are back to that, and we are saying that actually we have the perception of climate change, we have the perception of climate justice. We need to make them become an evidence, and to do that we need to collaborate all together to base on scientific research and to have all stakeholders collaborating and working together toward that objective.
Great.
And I mean, I may add in similar lines, the need to continue keeping track, understanding, and generating this robust evidence. Only by generating that evidence, and at the same time, I mean, it's not only robust, but understandable, is that I believe that we will be able to move the needle in this thematic.
Excellent. Jordan, it seems like you have the last word.
Yes, sir. I would say that there is, I think, a great opportunity and a very timely motion towards collaboration, especially within tying research together with the private sector and with industry and regional institutions, that we can actually move the research forward and, as Dr. Salgado said, fit for purpose solutions. I think that it is a great opportunity indeed for us as the Caribbean region to move forward together and also still be on the cusp of solutions of research for the region and within the context of the region.
Fantastic. Couldn't have said it any better. Dan, I'm turning back over to you. You might have had other questions, but I know I've gotten the signal that we're out of time. And my last words, what a pleasure it was to sit on the panel with these colleagues, really and truly, detection and attribution is a science, I think, that bridges a science policy justice frontier, resilience justice frontier. And it is critical that we embrace this for what it is and the potential that it can can bring, especially for collaboration and bringing out our regional resilience agenda. Thank you very much for listening to and being a part of this discussion.
They deserve a round of applause, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Prof. This was fantastic. I let you go. You know, I've been trying to be a little strict on the time, but this deserved the time that you got because it's a fascinating new dimension, as you've just said at the end here. It's almost like it was the missing link. We've always been talking about, you know, the climate justice, but what we have now is evidence-based. What the science puts into the mix is that irrefutable evidence that would make a lawsuit watertight. And this is really where it appears that this is going. It's new to me, I must confess, this business of, you know, a scientific approach to detection and attribution. And I think it has very far to go. I congratulate you. I congratulate CRIF for investing 50,000 US in this postdoctoral fellow who, from her presentation this morning, demonstrates that it was well invested. Look forward to her joining you in leadership in this area, Prof, once she has completed it, and to providing critical information for CRIF and for our community to take our case to the ICJ and to other forums in an effective manner. I want to thank you and all the members of this Cafe Corner. You know, our Cafe Corners have proven to be very interesting, very interactive, very engaging. Very much appreciate the contribution that you've made to our discussion over these 2 days. Thank you very much. Another round, please. All right. Yeah. A photo. Prof, I think you should stay online. We'll capture you on, no, stand, yes. Thank you. We're supposed to go to coffee break now. I'm afraid to let you go, but there's a lot of good stuff out there. I'm sure you want to get your coffee and your muffin. Can I ask you to just go and get it and come back in so that we are not missing for 15 minutes? Please, don't run away. Go and get your coffee. Come back. We have a very interesting, very much linked to this because now we're getting into the good stuff. We're talking loss and damage and climate finance. You will not want to miss it. So don't stay outside liming. You have 5 minutes to get your coffee and come right back. the meat of the matter for us when it comes to climate justice and climate finance based on climate reparations. This is a very distinguished and experienced panel. I've been in the trenches for many years. I know certainly way back in the day when I was in Dessa in New York, I used to attend those COP sessions with Crispin was, you know, a head cook among them, and he tells me that he worked with AOSIS. The Cavill principle was really speaking about the level of organization of AOSIS, that's the Alliance of Small Island States, which includes the Pacific, the Mediterranean, and the Caribbean countries, all the small island, all 43 of them. Very committed, very organized, very deliberate, and they have done excellent work in advocating for SIDS in respect of climate justice. And I believe it was Antigua and Barbuda that led the charge on loss and damage, resulting in the establishment of this fund. So we are really now on the cutting edge. I'm hoping that out of this discussion comes a status report on where these things are, you know, how good are the prospects for establishing an effective source of climate finance from the loss and damage process. So we're looking at emerging trends, challenges, and opportunities. And I would like to thank Dr. Simon Young, he's the CEO of GeoSci LLC, for leading, moderating this discussion, and thank every member of this very distinguished and experienced group for making this presentation to us. We are on the edges of our seats. Over to you, Dr. Young.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks very much. You've saved me a little bit of time because some of what you said there was in the introductory remarks that I'd prepared. I will keep those very brief, and then we'll go straight into a first round of quick questions to my fellow panelists, and I'll introduce them when I ask that first question. But just to add a little bit more context to what Diane just said, I think all of you will know that the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, as it's formally called, was established in Egypt at COP27 and was operationalized at COP28 in Dubai, thanks in almost entirely to advocacy which was led by, as Diane said, by the small island developing states through AOSIS and other vehicles, and many of you in the room have been involved in that advocacy over several decades that I know of, and probably before then as well. Loss and damage finance, as it's kind of defined within the UNFCCC system, includes addressing climate-related emergencies, which is, I think, at the forefront of what concerns the small islands of the Caribbean and coastal states of the Caribbean, but also sea level rise, displacement, relocation, migration, insufficient climate information and data, as well as the need for climate resilient reconstruction and recovery. So it's quite a large range of issues that the loss and damage space and the loss and damage and the fund are meant to be helping countries to respond to. And I think it's worth recognizing very, very early in this discussion that the Loss and Damage Fund, as it currently stands, is very poorly capitalized. That capital was pledged. It's still less than $1 billion, and those were all one-off pledges. And there's no current pathway that I know to becoming a revolving fund, which is really what is necessary. And to the points that were made during the previous panel, and which I'm sure we'll come back to, getting some way to have regular inflows into the Loss and Damage Fund through potentially attribution of carbon pollution, from the Annex 1 countries, which can then be distributed out on an ongoing basis to the SIDS and LDCs and others, is where I think many people in this space think we need to get to pretty quickly. But we're a long way from that right now. And as Sasha reminded me a little earlier, even the kind of early implementation modalities are still to be decided. There is an overall framework has been established earlier this year, but the details of that are still under discussion. So it's going to be a pretty slow process, and even when it starts, the amount of funds that are going to be able to flow is going to be pretty small. So without setting that fully aside, I think it's notable again that the Caribbean region, the wider Caribbean region, has been dealing with loss and damage throughout its history, obviously, and has been at the forefront of implementing innovative risk management mechanisms, including risk understanding and disaster risk finance over the past several decades. The region hasn't been waiting for the global process to recognize loss and damage and to set up a fund to support it. It has been pushing forward. What we plan to do today this morning is to dig deeper into that Caribbean experience, find out what lessons have been learned, how that can inform let's say, nudging the global climate and development finance architecture towards being more appropriate for the lived experience that we have here across the region in terms of loss and damage. So with that, I will ask a question to set the scene a little bit, and very, very concise answers from my panelists, please. The question is kind of two-part. How is the wider Caribbean region experiencing loss and damage? So what are the important elements of loss and damage for the region? And what are the key challenges faced in accessing climate finance to address that loss and damage as it currently stands? And I'm going to start at the far end with Sasha, who is a loss and damage expert at climate analytics here in the Caribbean. Sasha.
Hi, thank you, Simon, and good morning to everybody. And I think we understand inherently what loss and damage is in the Caribbean because we've been experiencing this for decades. And climate change is an existential threat to Caribbean, small island developing states, and it continues to undermine our existence and way of life as small island communities. And, you know, it should be noted that there's no official definition of loss and damage that exists. But basically, loss and damage happens when affected communities and countries can no longer respond to climate impacts or adapt effectively to climate risks. And broadly, loss and damage could be categorized into economic loss and damage. So that could be damage to property and infrastructure and loss of livelihoods and income. Or it could be non-economic, and that could be, you know, trauma from experiencing hurricanes, or loss of biodiversity, or the loss of cultural heritage, and so on. Loss and damage could also occur due to extreme events, you know, hurricanes, floods, droughts, or due to slow onset events, sea level rise, ocean acidification, for example. And it should be noted that loss and damage will escalate with increasing global warming, and the climate change risks and impacts will become even more pronounced and will be a lot more difficult to avoid. You know, and I think what Prof. Michael and the previous cafe discussed is the fact that climate change is a threat multiplier, and that's why detection and attribution science is so incredibly important in us being able to characterize loss and damage and being able to better quantify what our loss and damage finance needs are in the Caribbean, and how to incorporate, you know, the human rights and inequality aspects of loss and damage in that equation. And you know, because climate change is a threat multiplier, those people who are already struggling will experience more intense impacts of loss and damage, more intensified hardships, while those who have the means are better able to cope and rebuild their lives. So what we don't want is that we continue to propagate this unequal system and these inequalities with how we deal and treat with loss and damage here in the Caribbean. So, thanks.
Thanks very much, Sasha. Crispin, who I'm sure everybody in the room knows, who's currently the Executive Director of the Caribbean Cooperative MRV Hub. Same question to you, Crispin.
Thanks. And thanks for letting Sasha speak first, because I think she's basically laid out how the region is being affected by loss and damage. And just to draw on the previous discussion about loss and damage and looking at elevated sea surface temperatures, I remember in 2005, there was a prolonged period when sea surface temperatures were extremely high. And being a native of St. Lucia, I recall our reefs being decimated, by the extreme heat, because the corals were dying, were bleaching and dying, and of course, all the associated fauna and flora, were similarly affected. And St. Lucia used to have one of the top diving destinations in the world, and we basically fell out of the top 10. And one can say we never really truly recovered, and there've been other bleaching, other such events. So ultimately, if our sea surface temperatures, continue to display those similar trends in times to come, we could end up losing. And of course, as sea levels rise, we could end up losing those reefs forever. Okay, in other words, they never fully recover. They never return to the level of diversity that they had before. And so you've lost you've lost biodiversity. You've lost a resource that generated livelihoods and so on, and which help to sustain one of the key industries in the region. Because as you've heard that, some countries in the region are heavily dependent on tourism, for example. Our economies are not highly diversified. So, that is just one example of how we can experience, or how we do experience, loss and damage. And with increasing temperatures, as climate change continues to progress, we are likely to see even more, of that kind of impact, which is going to have a lasting effect, on our societies, on our economies, and so on. So one must never forget that climate change doesn't just affect one sector; it affects every sector, and it affects every aspect of our lives, from health to agriculture, to industry, every aspect of our existence. And so you'll be seeing those impacts and the loss and damage, the associated loss and damage across the economy, across society. And of course, that speaks to the need for finance. And we will have a deeper conversation on finance. But, that is, I think it's fair to say that globally, despite the fact that you're hearing conversations, there's plenty of climate finance available to whom, accessible to whom. And, so that is a conversation I think we'll have during the course of this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Crispin. That's a really important point. I think, Sasha, you actually had biodiversity within the non-economic, but obviously it feeds directly. We don't recognize it necessarily, but I think for the tourism-dependent islands, the link between the health of the coral reefs and the vigor of the tourism industry is critically important. Next, O'Reilly, to you. O'Reilly is the Acting Director of Projects at the CDB.
Yes, thank you, and it's really good to be here. I think I will focus on some things, some characteristics that are unique, that make the Caribbean unique in terms of how we experience loss and damage. The first one would be that we are also exposed to hazards that are not climate related. And those hazards happen at the same time. So there's an interconnection between climate related hazards and those that are not. And to give an example of that, and we have to have a holistic view when we speak about how we respond to how these things impact us in the Caribbean. To give an example, I think it was 2021 when the La Soufrière eruption would have impacted Barbados. They would have been coming through COVID at the same time. And Hurricane Elsa would have passed and because of these other things that were happening, it would have made it difficult for Barbados to respond in an effective way to that hurricane. So generally, there's a widening gap between the impact of these larger, more frequent storms and our ability and our resources, financial and human, to respond, our capacity to respond. There's a widening gap between the impact of these events and our ability to respond in the Caribbean. Large events happened recently. Maria would have had $1.3 billion worth of losses in damages in Dominica. Dorian in the Bahamas, the people in Grand Bahama, they are still traumatized by that event and are still recovering from that event. The other characteristic I want to mention is the multi-country nature of potential impacts of storm events. I remember in 2017, it was when we were speaking to CARILEC, some members of CARILEC, and CARILEC is the Caribbean, is a regional group of Caribbean energy companies that help each other develop capacity, but also have a mechanism for responding to storms. So they put forward a team to help BVI, which was impacted by Hurricane Irma, that would have included, for example, professionals and linesmen from Dominica. When they were in the BVI responding to Irma, Maria hit Dominica, right? So they now had to try and find a way to get back into Dominica, and that put a lot of strain on the impact on the resources of CARILEC, and it would have done so for the same for Sedima. Hurricane Beryl recently hit last year, and that would have impacted Barbados, Trinidad, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Dominica, Haiti, Jamaica, Cayman Islands. And as Crispin said, it would have impacted several, all aspects of our lives: housing, energy, coastal infrastructure, natural fisheries, tourism, agriculture, all of these things. So that puts us in a very vulnerable position in the Caribbean. And that is adding to our inability to respond adequately to hurricane events.
Thanks very much, O'Reilly. There's some really good points there in terms of as these events get bigger, not only are they exceeding national capacities, but also testing regional systems that have been put in place to mutually support each other. Jose Angel, to those of you who don't know Jose Angel, he's an actuary and has been a senior underwriter, worked in the region for the World Bank for a long time during over the last 20 years or so. Jose Angel, same question to you. How do you see the loss and damage experience of the wider Caribbean region, and what are the key challenges in accessing climate finance to address loss and damage?
Yes, thank you, Simon. I think that one of the key challenges, not just in the Caribbean, but in the globe, is about the very definition of the loss and damage. What is the problem that we need to try to solve? So a clear definition is needed across, wide enough, and also given this lack of definitions, there is a lack of statistics and of course of analytics. So if the problem cannot be measured in a reasonable way, how the problem can be solved, at least in terms of the financing. So this is a chain of different aspects that I think have been, many people have been working in maybe in the past 20 years, something like that, but still it is in process situation. And in my experience, in the Caribbean and in the Central American region and South America, there is an initial overstatement or evaluation of the impact of loss of damages of particular events, which drain some resources that are necessary or set aside. And then if you are able to track trace the development of these initial loss, at the end of the day, they are reduced. So some resources can be used, for example, for risk mitigation. That is the very important thing. So that is also the loss or damage accuracy on this part that can move and put the money, put the finance, moving to the appropriate levels. That's it.
Thanks, Jose and Hal. That's a really useful, I think, perspective on in terms of how we understand the climate risk, but also what I think the current financing mechanisms tend to concentrate on the big events and pile money in there without looking at the bigger picture of investment, particularly investment in risk reduction. And lastly, to Isaac with this first question, you all know Isaac, he's been introduced already, but for the record, the CEO of CRIF SBC. Isaac.
So, on that specific issue, so loss and damage, interestingly, when CRIF was established in the year 2007, there wasn't a lot of discussion or link to the work that CRIF was actually doing. In fact, I would also even say that there was hardly any discussion at all as it relates to the relationship to climate change. CRIF was established, as you know, to provide disaster risk insurance to the governments of the Caribbean, including earthquake, tropical cyclone, and eventually we brought on other products such as excess rainfall. But in the ensuing years, given the increasing frequency and intensity of those hurricane events, there was a clear link that was drawn to the work of CRIF. Now, the other interesting thing that I would say on the loss and damage is, I remember in the very early years when I was invited, to present on CRIF at various forums, particularly in those relating to climate negotiations, and Simon, you would be aware of that as well. They were not particularly receptive to insurance at all. Nobody wanted to hear about insurance because they saw it as a bit of a muddying the water, so to speak, in terms of what they really wanted to say, in terms of being able to attract additional grant resources to support countries in the climate change fight. But eventually, they came to accept the fact that insurance was a very important instrument, so much so that when the fund for responding to loss and damage, which Simon would have mentioned, one of the very important instrument that was cited as being part of this whole program was what you call the trigger-based solutions or pre-arranged financing, which would, of course, include insurance and so on. So from that perspective, I think we have really come a long way in terms of an acceptance, even among the Caribbean countries themselves, in terms of accepting insurance as a very important instrument for helping to address loss and damage. I mean, the key thing is that we need to understand that, regardless of how much you invest in adaptation and mitigation and so on, there will always be that residual risk. The question is, how do you finance it? How do you address it? And that is where insurance plays a very important role in the context of loss and damage.
Thanks very much, Isaac. I think that's a really important point, and this concept of prearranged and trigger-based finance, of which insurance is one element, but it's not always going to be insurance. But that as an overall tool to help to unlock financing flows when they're needed, quickly when they're needed, and objectively, transparently, I think is very powerful. And I hope that the fund, the Loss and Damage Fund, fully considers the opportunities that are there for using that mechanism, including through insurance, but as I said, not only insurance necessarily. So I want to move on to the kind of first round of individual questions that I have, and I'm actually going to start with you, Isaac. As the region's development insurer, how effective do you think that parametric insurance has been within the context of loss and damage? What are the current limitations, and how are you at CRIF aiming to increase the impact that it's having?
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Well, in a sense, in terms of the effectiveness, I think the last point that I made would have been very useful in terms of helping to illustrate where we came from and where we are today in terms of that acceptance. But there's no question about the fact that when you consider, for example, CRIF as a parametric insurance company and a development insurance company, and again, I think it's important for us to understand the concept of development insurance. And you know, the easiest way for me to explain this is that you draw a parallel to multilateral development banks such as CDB, the World Bank, and so on. Because on the one hand, they do provide products to their member countries, but on the other hand, which is in the case of CDB and the World Bank, would be financial products. In the case of CRIF, we do insurance product. But on the other hand, which by the way is helping to build resilience, both financial as well as climate resilience. But on the other hand, you also have other capacity building initiatives. And again, yesterday I would have spoken a lot about the technical assistance program within CRIF. So clearly, you know, we are doing much of this. But the other point one has to make is that, you know, when you consider all the payouts that we've made, we know we've been able to make payouts of almost $400 million in our 18 years, and we're talking about US dollars. We've also been able to increase coverage significantly from the $500 million which started off to now almost 1.5 billion US dollars in coverage. That is significant. So it is very clear that, you know, we are making significant gains in terms of, you know, how parametric insurance has had this major impact in helping to countries cushion the impact of climate change and so on. But in terms of the limitations, I would say that one of the things that we've always said is that parametric insurance is not a silver bullet. You know, I think there was perhaps the impression given that insurance was being promoted as the only solution. That's clearly not the case. As a matter of fact, in our engagements with our members and development partners, we always highlight the importance of other disaster risk financing instruments, whether we talk about CAT bonds, contingent lines of credit, and CAT DDOs, because we see that as part of our responsibility as a development insurer to highlight some of these things. The other point that I want to make is that the protection gap remains wide. It's significant. It's, when you look at it, it's about 5%, only 5% of the losses attributed, you know, for example, to climate change are actually covered by insurance in developing countries. So which means that there is still a huge gap that has to be filled. Insurance alone cannot address that issue, you know, so that is one of the things that I really want to highlight. The other thing, you asked the question about how is CRIF evolving to increase the impact. Obviously, we want to continue to do more of the same, building on the success, because we recognize that the gap is huge. But how are we going to address it? We want to continue to support countries increasing coverage, but this would also require, and by the way, I really do need to take this opportunity to really acknowledge and, you know, recognize, you know, the Caribbean countries, as well as Central America, because even today, right now, every country in the Caribbean and Central America, save for one country that is getting a bit of financial support, have been paying their premiums without any support at all. I mean, that's extraordinary when you consider, you know, what is happening in other parts of the world. So I think this is great news, and we want to be able to continue to expand CRIF, to be able to do more. The reality is that a lot of the countries are still significantly underinsured. I mean, look at what happened with Grenada. When Grenada started off, coverage for tropical cyclone was probably about I would say about 20 million. They increased their coverage to, what, $45 million. And because of the impact of Tropical Cyclone Beryl, they were able to get a payout of $42.5 million on the tropical cyclone policy. We want to be able to do more of this. So that's one. The other thing I would say is that we want to be able to provide additional products. As you know, we took the very important strategic decision some years ago of developing our own models. And the reason why we are having this very interesting conversation of climate change attribution and so on is because we decided that we wanted to have models that were relevant to the specific needs of the Caribbean, you know, and so this is something that we are justly proud of, and we will continue to build models to underpin the various products that we sell. We already have products for tropical cyclone, excess rainfall, for drought, for fisheries, water utilities, electric utilities, and we are now in the process of completing one for agriculture. We are looking for housing. We're looking at a number of various products. And again, having control of your model is actually very key to this. Clearly, we want to be able to mobilize financial resources. We are dealing, of course, because of where CRIF sits in the whole disaster risk financing space, we do have a very good relationship with a number of the key international agencies, including the development partners, and we think we're in a position to be able to mobilize more support. One final point that I want to make is that we've also been collaborating with the Global Shield against climate risk, and that has given us the opportunity to work very closely with other risk pools in the world. There are a number of them, as you know, that were established following CRIF. For example, the one in Africa called the African Risk Capacity. There's the one in the Pacific called PICRIC, and the one in the Southeast Asia called CDRIP. One of the things that we are trying to do is to see how we can pool our resources together to establish some kind of global facility that would help us leverage our collective resources to be able to do more for our members. I mean, there's so much more that can be said, but I'm going to stop at this point.
Thanks very much, Isaac. Sasha, to you, I want to pick up on this theme and beyond what CRIF has been doing over the last 20 years or so. What other innovative financing mechanisms have been or are being developed to address loss and damage specifically within the region, and how effective do you think that they have been so far or could be?
Sure, and I think we had this conversation, and O'Reilly was saying he is unsure about these loss and damage, these innovative loss and damage financing mechanisms. And I had noted, and we all noted, that the Caribbean actually has been leading on designing different sorts of financing mechanisms that now are being considered as potential loss and damage financing mechanisms that could be used by the international community. We have, we have the CRIF, which is a good practice that's been recreated in other regions, and it actually came out of a need, a real need of from the aftermath of Hurricane Ivan 21 years ago, right? And so what this shows is that the Caribbean has been leading on loss and damage finance mechanisms based on what our needs and what our context is as as small islands. And I think that is something that we definitely should applaud and continue. And when we discuss, financing, I think I want to raise the point that Jose noted, that there's no official definition of loss and damage finance. It means different things to different people, to different funders, creditors, and so on. So that's the actual opportunity now for the Caribbean to lead on us defining what loss and damage finance means and what loss and damage means to us in our context, and help determine and define what our needs and priorities are as a region. What sort of projects or interventions should get funded? What should be prioritized. Which communities, which areas, and so on should be able to access, and funds should be channeled to. And I think that's a real opportunity for the region, and it would help us define the types of financing mechanisms that we require to, disperse the type of loss and damage investments needed for the region. And I don't want to go into the different types of loss and damage financing mechanisms available, but I'll just highlight a few that's been implemented here. And, of course, parametric insurance, which I won't go into a lot of detail, and I think Isaac already expounded on that quite well. But it is a best practice, and we should be, we should celebrate that. And under the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, that could actually be used to top up the premiums for existing parametric insurance products for countries, right? So we'll have greater coverage. And I think that's something that is, that could be easily done with the very small pot of loss and damage finance available in the FRLD, for example. Another innovative financing mechanism is, debt for climate swaps, and we've had two recent examples, Belize in 2021 for marine conservation, and most recently last year, Barbados for water and sewage-related projects. And that really looks at how we could open up fiscal resources for climate resilience building. I think, of course, we have to look at, the context and who actually benefits from these debt for climate swaps. Are these financial resources actually going to those marginalized and vulnerable communities and groups who need this the most? And that's something we should consider in terms of effectiveness. Another mechanism are the catastrophe bonds. And we've had the very recent experience of Jamaica with their cat bond that was not triggered last year, the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl, because the conditions for triggering that payment under the Jamaica cat bond were so very specific and based on it was based on parameters, historical parameters from 2021 and 2022. So those parameters were not met, so that cat bond was not triggered. Those payments weren't triggered. So in terms of the effectiveness of that cat bond, we have to ensure that the conditions for triggering the payment are not so rigid and so specific that it ends up benefiting the creditors and not the actual country to deal with catastrophic risk, right? So it's the effectiveness. Who do these innovative financing mechanisms serve? Our creditors or the donors or the countries and communities most at risk here in the region. We also have, payment for ecosystem services, and I think the next panel on nature-based solutions will cover that. So I won't go into too much detail, but I do want to also agree and reiterate with what Isaac said, that these sorts of innovative financing mechanisms like parametric insurance, it's not a silver bullet. We actually do need a pragmatic and effective strategy that involves risk layering, that we're able to utilize different mixes of these innovative financing mechanisms to create a comprehensive financial risk management toolkit for SIDS here in the region that addresses both immediate post-disaster liquidity as well as long-term climate resilience building. And, the right mix of the financing mechanisms for loss and damage will have to be determined by, the context, the debt profiles, and also the national development priorities of the specific country, and also on what the communities want as well. And this is just one, I just want to give this the statistic, because I think it's quite important in that, we talk about loss and damage finance when you always bring in debt, but this is just, and I love to give the statistic. So this Eurodad study from 2022 actually showed that SIDS received 1.5 billion USD in climate finance between 2016 to 2020, but we actually paid about 26.6 billion US in debt service for that same period. So we're surviving basically to repay debt, but yet fight for a very small pot of climate finance. So how do we reframe that issue to meet our context as well? It's not about us building resilience for climate change alone, but it's how do we end up being able to ensure that we have this sort of financial, social, and economic resilience that will ensure that we're able to survive and thrive in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sasha. I think that last point is a really important one where, the relationship between climate finance writ large and debt servicing is really key. And I think it's always worth bearing in mind when new debt is being taken on, that the repayment period, be it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, is getting into a situation where we're now ending that. You're still going to be making those payments in a very different climate. We think climate's changed quite a lot already, but if we're aiming for, we're going to get to 2 degrees by 2050, which is entirely possible, that is a very even harder climate landscape in which to be servicing that debt. So I think it's really critical to identify that risk that you're taking on debt now that is going to need to be repaid far into the future in an even more severe climate. O'Reilly, to you now. What is the CDB doing to help Caribbean nations access and manage climate finance, particularly related to loss and damage, and what are the biggest obstacles that you are facing?
Thank you, Chair. Before I answer that question, we at the bank, we have mainstreamed climate risk vulnerability assessment for over a decade now in everything that we do. All of our projects, all our infrastructure projects, and some non-infrastructure projects we have to do what we call a climate vulnerability assessment and design into the project the resilience measures that are needed. Our goal now is to try to find concessional financing. Our main objective is to find concessional financing for resilience type building in the Caribbean. This year, last year, Valerie, we increased our GCF accreditation from 50 million US to 250 million US per project or program. And that gives us more scale, more opportunity to do not just individual country projects, but regional projects. We are also accredited to the Adaptation Fund, and we are working on getting accredited to the Global Environmental Facility, the GEF. So we see ourselves as an intermediary between us and our client countries, or borrowing member countries, to facilitate access to these funds that have been identified. And so we are in the process of speaking to our countries and developing quite an ambitious pipeline of programs and projects to mobilize these funds that are available. We also recently got permission from our board to open up a climate change project preparation fund, which we are in the process closing parts of operationalization of that fund. And so that would again provide concessionary funding for us to help to prepare better bankable projects that deal with resilience issues. And again, our partnerships, the University of the West Indies, the 5Cs, the CIMH, SEDIMA, including international development partners such as AFD, the World Bank, the IDB, FCDO, EIB, the European Union. These are all people we have very good working relationships with and who we try to complement and build on what each other's doing. internally, we have developed our policies and our systems where we have identified concessionary funds for emergency assistance. We have a facility called Emergency and Immediate Response Loan, for example. We have longer-term, forward-looking, proactive options for funding for resilience building. But we also respond to storms, and we have what we call the RRL, the Rehabilitation Reconstruction Loans. And we also have a system in place now where we can do policy-based loans, again, as a response mechanism to storm events. We provide assistance for advocacy in unique circumstances for various countries. We are actively engaging with the private sector to give instruments where they can better adapt and mitigate climate change impacts. And we are establishing modalities to ensure that investments contribute to proactive anticipation, correction, and avoidance of risk while simultaneously addressing residual risk. Now, this is against the background, and there was a part of the first questions which we didn't have a chance to answer was about what the challenges are. And the reality is that we heard this session before speak about data, and in spite of the efforts and the good work that's been done, there's still inadequate availability of the requisite data and information. And so there's a need for us to do better in that regard. And the bank is aware of this. So we are providing, are working with several regional partners, such as the University of the West Indies Climate Studies Group in Jamaica. The climate, again, CIMH, we mentioned them before, 5Cs, SEDEMA. Again, all of these organizations are critical organizations that are essential, that are critical for us in terms of managing climate-related risk and responding to climate disasters. Ongoing research by CIMH and the Universe and the UE group related to impact forecasting and attribution science, as mentioned before, is key to quantifying potential and actual loss and damages to climatic events. So we provide funding for specific programs to those organizations. 5Cs, we have a LIDAR program where we collect bathymetrics and topographic data across several BMCs. The other challenge would be limited resources to develop bankable projects and programs. And this is, I'm really talking about the Caribbean region as a whole. Accessing climate finance requires the preparation of bankable projects. However, many countries face significant constraints in mobilizing financial and human resources needed for this process, right? And so that is an issue that needs to be addressed and limits how fast we can progress. Then there's the issue of fragmented, slow, and inefficient climate finance architecture. Again, the international climate system is fragmented, siloed, slow, and often does not reflect the specific realities and vulnerabilities in the Caribbean. And this can make it difficult or challenging, I would use the word, to navigate and secure climate funding through various forms of the existing climate mechanisms. Having said that, we want to note that there are ongoing efforts, and this has been recognized by many of these organizations, and there are ongoing efforts to respond to and do some reform to meet the needs of small island developing states. And final challenge, was mentioned before, was about the contribution of the climate-related disasters contributing to the debt burden. And the need, because of, and so we have fiscal challenges already, but there's a compounding effect when we borrow for resilient financing. And this, in turn, limits investment in adaptation, resilience, and loss and damage measures. So this is the reality. And whilst, again, CDB and other, I would say, sister organizations are working towards, these are the realities we need to face. Thank you.
Thanks, O'Reilly. Crispin, you're a very practical guy. That's how I recognize you, at least. You seem to have been in the trenches on climate finance and project implementation for longer than I've been working in the Caribbean. What are some of your kind of experiences with climate finance in the OECS in particular? And how do you see a path to improving capacity to absorb and manage climate finance effectively, given what O'Reilly just highlighted again, that this has been a recurring theme of challenges to accessing funding?
Thanks for the question, Simon. First of all, in the Eastern Caribbean, it's a mixed situation. In the first instance, we have a number of countries that basically all the countries in the Eastern Caribbean require climate finance. They all do. But it's a mixed bag in the sense that some countries are ineligible for certain sources of finance because of their political status. That's one. Another issue is some of them are ineligible because they have been graduated from the University of GDP, in the sense that they're seen as upper middle income countries and have no access to concessional financing or grant financing. So they have to get most of their finances at market rates, so to speak. Of course, these very same countries can lose 200% of their GDP overnight. Okay, so it's really a bit of an unfair situation. Then there's the issue of scale. Some partners will probably not look to do work in the Eastern Caribbean because of the small, the small size or the small economies. They figure they can get a bigger bang for their buck by doing projects in larger countries where there's greater visibility, and if there's a return on that project, for example, if you're looking at, say, resilient sustainable or resilient renewable energy, there's a greater economic or financial return. So these are some of the challenges. Of course, you have the issues with human resource capacity, because in many instances you have units or say environmental divisions or what have you, that they have 1, 2, 3 people. These people are going to the negotiations. They're trying to find to leverage your finance. They're trying to persuade the Ministry of Finance to help them to get the finance. They also trying to help to implement the projects, talking to the stakeholders. So they're really the warm bodies to do that work is very often inadequate. That's one of the major limitations, and it also has implications for the rate of implementation. But we get to that in a while. Then, of course, another issue is the whole issue of access. As someone said, I think it was O'Reilly, preparing projects, bankable projects, and leveraging that finance. While, as I said earlier, people say there's plenty of climate finance around, it is not always easy, because some of them, they want to know, they're going to ask you, apart from the climate rationale, which is very often a challenge for some countries in terms of demonstrating why this should not be an ordinary development project where you can get loans for, and why is it a climate project. If you don't have the data and so on laid out, or accessible readily at hand, it's difficult. But in addition to that, there's the whole question of laying out a baseline and showing over time what is happening, proving that there is that climate change is really having that effect, and being able therefore to leverage that financing. There's the other issue is some countries are not always clear in what it is they want, and sometimes a funding partner comes in and says, okay, I want to do X, Y, Z. They buy into the project, and then you have that issue that it's really not fit for purpose, and sometimes because of the activities or the components are built in, it's difficult to negotiate a different suite of outputs and ultimate outcomes. Then in terms of implementation now, countries, again, the human resource issue is one. And sometimes countries have real challenges in terms of having the specialists to do the work. For example, if there's an engineering component, there may be challenges, and that is one of the things I think we need to look at. We need to look at the number of bottlenecks which are common to a number of countries, and maybe that addressing these is part of the problem, and maybe at a collective, collective regional level. I think one of the real bottlenecks that I find that, from my personal experience, having worked previously at the OECS, is that of procurement. Very often projects get stuck in the procurement stage, and it's because the funding agency, for example, has a clear set of procurement rules, and the organization, say the executing entity, may have a different set of procurement rules, and if they cannot. If the two shall not meet, if they cannot get some kind of compromise, you get lengthy delays that can cause the project to be delayed for months, and then it reflects back as a low implementation rate. And I think these are probably some of the things that need to be talked through very early, and the bottlenecks identified, and so there can be a smoother implementation. I mean, there's a lot more that I could say, but I think I will stop here in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Crispin. Jose Angel, how can insurance tools such as climate risk assessments be used to inform climate finance decisions in the context of loss and damage?
Yeah, sure. I mean, more than tools, I think the skills from the insurance industry can be used for that. First of all, starting with the risk management process can be used for natural disaster or man-made disaster. All the analytics and modeling that we have been talking in the past panel, but also the pricing of the risk by the insurance industry as a whole. Indemnity or traditional insurance and parametric should provide an important input for decision making, how and where to build, and of course the loss adjustment process. I mean, we rely a lot. And we use a lot now parametric insurance that use the index in order to make a potential payout or not, but also going to the field and quantify the actual loss is also very important. And there are new techniques that have been created because of technology in order to reduce the time of the estimation of the losses. And finally, the product design, the insurance product design, parametric or indemnity, they should promote the physical resilience, the adaptation, and risk mitigation. And the insurance industry also can play played a very important role, for example, in Latin America, at least, for the installation of and enforcement of the building codes for earthquake risk, for example. So there are different aspects from the insurance industry.
Thanks very much, Jose Angel. I was going to go to the audience now, but in the interest of time, I'm going to go on to a very short second round of questions, because I want to dig a little deeper about some of the themes that have come up there, and then we'll put it to the audience after that. In particular, I want to look a little bit at transparency and effectiveness, but also these capacity needs that have been identified, and also the resilience building that Jose Angel, you just highlighted as being a critical part. So Crispin, very quickly, what metrics can we use to determine whether climate finance is being effective? And how can we measure, for example, reduced vulnerability, economic diversification, improve social equity? It's an area that you're concentrating on now on behalf of the region. We'd be very, very keen to hear what your views are on that.
Okay, thanks, Simon. Again, briefly, because time is running out. I think, of course, it depends what you're measuring and which sector you're working in. But if you, for example, looking at, we're looking to see how effective we have been in increasing the resilience of our infrastructure, for example, and we could look at parameters such as the number of public buildings that have been either retrofitted or constructed, you know, to meet the new design standards that will make them resistant to wind and increased wind speeds, for example. We can also look at the buildings that we've retrofitted or constructed that now have reliable, sustainable energy systems so that they can keep functioning in the event of a hurricane. If we're looking at ecosystems, you can look at the number or the acreage or the number of mangroves replanted and so on to make them more resilient. So these are some of the kinds of parameters that we need to look at. And I think we also need to look at the human dimension. In other words, to what extent have we been able to minimize or reduce the need for people to move in the event of an extreme event? So does that mean increased housing? Does that mean improved shelters so that people don't have to migrate to another island, as happened in the case of Maria and even Uma in 2017? So these are some parameters, but I just want to say that for us to do that, we need to have a point of departure. We need to start, if we haven't been measuring, we need to measure now, to have some solid baselines so that we can compare, we can look at the changes over time. Because baseline, you know, in many instances, we do not have those baselines, and it is important that we do that groundwork now.
Thanks very much, Crispin. Sasha, on the capacity side, what areas of expertise, support, knowledge do you think are most important for governments to take advantage of climate finance? And where do you think that the regional and international collaboration needs to be also brought to bear?
Sure, and I think, you know, this entire 2 days of discussion has really focused on the importance of data for climate and loss and damage finance. And I just want to expound on that, you know, we need to build a robust and resilient climate data infrastructure for the region. You know, we need accurate, consistent, and holistic data to be able to develop the sorts of effective and evidence-based climate and loss and damage finance policy and investments needed for the region. And to do that, we need long-term programmatic investment to build the national and regional data collection, measurement, forecasting capacities in the Caribbean. And this will include, you know, measuring loss and damage impacts. How do we measure and document indirect losses and damages? How are we able to now cost, you know, loss and damage activities? How are we able to cost and determine what our loss and damage finance needs are? And also looking at measuring and costing depreciation of human capital, right? Loss and damage isn't a physical or environmental problem. It's a social, economic, cultural issue as well for the region. So we have to start looking at that. And we also have to look at investing in in-house capacities within national institutions, if it's our Met Services, central statistical offices, but also our regional CARICOM institutions like CIMH, 5Cs, UE, and so on as well. Another key area would be we have to start integrating loss and damage and climate financing into our national financial tracking and budgeting systems. So we need to have robust systems to tag and track financial flows related to climate action in our national plans and budgets, and that could include, you know, climate adjusted budgeting and climate budget tagging that's already being done in St. Lucia and Antigua and so on. And that will really help improve our accountability and transparency in how we use and allocate climate finance, help us to monitor resource allocation, and also ensure that we're able to map you know, the social, economic, and environmental impacts of climate change and make sure that they're budgeted for. And in terms of international collaboration, what we need is collaboration to build up our data collection, measurement, and forecasting and modeling infrastructure in the region. We need capacity building programs, knowledge exchanges, South-South cooperation models, and so on. And we need definitely long-term programmatic funding for developing the type of data infrastructure we need for the region. And the design of our climate finance projects should include a component on data collection and measurement. That can't be separate. It can't be as an aside. It has to be integrated, since data is essential for climate finance and loss and damage financing for the region.
Thanks, Sasha. I want to push back just a little bit, take a moment. You said in your first intervention that the Caribbean is in a very strong position to define data needs and define loss and damage. I very much feel that the Caribbean has actually been at the forefront of data collection in many regards. I mean, ECLAC's methodology for post-disaster loss assessment was the first in the world. It was rigorous. Everybody else has been following that. That goes back to 25 years now. So that data has been there for a longer time period than anywhere else. You know, Isaac highlighted the fact that CRIF has sophisticated catastrophe risk models covering a number of different climate perils. So I feel like the problem is more that the requirements of climate finance, et cetera, are defined by people outside the region who don't understand what data we do have and are requiring kind of different data in different forms, et cetera, et cetera. So I prefer to kind of switch that round and say, okay, we need to start defining what we mean by loss and damage and how we've been capturing it over the years and present that as the way forward rather than having to fit into this mold that's been given and thrust upon us, which is not really relevant for SIDS in general and the Caribbean in particular. Very quickly, moving on. Jose Angel, I just wanted you to pick up a little bit on the last point that you made previously, which is how can we get climate finance instruments to support when they're supporting the disaster response, how can we also lock in the building back better, the long-term resilience during the rebuilding? The use of insurance funds to build back better rather than just build back the same, which is generally the status quo for an insurance settlement, right? You get your rebuilding costs, but you don't get the additional costs that's needed to make your building better. So are there ways we can do that?
Yeah, I mean, this is very difficult question in practical terms, because indemnity insurance, by definition, is going to pay the actual loss incurred in the field, but not is going to pay for reinforcement, improvements, betterments, whatever, in order to have the assets, the building or the road, whatever, more resistant to the next event. So that is where it's very important. One of the most important things to consider is what is the problem to be solved and how and by who. And think that insurance is just one instrument and should be seen as part of a portfolio of different instruments, and in which the proper funds or external financing have to play a very important role, because it don't make any sense if the building was destroyed because of the lack of quality. They don't have the good material, that current good materials. So it don't make any sense to build up in the same fashion. So you need to look the state and the private sector need to look how to be more wise and look forward in terms of adaptation and the risk mitigation. In the earthquake field and tropical cyclone, the building codes have made important changes, positive changes in terms of the definition, raising the standards for building and reducing the risk for the new assets. So that is the way, I think, raising the standards and enforcing them, not just on the paper, enforcing them and then the cost of the risk, of the residual risk, is going to be lower and more efficient.
Thank you. It seems that it needs public-private partnership. I don't think the private insurance sector can drive that alone, but I think in partnership with the public sector, with governments, with the development banks potentially, should be working towards that. O'Reilly, last couple of questions. As you can see, you've got 30 seconds to answer that. What are the key incentives and disincentives for private sector investment in climate resilience projects? And what can governments do to kind of unlock that, the attractiveness, or build the attractiveness to the private sector? How do we crowd in the private capital?
I think the opportunities here lie with the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. There are hybrid capital, use of hybrid capital in high-risk, large investment projects. We've done those mechanisms are largely, they exist, and you know, we have an example recently. We would have financed a lot of geothermal projects using very concessional funding to de-risk those projects. But the opportunities are with the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, which are the lifeblood of the Caribbean economies. And local institutions often lack the understanding, policies, and procedures needed to support climate-related events at this part of the economy. And so I think that's where the work needs to be done, the advocacy, the systems, development of systems, knowledge gaps, both with the banks and with the entrepreneurs, in terms of how can we, what are the advantages, how do you identify, how do you prepare proper projects, how do you have a proper perception of risk, how do you put proper collateral arrangements and security arrangements in place. I believe that's where the opportunities are. And I think a focus on that would make a massive difference. This is a very, very brief summary. Yes.
No, that's really useful. And I think that the MSME sector, its importance to the Caribbean economies, its vulnerability to climate events is you know, has been long identified. And I think that focus on trying to bring public finance and blended finance and make that accessible to that sector is really critical. Okay, last one for Isaac. Climate risk insurance, its future. You touched on this a little bit, but particularly in light of the resilience building agenda, we can't, with the hazard increasing, we have to address exposure and/or vulnerability to maintain current insurance premium levels. So how do you think about that in the CRIF context?
Yeah, well, you know, you're going to be constantly playing catch up, right? As you can see. What it also means is that we have to do a bit more of the same. So again, I've underscored the importance of the models that we currently have, the risk models. We will certainly continue to improve those. In fact, one of the things that we're just about to do is to see how we could upgrade our exposure module, just to make sure that we keep constantly on top of how exposure is changing over time. You would have heard about the attribution detection study that is on the way by the University of the West Indies. But what I also want to say is that we will be doing a bit more of the same in terms of, it's certainly in the case of the Caribbean and Central America, in terms of the additional products that we're looking to do, provide more coverage and so on. Clearly, in the case of Central America, there's a lot of scope to do some of what we have already done very successfully in the Caribbean, such as, for example, piloting products for water sector, for the electric utilities, for fisheries, and so on. And we certainly want to work with our stakeholders to be able to do more in that area. But there's another very important point. And again, just to make sure that we are always responsive to the needs of our members, we get a clear sense now that some members are looking for more comprehensive solutions. And we are now exploring the possibility, for example, of doing hybrid solutions, meaning a product that could consider not just parametric insurance, but traditional indemnity insurance. Of course, this is going to be subject to a feasibility study, and I guess some people might be wondering, well, how this is going to really work. So you can potentially sell a product to a government or anybody for that matter, where it allows a country or the beneficiary to receive a payout based on the parametric component while you're calculating the losses, which would actually take a bit of more time, right? And so which means that potentially you would be able to determine what the overall losses are and therefore what the payout would receive. So this is something that, again, we are in fact exploring. The other thing that I want to point out very quickly, again, we see there's a lot of interest in anticipatory financing, which I believe initially I was not particularly a convert on this one, but I see the value in it because the reality is that, you know, there are costs associated, even just preparing for the advent of a disaster or the possibility of a disaster. So it's all part of trying to anticipate, and if we anticipate, we prepare better for the possibility of it happening. We would then end up saving lives. We would certainly, you know, safeguard properties and so on. So clearly, I see, you know, the future for disaster risk insurance as a very exciting one. I'm not saying it in a way that suggests disaster is an exciting area. The reality, though, is that we still believe there is a lot that we can do. And as CRIF, as you know, we've been doing quite a lot, and we want to do more. But very important, and I just want to go to the point that Sasha made, which is a critical point, and I really couldn't, agree with her more. We are really looking for a lot of support from the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. I think if we can get some significant funding for the member countries, it would help them to scale up to the extent that is required to be able to deal with the impact of climate change. And I'm really hoping that given where we sit in the whole disaster risk financing space, we can certainly continue that advocacy. But it is also equally important for the member countries, you know, to say these things when they meet, because, you know, that's the only way we can actually do it. And I know the countries in the Caribbean have really been in the forefront for bringing about some of the changes and the improvements that we've seen over time. So I'm going to stop here, and yeah.
Thanks very much, Isaac. I don't know the timing-wise. I do have, hi, Liz.
Is it possible to just make a comment on your panel?
Sure.
Can I? Thank you. I want to respond to a comment made by Sasha. As someone both living in Jamaica and very much involved in the DRF space, I just want to share, you spoke about the cat bond not triggering. But one of the things that came out of the mouth of the then Minister of Finance, and I actually have it here, is that he was happy it didn't trigger. And these are his words. He said that while the country's 150 million cat bond did not trigger after Hurricane Beryl, it was not a failing of the instrument, but rather a sign of a well-designed, multi-layer disaster risk financing strategy. The bond's trigger was based on the storm's intensity and path, and Beryl, though damaging, did not meet the required thresholds for a payout. And one of the things that Jamaica has stressed is how their disaster risk financing, their layering approach. So for the Minister of Finance, the payout from CRIF was actually sufficient to support what they needed to do with the work that they needed to do on the ground as a result of Beryl. So I just wanted to add that there. So he really spoke about Jamaica was able to access other forms of disaster risk financing, such as CRIF, that enable it to manage to manage its needs post-disaster, demonstrating that a multi-layered approach worked as intended for Beryl's level of impact. So I just wanted to bring that to the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. I had a question I wanted to put to the audience, both in the room and online, and that is how we've talked a lot about governments, about the international finance architecture, about the blended finance, but we touched on MSMEs, but loss and damage is really happening to communities and households. And I think certainly in the, at a high level, the fund for responding to loss and damage is intended to try and reach all the way down to the community level. And so I'd be very interested in experience ideas of how you get from an international fund managed by the World Bank through countries, very efficiently through countries down to the community level. What sort of projects, what sort of initiatives, what sort of mechanisms can be funded which can address loss and damage at the community level in the islands and coastal countries that you all occupy, live in, and need to improve your overall resilience to loss and damage. Is there anyone in the audience or online? Hopefully somebody will flag if there's somebody online that would like to contribute on that point. Sasha, yes, please. Oh, thank you. No, please.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. So in terms of how we...
Sorry, could you just introduce yourself?
Sure, Nisha Bihari Borg, and I'm at the Caribbean Development Bank. So in terms of how we could address some of the data paucity issues that was raised by the panel, we have international projects that we fund, and we are able to reach specific communities. These communities would then be able to identify other parts of some of these intangible benefits that we see and intangible losses that we see. But because we interact with these communities and we work with projects through them, we could actually come up with willingness to pay estimates for these intangible benefits. And so in that way, we have like specific benefits that we can capture through these projects and then provide that means to dealing with some of these data paucity issues. So in that way, we can have like dual benefits of these. Sasha?
Thanks so much, Nisha. And in terms of how can we ensure that, you know, the loss and damage and climate finance reaches those communities and groups that need it the most, I think we need to consider how can we ensure that climate and loss and damage finance is actually participatory and inclusive. How can, you know, projects and financing mechanisms be designed, you know, with, by, and for the communities that we want to actually support. And, you know, myself and alongside the Caribbean Climate Justice Alliance, it's a regional informal network of climate justice advocates, civil society and community leaders, researchers, media personnel, so on, around the Caribbean. We actually co-developed a participatory loss and damage assessment methodology and toolkit for Caribbean communities. And this assessment methodology is underpinned by Amartya Sen's capabilities approach. So we have a strong conceptual framework for it. And the purpose of this assessment methodology is to help enable Caribbean communities to better understand how their loss and damage experiences are exacerbated by the existing inequalities they face, and also allow them to lead on developing the types of solutions they require to build resilience while also tackling inequalities. So these sorts of solutions are now bottom up to go towards government, to to help inform the sorts of project development decisions and so on. Another issue that should be considered in order to make climate finance truly inclusive and participatory is looking at the access to climate finance, right? And looking at barriers to access for the most vulnerable groups and communities. And when we look at that, a lot of the climate finance, the project application process is incredibly onerous and detailed, and most communities and NGOs and so on cannot actually apply. They don't have the capacity, the data, and so on needed. I mean, Crispin talked about the climate rationale, and why is it that Caribbean countries who are we're the canaries in the coal mine of the climate crisis, why do we need to provide a climate rationale for climate finance that's supposed to be available to SIDS, for example? And what we need to do is to really consider, and address the barriers to access and eligibility of climate finance for the most vulnerable. Things such as, do they have access to a bank account? Do they have access, or do they even have, TINs, taxpayer insurance numbers, right, to be able to access these sorts of funds? These are things we need to consider. And then also the use of intermediaries to really channel climate finance to the people that we need it. We have examples like the Jeff Small Grants Program, also regional NGOs and civil society organizations like the Caribbean Natural Resource Institute and so on that actually do this sort of grant funding, intermediary grant funding to target communities. And these are the sorts of things we should consider. And lastly, I really do want to highlight the importance of looking at anticipatory financing as a key tool in the loss and damage financing mechanisms here in the Caribbean, and something that Isaac raised that we definitely should consider further.
Thanks very much, Sasha. And I think that's really important to identify not only building the capacities to identify and get data, do those assessments, what's needed, but also have the vehicles through which finance can actually flow. And you mentioned, bank accounts, et cetera. What community organizations are there that can act as that aggregator for accepting climate finance and then equitably distributing it amongst that community? Local government is not generally existing in many places in the small islands, so that kind of intermediate level of the public sector is not really available in most places. There are NGOs, there's credit unions and those sorts of organizations as well. So I think we need to bring in the experience that you highlighted of other organizations that have been doing this, and make sure that that's seen within the loss and damage context as well, so that we can. And also these, we haven't really talked about it, but I think shock responses, social protection is another area where there's been quite a lot of growth in the Caribbean, and I know that there's been some kind of mixed experience, let's say, of how quickly that can be rolled out. But we heard from the governor of the central bank here in Barbados about what they were doing to build out those systems, and I think that's really important to highlight as well as another channel to be able to get funding from government very quickly to household level. With that, I'm going to. There's a little bit of a conflab going on, so we might borrow a little bit of extra time. We have a policy statement to put together. I'm not going to try and do that on the fly, but I think we've got some kind of themes here that we have, and we have this as well, which is always incredibly useful. If someone could take a picture of this for me and send it to me, I'd be very appreciative. I think some key themes which I suspect we're going to see here as well. I've tended to get the same key themes as our supporting documenter. We talk quite a lot at the macro level, risk-based approaches that the Caribbean has actually been developing a lot of the approaches that are needed, they may be not recognized as such, but you know, disaster risk financing, we've been integrating green solutions, for example, for risk reduction. We've been exploring contingent credit lines. Climate smart reconstruction has been something that's been on the agenda here for a long time. I think the MISO level, O'Reilly, you identified that as a key gap, and I completely agree. Especially on the private sector side, how can we support that critical private sector element of the MISO level? And then at the household and community level, we need to identify both how we build awareness and understanding of the situation and how it might be changed for the better, but also how do we get financing all the way down to households and communities so it can be really impactful. And with that, I will hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Simon. And you know, we didn't get it. I forgot to remind you about the policy statement. So that's going to be your homework because I'm going to need it by the end of the day for our final wrap-up session. But I want to thank every one of you. It has been a fantastic, as anticipated, very informative, very promising discussion. We're looking forward to more of this. So we're running now swiftly against time. We have the next panel coming up right behind you. We need to get a picture taken. And can I ask the members of panel 5 to make their way to the stairs so that they can very quickly replace this group. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. So because we're running late, we're going to have to push lunch back an hour. I apologize. We will make it worth your while. We have to fit this panel in before lunch. Otherwise, you know, you'll be here after dark. So I'm asking Valerie to lead her panel on oh, Valerie's already here. Really important stuff, panel 4, so I'm looking forward to a policy statement because purposeful and action-oriented continue to be our watchwords. So Valerie, I'm going to leave you to do the introduction and everything. You're totally running this show for me. And I am going to ask you also to be mindful of the time so that we can end promptly at 2 for lunch. Yes, we will make sure to have, Kim is going to be keeping time for us. So I'll make sure that she gives you, you want it every 15 minutes, every half an hour? Every half hour. Well, when we come down to the end, we'll give you it a little more frequently. Over to you. This is panel 5. This is nature-based solutions. Our nature-based solutions, keys to building a resilient Caribbean. You have a very fine panel. I look forward to your discussion.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Diane. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to welcome my distinguished panels and you, the audience, to this important discussion on nature-based solutions, key to building a resilient Caribbean. I'm just going to give a very brief context setting before I introduce the panelists and we jump into our discussion. Yesterday, we heard that across the wider Caribbean region, climate change and natural hazards are really grueling realities. We heard about the stronger hurricanes, the floods, droughts, etc. And we also heard that managing the adverse impacts of these hazards call for actions that are not just bold, but audacious, and also effective and sustainable. And this is where we think nature-based solutions come into focus, because they've been increasingly recognized as very powerful instruments to help countries address some of their development challenges. And at its core, nature-based solutions, or NBS, is about working with nature rather than against it, protecting, restoring, and sustainably really managing ecosystems to tackle some of these societal challenges that we face, and at the same time delivering benefits for biodiversity and communities. And what makes nature-based solutions powerful is their multifunctionality. So they're not single-purpose interventions. They deliver a wide range of co-benefits, and I'm sure some of the panelists will speak to those. And nature-based solutions are also quite often effective and adaptive. And the adaptability is really critical for small island states like those in the Caribbean, given the uncertainty and the intensifying climate impacts. For the wider Caribbean, therefore, nature-based solutions is not an abstract concept. They are essential. The region is rich in natural capital, but the real challenge before us is how can nature-based systems be systematically applied through design, sustainable financing, and strong policy support. Scaling up nature-based solutions requires overcoming several barriers, and we will hear our panelists speak to some of those. So today's discussion is not just about what is possible, but also how to make it happen. We heard yesterday about rethinking, reimagining. Nature-based solutions invite us to do exactly that. We reimagine how we design our future by placing nature at the center of resilience building in the Caribbean. So I'm delighted to be moderating today's panel. It's a call to action, a discussion on nature-based solutions. And our panelists bring a wealth of expertise to help us unpack the challenges, the opportunities, and the pathways to action. So with this, let me introduce my panelists, not in any order, but we have Mrs. Karen McDonald-Gale, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. Mr. Donald Baldir Singh is an energy specialist and social entrepreneur, and also founder of technology-based Enman Group and nonprofit Carbon Zero Institute of Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Virginie Andre is a program manager at the European Union delegation in Barbados, working on issues related to disaster risk management. Ms. Nicole Leotard is the executive director of the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute. Mr. Oscar Guevara is an executive principal of the Climate Change and Biodiversity Division at the CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we have Dr. Evangeline Innes Springer, who is the director of the University of the West Indies Disaster Reduction Center. Welcome all. So I'm going to begin with a question for each of my panelists to respond to. And simply, it's like, what are the most significant benefits that NBS can provide to Caribbean communities, and include examples where you can in your responses? Now, we're going to be really good with our time, and our panelists, have 2 minutes each to respond to the questions. So I can start with Oscar.
Thank you. Well, I'll be very brief. I think that the largest economic sector in the Caribbean is tourism. And basically, in certain countries, it's up to 35% its contribution to local economy. And tourism is probably one of the best examples of how can nature provide value to an economic sector. And unless Caribbean countries, but also all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean invest more in nature-based solutions, it will be impossible to replace nature's contribution to tourism. Basically, a scenic beauty water regulation, climate regulation, coastal protection, etc., and many other benefits from nature, especially those that are linked to the economic activities and to tourism-related activities in the Caribbean are of critical importance. So about your question, I think that the best example we have in the Caribbean region is the opportunity and the need to invest in nature-based solutions in order to maintain a resilient and healthy tourism sector.
Thank you, Oscar. Excellent. Nicole?
Thank you. I'm going to be a little more philosophical and really remind us that nature-based solutions, we need to go back to what we heard yesterday from the president of the CDB. And in order to really deliver effective nature-based solutions, we need to put equity and justice at the center. And therefore, we all celebrate the ICJ and IHCHR international opinions on climate change, as we heard. But what does climate justice and climate inequities that are resulting mean at the local level? We need to translate that into a just approach to nature-based solutions and put climate justice at the center. What that means is nature-based solutions need to focus on restoring the freedoms and opportunities that local communities lose as a result of climate change. How natural ecosystems they depend on for their livelihoods and well-being need to be protected or restored to give them the opportunities for their own development. Not only the human right to a healthy environment, but the right to develop their lives, have opportunities for economic security, and so on. This requires a real shift in nature-based solutions and really looking deeply at restoring power and voice to local communities, including in design, development, and implementation of nature-based solutions. So I'd say the most important thing nature-based solutions can do in this region is really address climate injustice at the local level in a very practical way. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Donald.
Sorry. Picking up on the point about communities, I think one of the benefits that are derived from nature-based solutions, and one that we have experienced at the Carbon Zero Institute, CZIT, is community engagement. So one of our projects involves the planting of moringa trees, and we also have an app that you map the tree and it becomes traceable. And we've planted more than 6,000 moringa trees in this program. And it involves working with schools, communities, employees of businesses, and getting them involved in the activities. So then it moves from there, where they come and participate, to their homes, their schools, their offices, and we get to organically push this community of tree planting and their benefits.
Thanks, Donald.
Good morning. First, thank you to the organizers for having me here and in particular allowing me to vote. So I'm very sorry I missed yesterday, but it was important. In terms of what we've done at the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund and building on the discussion, I think the benefits of nature-based solutions are indeed hands-on results, moving from what's being said on the mic in these big conferences to actual activities on the ground. And it is important that we grow that opportunity. We heard that discussion start in the last group, and it needs to continue through that. We have nature-based solutions happening in the real world, on the ground, in terms of activities, and the National Conservation Trust funds that the CBF works with play a big part in that, as well as the work that we are doing through our ecosystem-based adaptation facility, which is funded by the German government. And just in terms of very quick ideas of results, it really does show for a community that doing something makes a difference when there's an event. And we've had examples of, in Grenada, the work that WINREF has done, having real results in terms of their exposure to hurricanes, that the community noticed the difference. Coral survivorship and work on in-situ nurseries have also been improved. So we really have been able to show actual proof of concept, whichever of the nice buzzwords you want to use, pilot studies, actually on the ground showing results. And the key now is to be able to take that easily from the demonstrations to other parts of the Caribbean. And we think that a big part of what needs to happen is how to figure out how to do that effectively and efficiently.
Thank you, Karen. Dr. Innes.
All right, thank you. So I want to go from a practical sense. And I think for nature-based solutions, the main benefit for me from where I sit is that we need to be able to recognize how we can use nature to address the issues that nature presents to us. So what does that mean? We've been talking a lot about how the changing climate is affecting us. If we think about nature and the nature-based solutions, let's say, for example, a mangrove, so we know that protective nature that brings. We are looking at, I think sometimes we get very deep in our thinking, and the things that are right before us, sometimes we miss. And when we look at how communities back in, several years back, have been able to navigate some of the challenges that they had, we have not been capturing that. So that whole local knowledge, we are bringing, I'm not saying that engineering does not have its place, of course it does. I think it's not an or, but an and. So when we go back and capture that local knowledge to be able to see where we have been able to have some wins, rather than just bringing new things to the table. I think that's one of the benefits, so it's a blessing and a curse, as they say. So when we think about a vaccine for health, we take the same disease that we're dealing with, put it in a controlled environment, and then put it back into our bodies. When we think about nature-based solutions, we have to find a way to be able to do that. I think that's the benefit that's there, but I think we'll start to unpack a little bit more in terms of what that looks like in terms of the challenges. A specific example for that would be in the BVI after Irma and Maria. The mangroves were destroyed. How did they deal with that? They went through a massive replanting of those mangroves, looking at what those protective properties are, the different types of mangroves, and that's the way that they are using nature to be able to handle some of the challenges that came from nature through the hurricanes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last spot is never the easiest one, but yesterday it was mentioned in the opening session that the best asset in the Caribbean is its people. So to me, simply, the most biggest benefit of nature-based solution is to protect people. And I'd like to evoke a little bit the social value of nature-based solution and the social return on investment. You've been asking, for example, and in St. Lucia, when we worked together on forest restoration, we could see that it provided social cohesion to communities while they were working on flood protection, but also income generation and reduce future displacement in case of crisis. So to me, really, nature-based solution is a path for advancing on people-centered approach. This being said, however, NBS should be envisaged as environment and social engineering in order to deliver. If we not intentionally plan it and manage it, we would fail.
Yeah. Thank you all. So in sum, you mentioned how in the Caribbean context, NBS can sustain economies, especially the tourism economy, protect lives, enhance well-being, mend social inequality, and reduce injustice. So directly engage communities, also demonstrate timely action with results, and we heard a lot about yesterday, and the opportunity to access and use local knowledge, and importantly, to reinforce protecting people. So I think these are really important benefits. But I want to go a little deeper to explore planning and then subsequently financing for nature-based solutions. So my question to you, Dr. Ines Springer, how can we better incorporate nature-based into disaster risk reduction planning and preparedness efforts in the Caribbean? And you have 3 minutes to respond.
Is it working now? Okay. All right. So I think the very first piece is a recognition of its importance. Once we have that embedded in our psyche, then we can start making some plans. And I want to bring some practical examples. And I'll bring an example from a meeting that we had yesterday when we were working with a country, I wouldn't call the name, to develop a country work program, some work we are doing with Sudima Casteder. And as the built environment came out as a key focus area, and we had someone from the environment recognizing the importance of having resilient infrastructure, but therein they brought up the conversation of nature-based solutions, which was very interesting because we never had in the work we're doing, I think about 11 countries, we didn't have at the disaster office level that focus on having nature-based solutions, interventions integrated in their programming from the disaster office, which means that they're tracking that as part of what they're doing at the national level, how it fits into the SEDIMA and coordinated regional CDM strategy, how it fits into the Sendai framework, also the SDGs. So from a very practical space, what that means is that the more, as persons think more about the built environment and the resilience, they're seeing the linkage to be able to ensure that the same amount of attention that you're giving to building resilient infrastructure, that you're finding a space to incorporate nature-based solutions to be able to see how both of them together can really enhance the resilience of the communities. And even within that conversations, what we were looking at is that piece that came out in terms of how do you capture that local knowledge to be able to embed it in the programming.
Thank you. That's good news, and hopefully that could snowball a sort of mind shift, that people. So, Nicole, how can local communities be actively engaged in the design, implementation, and monitoring of nature-based projects? What are you seeing on the ground? And your time is the same.
Thanks. So what we're seeing on the ground, and I'll refer people to the Caribbean Resilience Knowledge Platform, which is an online platform Canary maintains, capturing stories from around the region. We have 304 civil society-led initiatives for climate resilience captured there. And we did a study and captured 50 initiatives specifically looking at ecosystem restoration led by local communities. So all of that is lots of stories on this platform. And what we're seeing is continuation of what I would say very top-down, externally driven nature-based solution initiatives looking to involve local communities. But also what Canary really and other partners are really promoting is community-led nature-based solutions. So really shifting that rhetoric from what can be very token involvement to real leadership and giving communities that power to control their own resilience building. So a couple of specific recommendations from our analysis of where we're seeing community-led restoration initiatives in 3 buckets. 1, communities must have the ability to meaningfully participate in decision-making processes to develop the actual initiative, not simply be hired to go and plant mangroves or restore coral. They really need to be co-designing processes. This really requires very deep, meaningful engagement and paying attention to the diversity in a community, particularly those who are most vulnerable. Really, this requires strengthening of local organizations as well, so that communities can have a powerful voice in decision-making. Secondly, it's about respecting communities' concerns and including those concerns in the design of processes. Communities are sick and tired of being called to consultations and they feel their voice is not being heard. It really requires genuine attention and respect for their opinions, for their local knowledge, for their ideas, and respect for their vision of what resilience means to them. So these projects that predetermine nature-based solution approaches and objectives are really not incorporating community concerns, which really are much more about self-directed development, economic development, empowerment, a voice in political processes and decision-making about their resources. They have much more ambitious ideas about what resilience is. Also for locally led nature-based solutions, communities need to be supported to do their own assessment of risks at the local level, and therefore they can design their own solutions. So things like providing them with technology, with access to scientific information, and really supporting them to do their own assessments on the ground, we think is very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And I really encourage everyone to visit this platform because it really has it's a wealth of information, also some good lessons. And one of our weaknesses, let me flip it. One of the things we could do better is to tell our impact stories. And the platform shows how much is being done and how, it's reported on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess one of the things we need to do better is to tell our impact stories. There are lots of things happening at the community level, at various levels, but we don't tell the stories in a way that, show the changes and the improvements that we are making. So I want to throw another question out to the panelists and give each panelist at least 1 minute to respond. Yesterday we heard a lot about not dwelling on the challenges, but this time we're going to ask the panelists to give us one challenge and one solution on some of the key barriers to scaling up nature-based solutions in the Caribbean, and, well, of course, and how can those barriers be overcome? So, Virginia, I'll start with you.
Yes, thanks. First of all, I want to share that Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean have prioritized nature-based solutions as a concrete issue to be discussed, and trust me, there are barriers and challenges around both sides of the ocean. But if we talk about the Caribbean, maybe one barrier that you've requested us to identify would be the fragmented governance and unclear land tenure. For example, I'm thinking about Haiti right now. They are trying to map land tenure to work on mangrove for carbon credit, but of course it's very, very complicated. So in terms of the solution, if we want to avoid full concrete coastlines in the Caribbean, we need additional political will for nature-based solutions, especially in marine and coastal environment. That goes through fostering inclusive governance. It has been mentioned that it has to be participatory, transparent, accountable, equitable. And the need to make investment for nature much more accessible than concrete. Otherwise, things wouldn't change, let's be honest. And green and gray infrastructure will continue to be gray and gray at the end.
Okay, so I'll go with insufficient inclusion of NBS in the national policy, or even where it is included, the implementing piece of it is not strong enough to allow it to be a priority. So we talk about it, but just to pick up on what you were saying, Virginie, it's the whole thing about that, some of that policy, I wouldn't just say political, but also the policy makers' will to be able to see how it can really be incorporated. And I'll go back to what I said before, it's not an or. So we are not making a case for indicating that engineering, hard engineering, does not serve a place, because we've recognized there's definitely a place for that. So with the policies that we have, and when we are talking about resilient infrastructure, it has to be part of that conversation. So I think that lack of of will, where at the policy making level, and also ensuring that it has an adequate lens for implementation once it is included in national policies.
Thank you. I think I would add another aspect of inclusion, which is having a full national discussion on what we're looking for nature-based solutions. So there is the idea that there is government and non-government. Non-government is indeed part of the government structure. What we are doing in terms of making change, or the national structure, I should say, what we're doing in terms of making changes should include an entire national outlook that involves those on the ground that have been well explained need to be involved, finding ways of making sure that they're included, not waiting to respond to the requests or the funding, but really having that national strategy picture across the board and not fund by fund or government by government, but particularly the idea that the policymakers need to include the wider society in their discussions, both academic. We've had some really brilliant points made that are not in the government discussions here today, and really thinking wider than the next submission to a UN paper.
Thank you.
I think that the willingness of the decision makers to take risk is a barrier. My example is a manufacturing plant in Trinidad that was operating at less than 50% capacity because of its inability to manage its waste and treat it. And it was discharging liquid effluent into the stormwater drains, which was causing a lot of trouble in the community with protests and all that. We presented a nature-based solution that had been proven by another project we did, and encouraged the plant to use that solution. It would create employment, green space, and all sorts of other benefits. In the end, the plant manager used a big mechanical solution, consuming a lot of power, adding carbon emissions. But I understood that he did that because he didn't want to take the risk that our solution would fail. And a decision maker is never faulted for staying with convention, unfortunately. So they moved their capacity from less than 50% to nearer to 75%. So they're still well below what they could be producing if they had used a nature-based solution.
Just quickly, before Nicole comes in, so Donald, what would be the solution to encouraging a less risk-averse approach in this context? What would be your solution to encouraging a less risk-averse?
My solution is that we have to take the decisions really high up, where people could give comfort to the ones below who are in the firing line, and convince them at another level to, even if they go with some of their conventional solutions, at least give this a try to see what the benefits could be.
Go ahead. So if I'm thinking about barriers to locally led, to community-led nature-based solutions, the obvious one of access to resources. And Sasha Jatan Singh talked very well about the issue of climate finance needing to get to the local level and the use of intermediaries, for example. There's also access to technology and scientific knowledge, which I mentioned earlier. Yes, local and indigenous knowledge is important, but they need tools to collect and document that knowledge, as well as to integrate that with scientific knowledge. But thirdly, people have talked about policy. And policy support is needed for locally led nature-based solutions in terms of giving communities permissions to work on the spaces, whether it's land or coastal space, to do restoration, to do stewardship that they work. And governments need to enable communities to play that stewardship role. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll start by sharing with you an experience that I have 3 or 4 years ago when the head of a major environmental fund says that the amount of money that we invest in protecting biodiversity, which is roughly around $100 billion a year, is the same amount of money that we spent on ice cream. So I say, is that real? So I talk with him, we check the numbers, and it's roughly the same. And the year after, he started his conference with the same quote, that, you know, the amount of money that we spent protecting biodiversity is roughly the same amount of money that we invest in pets' food. I said, really? And I checked the numbers again, and it's almost the same. It's around $120 billion a year. So that's maybe to say that probably we are investing a lot of money on ice cream and in pets' food, but no, it's that we are not investing enough money on protecting biodiversity. And not only protect biodiversity, but also in how we protect biodiversity's benefit to people and economy. And basically the barrier, my first intention was to talk about the governance and how fragmented governance is an issue, but it was addressed in the first comment. So, and I'm also work for a multilateral development, so I should talk about money. And definitely we do not invest the amount of money that is needed to reverse the loss, the tendency on biodiversity loss. So you're asking me about solutions. Another thing is that nature-based solutions are not something that but requires long-term investment. That's one thing, and one of the barriers that we are encouraging our stakeholder countries is to actually address the problem of fragmented governance that actually will allow us to establish long-term finance mechanisms for nature-based solutions, which, in the same context, will allow us to de-risk investment, because investment in nature-based solutions is perceived as a risk investment. And because of that, most of the money that is invested in nature-based solutions is through philanthropy, not in investment, expecting return on capital return on that investment, but also the possibility to include multiple financing instruments like green bonds, blended finance, bring in more investment for private sector, and that kind of ideas. So just to summarize my intervention on the question that you addressed, I think that we need a lot more innovation on how we finance nature-based solutions. And innovation doesn't mean that we propose something entirely new that no one has made anywhere in the world. Is that actually there are very good ideas that we haven't tested in the Caribbean. There are many good ideas that can actually work here. And innovation means that we bring them into the table, bring them into the discussion, and test how they can be applied effectively.
Thank you, Oscar. So I guess people have a good understanding of the benefits of pets and ice cream. So maybe what we really need to do is to, help understand the risks and the impacts associated with not investing or scaling up investments in nature-based solutions. So yeah, several barriers have been proposed as well as solutions, and I suspect the lack of or inadequate financing or financial resources is one of the material barriers. And again, listening to the conversations yesterday, finance is always, the under, what would I say? Yeah, so the foundation of a lot of the needs. So, Virginie, I want to ask you, what are the EU's priorities for supporting nature-based solutions in the Caribbean, and what specific funding mechanisms are available?
Thank you. So as the European Union, we identified three priorities that we are supporting. First is supporting the countries to meet their nationally determined contribution and nature-based solution action plans. The second one is supporting ecosystems resilience through disaster risk reduction. And the third one is enabling just transition through blue and green economies. So what are the funding mechanisms that we have at this time for this? First of all is our European Union Caribbean partnership on resilience. We have a series of demand-driven programs managed by World Bank, CDB, CDMA, UN agencies, etc. And the important about this is that we can have dialogues with countries and where nature-based solutions can be integrated and are integrated, and we are funding this and supporting this. Then, through also the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, to which Germany and the European Union are also contributing. Then we have a global program called Horizon Europe. It's a call open for non-European research centers. The calls are usually coming out in September, so it's perfect timing. I'm available to answer any question on this later on. And then we are also, through the European Investment Bank, as you could see yesterday, unlocking green finance for nature-based solution projects. And finally, I have good perspectives because we are working on global gateway for nature-based solutions. And I understand that already some Caribbean countries are on the pipeline to discuss this with the European Union for future action.
Thank you, Virginie. Oscar, back to you from CAF. Could you tell us what's CAF's strategy for supporting nature-based projects in the Caribbean and what types of financing instruments are available?
I will start by the top message. CAF's mission is to be the green bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. So that is not only something that sounds good, but actually reflects that we need to invest in projects, operations, policies that make a positive impact on both climate and biodiversity. So that requires that from the beginning, from the ideas that countries, our shareholder countries presented to CAF or co-designed with CAF, should think and should start planning from the very beginning how this project will have a positive impact. It's not just that projects comply with local regulation. It's actually meaning that green finance requires that we anticipate which positive impact we have on both climate and biodiversity. And that is a significant change in the way we operate, because when you move beyond compliance and when you are accountable of the money that you are investing in the region, then you proactively start addressing challenges like biodiversity loss, how to reduce carbon emissions, how to promote resilient investment, and how to reduce disaster risk. So that's important. But particularly on the context of nature-based solutions in the Caribbean, in Central America, in South America, we want to establish a dialogue with our shareholder countries to understand that nature-based solutions are beyond the creation or expansion of protected areas or restoration of ecosystems. It's actually, there are many opportunities to put nature in the center of solutions to address poverty, inequality, unemployment, etc. Disaster risk reduction, of course, climate adaptation. But they are complex projects. And that's why we think that CAF can add value to those projects, because actually multilateral development banks like CAF are created for complex issues, for integration of regions, to foster dialogue, to reinforce multilateral agreements, etc., and to mobilize resources also from green funds like the Adaptation Fund, the GEF, the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund, and others. So we are here to support countries in order to formulate complex projects on nature-based solutions, and the possibility also to scale the geographical scale and the financial scale of such projects.
Thank you, Oscar. And I think integrating nature-based solutions require some of the sort of innovation and research if we are to achieve, again, I go back to these audacious, big, hairy, audacious goals that we heard about yesterday. So I want to ask Evangeline, and then subsequently, any of the panelists who want to add to whatever Dr. Springer will say. UWI's Disaster Risk Reduction Center is a great source of research for the Caribbean, and you've been witness to a series of success stories. So could you tell us what are the key challenges that faculty and researchers face when developing successful models for the region's nature-based solutions, and how can these challenges be alleviated? Tell us that in about 3 minutes.
Okay, so I don't think the challenge is in developing, because we have our researchers at the various level, early researchers all the way through, and our postgrad students, even some of our undergrad. So the ideas are there. We have, in some cases, been able to do some piloting. I think the challenge comes in scaling up those pilots and moving from the idea towards being able to actually implement the solution on the ground. And what I think for me is a big challenge, and it's not only in the MBS space, but it's in the space generally, allowing researchers or persons with ideas to be able to go through, and I think it goes back to the whole risk aversion. When you have an idea, there is a very strong possibility that as you're rolling out and scaling up the idea, it may not be implemented in the way that you conceptualize it. Donors, I'm looking over here by you, like EU, perhaps donors generally, the space is not there for us to be able to have that incubator for, I don't want to call it failure, but for lack of a better term, as we are going into lunch, for us to be able to safely fail forward. We have seen several interventions, and if you go back to health, we know of a particular drug that was being used for high blood pressure, but of course it's being used, it failed that, but something else was used, it was being used for something else. So we have to have a safe space for those ideas to be scaled up and to be built into the resourcing, a space for that to happen. But more so than that, I think what also we need to be able to do, and what we are trying to do from the DRRC, from the disaster risk reduction lens, is to be able to connect the research that our students and researchers are doing with the country. So if the country is saying to us, this is a solution that we want to be able to solve, so that we have this space where persons can extract ideas that once they are finished, we've worked through them, we've had all the research, we've had the proof of concept, etc., that we then have a space to be able to implement that idea. I don't think we have that structure as formalized as we would want it to do. So just to sum that up, one, resources to be able to allow those ideas to move through the entire natural progression, recognizing that the idea may not be implemented the way it was developed, because once you start to roll it out, it's going to look different. And then two, that the ideas and the research that we are doing in higher education institutions like the UE, that they have a space in the countries. So once we have them, once we've done the research, that it can then hit the ground in the country and translate into action rather than sitting in a document on somebody's computer.
So really making sure that the research is aligned with country needs, and then the flexibility to shift, so you have what you call kind of information. Now, in my haste to sort of move forward, because I'm so conscious of time, I missed, there were questions I wanted to ask Karen and Donald relating to finance. So I want to just shift back to the finance perspective and then continue with the research. So Karen, how important are conservation trust funds in supporting the long-term financing of NBS projects in the Caribbean? And if you could give us 1 or 2 examples.
Thank you, and hopefully I'll explain a little more that actually links back to some of the ideas in terms of the idea of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund is it is a regional conservation trust fund, and that's the term I want you all to make sure and go out and research. Conservation trust funds are designed across the globe as flexible private entities designed, well, open to design and flexibility in terms of what's possible in terms of financing mechanisms, hopefully being able to work with both government, non-government, private partners to come up with ideas for long-term sustainable solutions. In this case of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund at the regional level. And what we were mandated to do and have done is set up national level conservation trust funds, doing the exact same thing in right now 12 countries in the Caribbean. So there are private-based entities that work with governments as well as civil society and academia to think of financing opportunities for the Caribbean region and for their individual countries. What we did in that design was then to say that each of those national level conservation trust funds are independent and autonomous. We will give you regular funding through the endowment that we received, so you have a pot and you are existing and there for the long term. But then the idea is that each national level conservation trust fund, and indeed CBF at the regional level, will go out and look for funding opportunities that make sense for your country or the region. And that's indeed what we are doing now. So the examples of the ecosystem-based adaptation projects that I mentioned are now where the countries have, the grantees from various countries, local, national, sub-regional, have come back to us with exactly what you've been hearing, their own ideas of what can work in terms of ecosystem adaptation results in their countries, and we can show and demonstrate that it can continue. I wanted to showcase all of that to then say one of the challenges is, because these are national level, independent, autonomous conservation trust funds, they've all been doing different things. So we still have this issue of how are we as a region figuring out together what makes sense for working on sustainable finance mechanisms. And indeed, in the design of sustainable finance mechanisms across the Caribbean region, there is a lot of discussion that needs to take place in terms of seeing what's out there already, what can work, and indeed what can work for the Caribbean region. And it's been an interesting challenge for us to walk through that process. For example, we are working on a new endowment sub-account, which will focus on marine protected areas and funding them. And my question has always been to that group, I don't want to know about the MPAs that exist now. When a new person comes 10 years from now, a new MPA manager for a new MPA, we need to have what's there ready and in place and set up. And that is indeed a challenge because there are so many challenges now, but also because we are very, very used to every time there is a new issue, we have a new fund or we have a new process that we need to set up. So my idea and what we spent a lot of time at the CBF doing is ground truthing to ask questions about what exists, what can work, and indeed that is my encouragement for us as we're moving forward. How do we work? The question of capacity development really is, with the capacity we do have, how do we move forward for the Caribbean region? And indeed, with the funding we have now, but also looking for other funding. So it's the conservation trust funds as private entities, but it is also those who are already really doing strong work on the ground in the countries. I think Liz's quote on what happens next is an interesting one because we really I have been literally told, why are you working with them? They get enough money already. They're already doing things. And if we continue with that, don't work with them because they're doing well, work with somebody else, we are not looking at the bigger picture. So I really want that ground truthing and mapping discussion to move us to the step of how do we make sense of what we want to see 10 years from now for making sure this continues. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Donald, in your work with the Carbon Zero Institute, tell us how nature-based solutions have been integrated into carbon offset projects to generate revenue for conservation and community development, and maybe share some examples, if there are any specific examples from Trinidad and Tobago or other regions that you can explore?
Well, my answer to the first part is no, I cannot, because we do not have good examples of nature-based solutions playing the role that they could play. And our issue is not money in Trinidad. It's not availability of money. It's application of it and freeing it up. So we have a green fund that has more than $1 billion United States dollars in it. But I like to focus on the industry because that's where I came from, and I could talk to the players there. So we are one of the world's biggest producers of ammonia. But for every ton of ammonia we produce, we put 2.5 tons of CO2 into the atmosphere. And we really need to encourage, legislate the producers to become part of the solution. And we've been promoting nature-based solutions for them. Now, an ammonia plant will cost something like $300 million US to build. And we are talking about a $300,000 project that makes a dent on the emissions and sequesters some of the carbon. Sometimes they think that those things are too small and they're looking for big solutions. And we really need to get to a tipping point. You know, to use Marla's literally brilliant analogy, instead of having to light one candle, we need to light many candles at the same time to create the enlightenment that we need. And I hope that these kinds of fora will cause us all to be acting more in concert. I found out so much in the last day and a half that I didn't know before. So we certainly need to be spreading this message more.
Thanks. And staying with you, Donald, do you have any ideas on how we could create new markets or revenue streams for ecotourism, sustainable agriculture, carbon credits, to ensure long-term financial viability?
Thanks very much. I'm never short on ideas, you know. So we at CZ developed an app for farmers. It uses artificial intelligence to advise a specific farmer on actions they could take for climate-smart agriculture. And the next upgrade to the app will be actually measuring the climate impact of the farm. And then we could put that to funding sources to incentivize the farmers that are taking steps towards reducing their climate impact and, in fact, turning it into more positive. So we have something called the CZ Living Lab at the Arboretum in Chaguaramas in Trinidad, where we are planting, and we planted 100 moringa trees with the help of CRIF. And I'll show you, if you come by my laptop, pictures of Gina and Jamala in the mud planting trees with us. And we have interns from CRIF who are measuring the rate of growth of the trees. So they're planting these trees, for example, in February, and they are now 13 feet tall, these moringa trees. So we're measuring the impact. Now, one of our partners in Canada has received carbon credits, tradable carbon credits, and is assisting us with creating carbon offsets. For the time being, we have to stay in the voluntary market. It's just too long and drawn out to try to get certified offsets. But there are many companies that if you give them a credible proof of an offset, that they will contribute and they will put it into their reports and so on. So I think that is where we have the opportunity now, in that voluntary market. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, CAF is constantly reviewing investment opportunities. Oscar, do you think that countries are ready to accept investments to increase the number of nature-based solutions in their territories? And what could be some of the challenges?
Yes, I think I will start by one of the comments from the previous speaker, is that it's about incentives. Incentives is a concept that not only applies for for communities or for investors in the private sector or for governments. It's a concept that we should apply to the whole spectrum of stakeholders linked to nature-based solutions. So the question is, if we do have the right incentives to scale up and to mobilize more financial resources on nature-based solutions, and the answer is probably no. We don't have the incentives in the right place. So because, and I will give you some examples. The majority of nature's contribution to people and economy are irreplaceable. If we lost them, we will lose them forever, or it will cost huge amounts of money and time to replace them. So if we lose the scenic beauty of the coast in the Caribbean, we cannot replace them. What should we do? We lose the coast, or we lose healthy ecosystems that actually are linked to the productivity of the oceans. Or I have another example. I see a colleague and friend here from Panama. If we experience a couple of years ago that the watershed that is linked to the Panama Channel was affected because of changes in precipitation, but also because the water regulation capacity of the ecosystems that are part of the watershed in the Panama Channel was significantly affected. Despite of how good is the infrastructure of Panama Channel, which is one of the wonders of engineering in the world, it loses its capacity to operate. It doesn't matter how much money you invest in gray infrastructure, in concrete. If the watershed is not working properly, the Panama Channel doesn't work properly. So we need to invest a lot more on nature-based solutions on that watershed. But it also happens in coastal ecosystems, in marine ecosystems, etc. So we need to find the right incentives to mobilize more money on that. And I do have another example, is that I've been working with the environmental sector for quite a long time. And I have the opportunity to work with countries that declare protected areas, terrestrial protected areas, coastal protected areas, marine protected areas all around the world. And most of the protected areas were declared because it's unique biodiversity value. There are endemic species, threatened species, unique ecosystems. But right now, most of the money that we can provide to safeguard biodiversity and to sustainably manage those ecosystems represented in protected areas is coming from climate, from the climate agenda. Because everybody's looking how much carbon is stored in ecosystems, which has actually no relation on how these areas were declared at the beginning. These areas were declared because of its biodiversity value. And right now they are very important because of how much carbon do you have there. And now the incentive to safeguard those important places is carbon. And that's just an example of how incentives work. And now what we are aiming in CAF, but also together with partners, and I love the work that biodiversity funds are doing around the world, is actually to align those incentives so we can enhance the role of nature, not only to safeguard biodiversity, but as all my fellow friends here in the panel, is how nature can actually provide benefits for people, for local communities, for economies. So the work that we try to do, especially in CAP, is how those incentives can actually incentivize investment.
Thanks, Carlos. I mean, there really appears to be an inadequate understanding of the co-benefits of nature-based solutions, and it's quite critical that that is addressed, if I can see, even along the whole value chain of what, what can come out of that. I want to ask you, Virginie, you work closely with governments. How do you think governments can ensure that nature-based solutions or projects that support nature-based solutions are properly maintained and protected over the long term? What are some of the issues that could possibly arise?
Governance, as we heard, is essential. So the success would depend essentially on the institutionalization of nature-based solutions in two avenues. The first one is embedding them in national budgets, policies, dedicated funds, as we heard, or innovative financing, like the payment of ecosystem services, etc. And the second avenue would be the building capacity at local government and community level, outreach to public education on benefits of nature-based solutions, and the importance also of compliance. But the maintenance shouldn't be only relying on external funding. It has to become part on how public infrastructure is planned and funded, with the nature-based solution considered in roads, drainage, utilities. Some of the challenges that may arise for government is, of course, and we heard it, limited resources, fragmented governance with different responsibilities involved, illegal activities that would hinder the processes, political and economic pressure that would prevail against conservation measures, climate change impact, and the lack of data. Even if the lack of data, well, I think for most of the solution and nature-based solutions, there is a research that corresponds to that, and sometimes the data is there, but it's not taken into account. And finally, I would say one of the challenges that can come out is social equity issues. If the people were not genuinely, and genuinely is the important word there, taken into consideration at the moment of designing the process.
As Nicole schooled me earlier on, it's not about involving the meaningful conversation, how you engage and the people. Karen, the Biodiversity Fund has a unique position in that it allows you to observe the development of projects across the Caribbean. What in your experience, or I should say in your experience, can you point out any main challenges and approaches to solve those issues, those challenges that people running nature-based solution projects, related projects find when initiating those projects?
Thank you. I think it's a discussion of full investment, and this is a number of investment ideas. One is investment of time. There's always normally a rush. We need to do it for funding. We need to be able to say it was done by this time frame. And the reality of nature-based solutions is there may not be the level of results in a short time frame. Coral restoration is a good example. Mangrove restoration as well. Restoration is not the planting of the mangrove. It's when the entire ecosystem has improved, the habitat has improved. And that is not normally a 2 to 3 year time frame. So there's an issue of timing in nature-based designs, and we have to figure out how we go beyond that idea of 3-year results to longer term results and restoration incentives. There's also, as we've been discussing in the room, the real idea of risk. Those of us who do project writing, there's always a line for assumptions and risks, and we always put climate change or there will be a disaster. When there's a real disaster, of course, it then means donors get anxious, people get anxious, the results won't happen in that time frame, and that probably is not well accounted for in short-term designed projects. I also wanted to add particularly the idea of investments and costs. Again, in the typical project scenario, there's a discussion of making sure you only spend so much on salaries and you only spend so much on operational costs. Some of the strongest NGOs that we have working are strong and need to continue operating. And if there are those limitations on how they best design their own projects, we don't get the best out of our partners. And that's not only, and NGOs in the widest sense, beneficiaries of funds of donor agencies. So the idea of really making an investment is much more than a project. It has to be what makes sense for the organization you're trying to support, for the longer time frame you're trying to work through, and for thinking through what would work for the long-term scenario of sustainable financing for the real results you're looking for. Thank you.
Thanks. So some patient financing, realistic scheduling, and also sustainability of the institutions and not just the projects. Look at it as a whole. Nicole, have you seen in your work thus far any unintended consequences when nature-based solutions are applied or attempted? And if that is possible. But if so, how can you avoid them? Or tell us what the experience is.
Thank you. So there's such a thing as maladaptation, where, despite best intentions to restore nature, you can actually have a negative impact. But I'm not going to go into that. I'm going to more go into where nature-based solutions, unfortunately, can actually continue or exacerbate climate injustices and inequities that communities are facing, or create new injustices and inequities. And there are three types I'm going to highlight. I really want to focus on this justice in nature-based solutions. So the first type is recognitional justice, if there are any lawyers in the room, where we don't adequately recognize the human rights dimension. Right to healthy environment, as I mentioned, right to livelihood, right to food and water, right to culture. And those are not factored in as central to NBS design and implementation. Too often we see in nature-based solutions emphasizing that ecosystem and biodiversity side, which is important, but too much of a focus on that can disregard the rights and injustices facing local communities. The second area is distributional justice, where nature-based solutions may not adequately take into consideration the very specific vulnerabilities where multiple identities intersect. So, for example, an elderly female farmer would have multiple layers of oppression she is facing. And we need to make sure nature-based solution initiatives are designed understanding the nuances and oppressions. There's no community that's homogeneous. And too often we're treating communities as a homogeneous entity, and sometimes working with elites in a community and forgetting about working with the elderly or youth or disabled. So we need to be very sensitive to who is most vulnerable when we design and implement projects. But really commonly, procedural injustices, where in the region, unfortunately, communities still have a very weak voice in decision-making about resilient strategies, and they often have nature-based solutions imposed on them by external agents. There is, secondly, an inadequate transparency and information on how the initiative is being implemented, how communities are being impacted. Very often, communities are receiving stipends for manual labor, as I said. That is not participation, it's not engagement, it's not communities co-leading or leading. And accountability has come up. And nature-based solutions should be accountable to local communities to ensure that it's delivering benefits to them. So I'm really asking for us to shift our thinking to community-centered approaches for nature-based solutions, focusing on equity and justice. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole. So you're talking about considering holistic approaches, really recognizing the intersectionality of all those dimensions, and accountability and transparency. And we hope, since the approach we would take would be one of inclusion, that communities would be would know what these measures for accountability would be. So I have one, before we go into, if I open the floor for a couple questions, And before we end with the recommendations to guide the policy, the policy statement, we've discussed benefits of nature-based solutions. We talked about barriers, challenges, potential solutions to address those challenges, some of the approaches to scale up nature-based investments. I think it's also important to measure progress and to ensure that we're on the right track. So my final question to all of the panelists, and if you don't choose to respond, that's okay as well, because each one of you will have 1 minute to respond. What does success look like, right? So the specific question is, what indicators should we use to measure the success and sustainability of nature-based solution-related projects? What would that look like to you? Right or wrong answer? Just can start.
Yeah, it will be less than 1 minute. Just sharing that as the European Union, we use the IUCN global standard. And I think there are more than 28 indicators, etc. And we support the application of the standard through an application. But my point really is to say that we should avoid over complexity of indicators, making impossible to evaluate the benefit of the nature-based solution implemented, and then making an easy access for and much easier way for green infrastructure to be funded. So, thank you.
I'm really struggling with this one because it takes me back to people. And I'm not sure I'm trying to write that indicator in my head, and I'm not sure we can do a really good job at it. But what I think we need to do is and I think it's coming from this side a lot, ensuring that whatever we do as an indicator, it is co-developed with the community that the NBS is supposed to really protect.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the same, but I would say 10, 15, 20-year shows demonstration of growth done by a Caribbean organization.
Thank you.
Understanding that we're dealing with anthropogenic issues, I like to dive into the organizations that could be causing some of the issues. And the KPIs, unfortunately, conflict within the organization. So you could have the HSE people wanting to implement a nature-based solution, but the operations people don't want any of these things happening in their plant or in their business. The finance people don't want to spend any money that they don't absolutely have to. And the corporate level people, well, they get hit with it when it affects the community, and they have to come back into the organization and resolve the issues of all these conflicting KPIs. So somehow we have to get them more organized in understanding their impacts, and that it's a whole of organization sort of position they have to take to resolve it.
Thanks, Donna.
So keeping with my theme about justice at the center of nature-based solutions, it's very difficult and dependent on the local context, but ideas for what justice and equity indicators could be are things like stronger local organizations who are able to express collective agency in decision-making, looking at economic development at the local level, micro-enterprise development in particular, strengthening local businesses, value chain development, access to markets, access to financing, and building policies and systems which enable locally led nature-based solutions and communities to be involved. So we can develop indicators, but they need to be locally context-specific. Thank you.
This probably will not sound good, but I will say it anyway. I don't think we need unique indicators for nature-based solutions. I think that if we are promoting and trying to invest more in nature-based solutions for reducing poverty in communities that has a nature-based dependent livelihoods, we should measure in the same way we are measuring social indicators. We don't need unique indicators to find out if nature is contributing to reduce poverty. If we are investing in nature to protect coastal places, if we are investing, for example, in restoring mangroves, we know how to measure ecological integrity of mangroves. And we know how to measure stability in coastal places. We just use them to find out if nature-based solutions are working, both for the ecosystem and both for the coastal protection. And it applies in the same. If we are investing in ecosystems that are critical for water regulation, for providing fresh water for cities, we can measure how well is performing those ecosystems, particularly in high mountain ecosystems. We know how to measure, again, ecological integrity, connectivity, the amount of money that is being regulated by those ecosystems. There's nothing unique and new on those nature-based solutions. We just need to find out how we apply existing knowledge and existing indicators in order to actually keep track of if nature-based solutions are in place and are providing benefits for people and for the economy.
Thank you. So essentially, tailored to the context of the project or program, whatever, and based on the intended outcomes that you want, that you're looking for, or the changes that you're anticipating. And of course, the point you made, Oscar, it just reinforces again the linkages or the interlinkages between the social, the economic, and the environmental aspects. So thank you all. I would like to really thank my panelists. And don't be so fast. We still have some time. But we wanted to first open up to the floor if there are one or two questions. And then in summary, when we're really closing, Diane, for each of the panelists to provide us with at a minimum of two, well, at least maximum 2 recommendations each to support or promote nature-based in the Caribbean. So if there are any questions online or in the room, we would take them. If not, we would just ask our panelists to give us 2 recommendations to support nature-based solutions in the Caribbean, and then we will close the session.
Do we have time for that?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
You're very good with our
You're
time.
watching, you're good. Okay.
Oh, yes, we
very
were.
good. All right, go right ahead. No
Okay.
questions from the floor.
So, panelists, let me start with Oscar. Thanks. Just 2 recommendations.
Yeah, I strengthen your dialogue and conversations with the ministries of finance. We need their support in order to both innovate in the ways we can finance nature, but actually how we can mobilize and keep track on the impact of what we are doing on investing in nature-based solutions. So if we partner and we establish good understanding with ministries of finance, then it will make our work much easier in mobilizing financial resources to nature-based solutions.
Thank you. Too quickly, nature-based solutions have to put equity, justice, human rights at the center. We need to move away from purely technocratic approaches and make sure nature-based solutions are not exacerbating and adding inequities and injustices, but are actually helping to address them. Second recommendation is supporting locally led nature-based solutions. So moving away from ideas about involving local communities to supporting them to lead and co-lead, and putting what's in place to support them to do that. Thank you.
I recommend that we seek out the nature-based solutions where they exist, because many times people are involved in a solution without understanding that it's a nature-based solution. And also celebrate the ones that are succeeding so that it will inspire others to get involved, publicize them and celebrate them.
That's actually one of mine. So very quickly, what exists already, what's working, how do we build on that? And the other is the idea of long-term investment versus project to project, really thinking about what we want to see as nature solutions beyond 5 years.
So I think, without actually repeating, so the whole thing about unpacking this whole thing about the MBSs and recognizing that this is not something new. We have, as you said, quite some history there and what that looks like. Moving away from some of the silos, really bringing that conversation together with the collaborative efforts and looking towards transdisciplinary work, but the whole piece about sustainable financing and de-emphasizing that focus on outputs, project outputs and deliverables, and more about the impact and the outcome.
On my side, all that have been said. Additionally to that, just improve the local implementation capacities by also accompanying this by national and regional planning intentionally on how to sustain this and don't leave all the responsibility at local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my excellent panel. Kept time, even left time for the audience to have an earlier lunch than was intended. And thank you for the recommendations, because they would really help position nature-based solutions not only as environmental interventions, as they're sometimes seen, but also as economic and social investments, as all of you have stressed, to support resilience, livelihoods, and sustainable growth. So with that, I will hand over to Diane. I'm not going to try to summarize. I will do the homework, Diane.
No, no, that's great. I'm fine with that. And there's a beautiful summary, a beautiful visual that summarizes your panel that for everybody to enjoy. I think they deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you all very much. Extremely important, and I'm very happy that this policy statement was completed efficiently, right on point, and in such an excellent participatory fashion. It was a very interesting panel. I invite you all to stand for the photograph here before you leave the stage. Folks, we have lunch next door from 2 until 3. As you can see, we are now 1 hour lagging. We're 1 hour behind, so I'm going to ask you to be very disciplined in moving next door to get lunch out of the way so that we can be back in here at 3 o'clock sharp so that we can try to keep the time as best we can, even though we're already an hour out. For those of our participants online, I want you to know that we will be continuing, as we did yesterday, a very successful series of engagements with Julian Rogers, our eminent Caribbean journalist, who will be interviewing a number of our participants here to get their perspectives on the important subjects that we're addressing. So have a good lunch. I will see you at 3 o'clock.
And we're continuing the special coverage of the second Wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference 2025 here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Actually, we're not even in Bridgetown. We're all the way at Sam Royce Castle in the southernmost tip, literally, of Barbados. But we've had some very interesting discussions and panels going on yesterday and again today as they resume the sessions. So always when everybody here goes to lunch, we know that you online may be able to nip out and get something to eat, but you're also interested in staying with us. And when I say lunch here, it may be evening for you or afternoon or night or whatever, because we're in so many time zones around the world. So very happy to have you join us. I'm Julian Rogers, and I'm going to talk to a number of people in this break, so to speak. First up is Lisa Harding from the Caribbean Development Bank. She's driving the private sector initiative at the bank. We got to talk to her about the risk involved in providing this service. Welcome to you.
Thank you so much, Julian, and thanks for having me.
The word is risk. And I think about the private sector, and I know there are risks involved. How do you address that particular concern and challenge, really, in the private sector as a resource for the Caribbean Development Bank?
Okay, that's a great question. And this is something that we've been battling with, I think, for a while. SMEs have been inherently deemed as high-risk ventures. But I think if we take a step back, while there may be some risk involved in the private sector, I think we have to look at it as how can we, look at calculated risk, i.e., how do we balance the risks that are inherent in business, because business, let's face it, is risk. Right now we have situations where, for example, look at the tariff situation. An MSME that would have made a purchase for shipment of goods, in just overnight, you've seen shipping costs quadruple. Those are risks. Those are real risks involved in business. But how do we, understanding that there's still risks, help to mitigate those risks or help to de-risk the private sector, recognizing the important role they play in our economies? Because let's face it, in most of our borrowing member countries of the CDB, the private sector makes up to 90% of the businesses across the sector in terms of job creation, because the public sector does not absorb or can't absorb. And therefore, the private sector is really an important part of the regional development agenda. So while there are risks involved, it's how do we manage, mitigate, and help to really, how do we mitigate those risks involved? So what we are doing are a number of, at the CDB, there are a number of initiatives to do that. One, of course, involves on the MSME side, helping to build their own capacity to be able to absorb credit better, to make better financial decisions, to be more technically sound, et cetera, to take advantage of opportunities as well. And of course, on the financing side, we've also been working with the financial sector to help them to be able to respond to the needs of the private sector in a more meaningful way, and to also develop products, financial products, that would be more in keeping with, as I said, that to de-risk the sector.
Are you providing, for instance, financial guarantees?
Yes, we are. So some of the innovative financial instruments include guarantees, and we would have recently approved a trade finance instrument, which is very, very important, again, as a de-risking mechanism to really allow that trapped capital to be able to flow to SMEs.
Now, I know you're talking about, small to medium enterprises here, and you're working through other agencies on the ground. Is it that you are in a better position to provide a far larger quantum of funding and support than is possible before?
So we have raised the ambition of the private sector at the bank. We have increased our staff complement in the area, and what we're doing is building a lot of strategic partnerships with other donors to be able to collaborate and be able to, engage in activities that we will be able to scale and to create greater impact. So that is one of the, how we have been approaching really going after the private sector in a more aggressive way. Again, a lot of it is through strategic partnerships.
Are you also preparing people for the global market?
Of course. So, as I mentioned, we have a number of programs, and I will just maybe reference one at the moment. We have launched a women's economic program called She Trades, which is in collaboration with the International Trade Center. And that particular program provides a lot of technical support to women-led and owned firms. We recently launched a grant facility to support those women-led firms, and we just awarded 20 female women-led firms with grant support to be able to build their export capacity and access new markets.
Now, you've had this operation going on for how long? The service within the bank?
Our MSME team, CTCS, has been around for over 25 years. So that is the kind of bread and butter program of the bank. She Trades was launched around 2 years ago. We also have the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund on the heels of CaribFesta last week that also supports entrepreneurs in the orange economy.
When people hear you talk about this kind of support, they say, "Oh, maybe that's for big enterprises." That's an unfair assessment. Am I correct?
Yes, it is. We work at, again, recognizing that the private sector is not homogenous. We have specific programs that are tailored to the nature of the business and the scale and the part of the business life cycle. So we do have initiatives that focus on startups, and we also have initiatives that work with those in the kind of small and medium range, and we also work with larger enterprises that have different requirements to scale as well.
When you talk first about providing support, you made the point that you really want to make sure that they are a business, a proper functioning business. Mm-hmm. What is that service like?
So we do not work generally directly with SMEs. We work with partners. So we work with chambers of commerce, accelerators, universities, etc., and we would provide funding for projects or programs which would then redound to the individual SME. What we are doing now with the direct financing, which is a new and evolving approach from the bank, is to get a little bit more involved in direct financing of projects. But those are, again, not on the very micro or small size companies, but more larger businesses involved in projects that have the potential to really create significant developmental impact. So those would be projects in terms of renewable energy, agribusiness, food security, digitalization, water and sanitation, etc.
If I told you to give me one good example of the impact of this work, are you allowed to identify?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
So we have done, this is a project that is, I guess, one of my pet projects. Mm-hmm. We have supported a project in St. Lucia where there were young boys who were incarcerated, and as part of their rehabilitation, we were supporting them to get into mushroom production. And I think that is a very, not only is it touch the bucket of food security and an innovation in terms of the agri-sector, but of course the social impact that project also has on young boys in the communities.
So you feel fussy?
I think that is one that is, just special.
Lisa Harding, thank you very much for coming and sharing with us, and all the very best as you continue to drive the private sector effort on behalf of the Caribbean Development Bank.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Harding joining us here at a very significant point of the discussion about risk across the wider Caribbean, and looking particularly at the work of the bank in responding to those risks by providing the kind of framework and foundation and support for development of the private sector across this Caribbean. Great story about those young people in St. Lucia. I'm sure they'll be encouraged to have more examples like that across our region. We're here at the second Wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference. We are online now with our audience across the world, or around the world would be a better way to put it, as we continue to talk and have chats with a number of people who are attending the conference itself. And in fact, we're going to turn our attention now to one of those people at the very heart of the work of preparation for this meeting, and also give him an opportunity to talk about his specific work at the Caribbean Development Bank. And we're very happy to welcome back Stefano Capodigli, who is the risk manager at the CDB. Welcome back, my friend. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Day one is gone. You're into day two.
Yes.
What do you say about it?
Well, it's been a great success so far. We have had amazing feedback from the audience, both online and in presence. We have received several interesting encouragement for the future and for making this a more regular appointment, a regular opportunity for people to learn more, to share more, and also, as I said, to test your assumptions. So very important.
You're driving the risk agenda at the bank.
Yes.
I want you to spend a little time talking about that overall agenda, the kind of strategies deployed, and the challenges along the way.
Sure. Thank you for the question. This is really, really important. So at CDB, risk management is approached in a holistic, dynamic, and agile way. We are aware, and we have discussed this in this conference, and we wanted this from this conference also to come out. Risk is a dynamic concept. It's an intertwined, so the risks are intertwined. You cannot approach risk in isolations. And at CDB, we approach this strategically from the perspective of the bank for making sure that the bank optimize his capital at risk and make sure that create more resources for the benefit of the countries, of the borrowing member countries. At the same time, we help the countries themselves to optimize their risk and their management of risk in order to as well to de-risk themselves. And as we discussed yesterday in our conference on the sovereign risk, implement advanced de-risking solutions that help manage better their risk profile and eventually benefit from better market confidence because of the improvement of the rating from the rating agencies.
Give us, Stefano, an example of how you had identified the risk and then fashion a response.
Yeah, well, one risk identified is the high debt and high cost of debt of our countries. We know well. So one of the big important risk strategy that we are working on, and we have example of other MDBs that already done, but we want to do in a more regional way, is approaching the matter of debt and the cost of debt with a specific instrument called debt for resilient debt for sustainability swaps, or debt for conversion, or debt conversion. So the objective is to make sure that the cost of debt will be reduced, because most of our countries in the region have high cost of debt because they borrow not only from, they don't have much access to concessional, they have a limited access to concessional funding, they access ordinary funding from international financial banks, institutions, and the cost is high because there, as we said, we know the rating is not very high sometimes, and so it's costly. Although they receive funding also from multilateral at a better price, of course. But at the same time, we need to make sure they optimize these resources so they can release more resources for new projects, especially in the areas of sustainability. So this is the scheme works in a way that we as development institution, like our institution, Caribbean Development Bank, as well as other partners like CAF, that is also our co-sponsor today in these days, IDB, Inter-American, and CABE in case of the Central American. In this case, for us, is not really relevant for Caribbean, but we work with them with other instruments. What we do, we benefiting from our high rating. We are all institutions, AA and upper rated. So benefit from this high rating. We can provide guarantees that allow the international banks, the banks, to reduce their pricing because they benefit from our guarantee. They can price at lower spread. So on this point, the debt of the country is refinanced at a lower pricing and benefit from savings. And these savings are then used, as I said, for sustainability projects, climate resilience, or also for natural-based projects, for water and ocean benefit for orange economy, so or for social, especially social purpose.
you talk about the debt swap, and I want you to explain a little bit more about that, because ordinary people don't quite pick up that. They say, you know, what is he talking about swapping here?
Yeah, probably the term swap is sometimes could be misleading.
Yes.
In fact, as I'm describing just now, the structure is in fact a refinancing, a replace. That's why we call a better word is conversion. So we convert a debt that is high priced with a debt that is replacing this debt with a debt that is lower priced. Because of the guarantee that us, as a highly rated institution, provide to the banks,
yes,
to the financiers.
Fair enough. And you make the point that we're I suppose talking with the private sector people, they're risk averse. Is there a reverse in your context?
I think our approach, as I said, strategic approach is we are risk aware.
Yes.
Okay, we are risk aware, but we also are innovative in a way we can transfer those risks. I believe very much that one of the best mitigation strategies is transfer risk, making sure the risks are shared. And the secret of multilateralism at this point in time is exactly this, what has been highlighted in this conference, and not only this conference, our president has stated this in several occasions. The importance of partnering, of cooperation, collaboration among MDBs is key, because we can multiply the leverage effect of our resources if we are together.
You literally anticipated my question, next question, because I've heard so much about collaboration and partnerships here, and it is coming through in terms of the panels. I recognize that all these players are really looking after the stakeholder interest.
Yeah, but I want to mention another interesting, very important instrument that demonstrates how the collaboration becomes an agreement. The exposure exchange agreement. It's another technical term, maybe for the general audience, for a non-expert is difficult. But in fact, what is this? This is an agreement between or among, depends, because can be done by 2 institutions, even by 3 institutions. But let's say the simple example that we have done recently with CABEI, we have agreed to exchange synthetically the credit risk, and in fact is the concentration impact on the portfolio, exchanging synthetically exposure on the Caribbean with exposure of Central America in order to optimize the absorption of capital and release resources for additional lending headroom of the countries. This is a very clear example where if you don't partner with another MDB, you will never make it. And this is a mutual benefit because both of us received, in our case, we did an exposure exchange agreement for a total nominal value of 450, risk-weighted, but in the nominal terms, 450. And we got a benefit of 480 million of new lending headroom. And the same for CABEI. So this is a clear example where partnering together creates additional resources. So it's really demonstrated technically also, I would say. And then there are more because there are partnership in terms of co-financing, partnership in terms of borrowing from the other MDB, or like we have the example of EIB, that we borrow 100 million for ocean and water project. We partner with other institutions like GCF. We have heard today from our colleague and a discussion on the climate. So we have several opportunities. And we are working with most of, we are partnering with all regional institutions, but even more. And we are partnering a lot also with UN, specialized agencies, for the thematic areas where they cover. So I think this is a great potential, and definitely, as you have heard yesterday, there is much more to do, definitely.
Stefano, thank you very much for spelling out a lot of the work that is ongoing with the Caribbean Development Bank and addressing the risk that our region faces, or face, for that matter. Glad you could join us.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. And as I said, risk,
Risk is your business.
It's my business, and I think it's everyone at their business, in CDB as it is for our countries.
Okay. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Stefano, of course, from the Caribbean Development Bank, the risk manager there, as giving an opportunity for us to better understand the challenges, first of all, that we all face across our region in terms of development, but addressing the risk and ensuring that we approach the risk with a concentrated effort to reduce the risk by some innovation and certainly partnerships and collaboration. One of the very interesting people who appeared on the panel earlier was someone who got a fellowship from CRIF. In fact, is the first such fellowship that is that's become available. Dr. Jordan Jones, she joins me now and gives. I want to expand on some of the things that she raised, and I'm going to keep it simple by, in fact, I talked to her this morning and said, in 30 seconds, tell me exactly what do you do. And she did it in about 15 seconds. And I was left, of course, to just say, I think what you do, it reminds me of, I see those squiggly things on the television set when they're doing the weather. I want you to go up, pick it up from there. Yeah.
So in particular, I take those squiggly lines and I try to pick up the climate change signal within those squiggly lines, right? And when we do pick that up, that is called detection. And what we do afterwards is we try to take future data now and we try to assess just exactly how much more likely we are to be damaged or be vulnerable within this future scenario. So it's taking those squiggly lines, giving you information about climate change now, and then taking future squiggly lines and giving you information for the future.
And it's all about data. All right, it's all about data. Just a quick switch here, just making sure that that you can hear Jordan. So if you missed what she said before, I'm going to ask you to repeat the story about the squiggly lines on the screen.
Sure. So I take those squiggly lines that you see usually on TV on the weather report, and essentially I try to assess just exactly how climate change has influenced these squiggly lines. And then as climate scientists, we take it a step further. We take future squiggly lines, future data, and tell you just exactly how much more of an influence climate change has by giving you more scenarios, by giving you and trying to characterize that risk and uncertainty.
So in essence, when we see the future forecast,
yes,
that is really data at work.
Right.
And therefore, we can make that prediction of what the weather conditions could be.
Right.
And that really is at the heart of the doctoral thesis.
Right.
That you're working on.
Yes. So those squiggly lines for now is what we call detection, when we can actually pick up a change in the squiggly lines. Maybe, you realize that the ocean is a lot more warmer than it used to be when you were a child. Maybe it was a lot cooler back then, but now you actually do pick up that much warmer beach experience than usual. And then attribution is then saying with certainty that this is climate change that is happening.
Now, that data processing that you're undertaking now is translated into how we determine, for instance, insurance policies?
Yes, definitely. Because with that climate information, we can now take that future data and we can generate that a scenario for each type of scenario that the finance world, that fiscal policy requires. So for example, what would happen if you had global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which has happened before, and what would happen if we had further warming to 2 degrees Celsius? What would that mean for the Caribbean context? What would that mean for different hazards, for hurricanes, for regular rainfall, droughts even? So yes, we can characterize the risk depending on the scenario that is required from us.
So you immediately take me to this loss and damage situation.
Yes.
Because obviously we have to measure that.
Right.
To be able to say to somebody, you owe me.
Yes. Not just what is owed, but what is necessary for us to survive within the Caribbean, right? For us to just live at home, to work within what is the work conditions. How much more do we need to invest in order to not lose what we actually value within the region?
I'm just struck by the fact that this is your area of expertise. How come?
How come? So I actually joined the climate studies group at UWI Mona back in 2012, 2013. And if, as that is true about everything within the Caribbean region, it is very hard to remain non-interdisciplinary. So with the climate studies group, I attended a lot of conferences, just like this one, where I had to speak with a lot of stakeholders to interpret climate information for stakeholders. And that has been a purview for the climate studies group for so long. And I have had the opportunity to actually be exposed to that.
I have to tell you that watching you and Professor Michael Taylor, you know, I sat there and I wrote a note and I said, these are the science guys that we should be listening to.
Right.
You guys were excited.
We are excited about science, but I think even more than that, we're excited when science can be applied, right? It can be applied to see and to bring about substantial change and impact for the Caribbean region.
And I'm also adding on to that because with SIDS, you're not just talking about the Caribbean region.
Right. We're talking about the entire deep tropical belt. So we're actually not alone in terms of being a SID region. There's also the maritime continent, the Pacific Islands as well that have very similar cases to us, right? They are also incredibly vulnerable. They also rely a lot on their climate for their livelihood as well. So.
Does the law of the sea come into this, factor into this?
I have no idea. I'm not a pirate.
You're not a marine. I just thought that maybe, you know, the effort here to save our environment is really,
Indeed,
I mean,
right.
is all tied.
Is what they say. Yes. There is definitely a push to save what is important to us in terms of the Caribbean Sea, in terms of the ocean. You know, if you love your fish and you love your seafood, then this is definitely going to be impacted by climate change.
What happens when you get your final doctorate? All of it squared away?
Yeah, I do have my doctorate already.
You have the doctorate
yes,
already?
from 2021.
Right, but when this fellowship now is finished, what happens?
I move on to a faculty position at Penn State University, where I will actually be an assistant professor for climate solutions for vulnerable communities.
So we won't lose you?
We will. I will be around. Trust me. I will fly back if I have to.
Dr. Jordan Jones, thank you very much, and congratulations on having
well.
that fellowship from CRIF.
Thank you.
Thank you again. So there we are then, a fresh and new generation of scientists, particularly focusing on matters of very, very crucial concern to us as we continue to look at the risk situation in the Caribbean at the second Wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference 2025. The partners of CRIF, of course, along with the Caribbean Development Bank and the financial institution known as CAF, the Latin American Bank, and these number of people have gotten together. I have now to turn our attention to a conversation that I had earlier today with the head of CRIF. Got him on literally what we call the sidebar of the sidebar is the correct term to use of the meeting, and it's Isaac Anthony, who is the Chief Executive Officer of CRIF SPC. And I asked him, first of all, to expand on the matter of instruments, not only the current instruments that CRIF is offering, but looking to the future and expanding the ability to respond to these financing needs of the region. All right, let's talk about these instruments that you've been suggesting that go beyond the work of CRIF.
Right. So a very important element of disaster risk insurance that we're really contemplating are some of those instruments that are looking to see, for example, what extent we can come up with a more comprehensive solutions in disaster risk insurance. For example, there's one called hybrid insurance, which essentially will contain a component of one, parametric insurance on the one hand, and secondly, what you call traditional indemnity insurance on the other hand. So in other words, if a government or a client were to purchase an insurance product which is based on hybrid insurance, it means then that within the very early part of a disaster, they can actually receive a payout based on the parametric element. But then while we are doing a complete assessment of the losses, which would then give us the ability as CRIF to make a determination of the full loss, which then makes it possible for us to make a full payout based on the results of the model. One of the big advantages of hybrid solutions is that it addresses one of the characteristics in parametric insurance, which is called basis risk. And basis risk is the possibility that the losses on the ground may not be reflected in the model or the other way around. So in order to ensure that we address that potential gap, it's always good to do an actual assessment of the losses. And I think that is where hybrid solutions can become very useful. It will also help to align with the expectation of our member countries who have gradually been requesting not just parametric insurance, but as well as traditional indemnity insurance to address the needs as we see the increasing frequency and intensity of climate-related events. In addition to that, one of the instruments to have emerged recently is one called anticipatory finance. And the whole idea here is that unlike the traditional approach where we make a payout once a country has been impacted, this one is a bit different. You anticipate that there is an event and you're preparing for the possibility that it is going to affect the country. And that preparation may, for example, entail moving people, for example, in flood-prone areas, erecting sandbanks and so on. All of this, just basic things like making sure that there is enough water, food, and so on. All of that includes cost. So there is a cost that has to be incurred. So in other words, in anticipation that this particular event is going to hit a country, you engage in these kinds of preparation activities so that in the event it happens, the country and the people are better prepared. But we must also bear in mind that there is a possibility that the disaster may not occur. So the question is, do you consider this to be a wasted expenditure? Of course, the answer to that is no, because at least you prepared the people for that possibility. And in any case, some of what would have been procured, such as food and water, can be used for, the poor people and the more deprived people in our society. So it is definitely, getting a lot of traction. It seemed to be very much supported by the donor community. And I do think that in our next phase of model development and so on, we'll be paying very close attention to the whole area of anticipatory finance. Then there are a number of other products that we can talk about, as in CRIF, and just to share with you some of the exciting initiatives. As you know, CRIF was established in the year 2007 to provide disaster risk insurance to all the governments. We started by providing insurance for tropical cyclone, earthquakes, and subsequently we brought on excess rainfall and so on. We've also introduced a product for the fisheries component or the fisheries sector. And you may be aware that, for example, when Grenada was impacted by Hurricane Beryl last year, that government actually received a payout of about $1.3 million on its tropical cyclone policy, which it was able to then use to support the fishermen who needed the assistance and so on. We also have products for utilities, electric utilities, as well as water utilities. The water utilities actually was launched about a couple of years ago. It's based on a partnership involving the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as the CDB, and the UK, that's FCDO. It's a very interesting program because what we've been able to do is that we are able to operationalize it. We were able to set up what I call a segregated cell or segregated portfolio within CRIF for the water utilities. And the program actually has three components. The first one deals with quick response. So for example, if a country has been affected by a hurricane, and particularly if the water sector has been, let's say, impacted negatively, where you've had pipes washed away, and so on, you can then get people from the other islands to come in to assist. Now, this happens a lot already in some ways, but we want to make the process a bit more formal. So clearly, that's one of the components that we're looking at. The second component is obviously the insurance, because CRIF is first and foremost an insurance company where we provide disaster risk products to the various countries. So we do have a product which, again, it's a hybrid instrument which includes both tropical cyclone and excess rainfall. And again, just drawing on the experience of Grenada, NAWASA, which is the water utility company in that country, following Tropical Cyclone Beryl, received a payout of $2.2 million following. And what is actually interesting about this experience is that Grenada, NAWASA, got that payout within days of joining the CRIF, just to underscore the importance and the value of insurance and how it can work. You can get a payout anytime. You may not necessarily it might take years for you to get a payout, but that's how insurance works, right? The other thing is that we do have a product that is designed for transmission and distribution, that is the electric utility companies. And again, we've been able to pilot that in Anglec and in Anguilla, and I'm pleased to say that the membership of that pool has now grown to 5 countries. Again, drawing from Grenada's experience, we had Grenlec, which is the electric utility company in that country, benefited from a payout of $9.3 million, significant. Again, importantly, all within 14 days. So that enabled them, gave them the resources they needed, to start, the recovery process, replace the poles that were broken, the lines, the overhanging cables, and so on. And this is really the beauty of parametric insurance. So there's a lot that we're actually doing right now. We can discuss, but again, we clearly see how effective parametric insurance has been, and I'm really pleased to say that CRIF has really been in the forefront. Parametric insurance was very little was known of parametric insurance before CRIF was established. It is only after it came into operation into the year 2000 that people really started hearing about it. And so it has grown significantly, largely due to the role that CRIF SPC has played. And I am really pleased to say that we are looking to do a lot more. One of the things that we are seriously looking at, as I would have said on the panel, is that we are looking to develop or finalize a multi-peril agricultural insurance product for the member countries of the region. Why agriculture? Agriculture is so important. You would have heard, for example, how significant the food import bill in many of our countries are. And I mean, if you look at some of the statistics, they're quite outstanding. All right. But more importantly, we have to look at agriculture from a food security perspective. Again, we have the recent example of COVID-19, the global pandemic, when you had all the supply chain disruptions. So the reality is that we have to start preparing for the possibility that you could have those types of exogenous shocks. But I'm saying all of this is to say that if we really want to grow agriculture as an industry, it is important that we address the long-standing impediments to the growth of agriculture. And some of those would be access to finance. But then the question is, why do farmers and people in agriculture have difficulty accessing finance? Because of the risk. And so that is where insurance now comes in. So if we have a viable insurance instrument that could help de-risk that sector, it will then make it easier for the financiers, the development finance people, to make resources available. So we see our role as very important in that regard, and I'm really looking forward to CRIF, launching that product. We're also looking at products for housing sectors. Even the tourism industry, we've received some interest from a number of stakeholders who have asked us to explore that possibility. As you know, a lot of our hotels, perfect example, are located on the coast. That in itself presents certain risk, high risk, and so on. And sometimes it's very difficult to get the required insurance. But it doesn't necessarily have to be for the physical infrastructure. It can just be business interruption. And so we are looking at exploring the possibility of developing a product for the tourism sector. And finally, I mean, there's so many things I can say, but finally, microinsurance, which is again designed to target the individuals in the society. These are the people who are considered particularly vulnerable to the advent of climate change. And one of the things that we have done is that we have been partnering with the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative in Germany to develop a microinsurance product, climate risk related, but again targeting, the vulnerable, the farmers, the fishers, the workers, the temporary workers, the tourism workers, the taxi drivers, and so on. So at least they have this microinsurance product. Now, I want to make the point, though, that we do not intend as CRIF to sell microinsurance directly to individuals. This is not where we're going to go, but we want to work with the domestic insurance markets, the various insurance companies, to make that possible. And a few months ago, we had a very interesting launch. We actually launched what is called a microinsurance facility, because right now we are currently building a digital platform where we can actually manage a number of microinsurance products, and we can link insurance companies to this so that they can sell their various products. But CRIF itself can also perform the role of the calculating agent, for those events. So a lot of exciting things that we are doing, and I have not even spoken about our technical assistance program and so on. Yes, but I'm really pleased, with where we are heading. The reality is that the climate change is continuing, and we will continue to see increasing frequency and intensity of those hurricanes and so on. And we have to prepare better. The important thing is that we have to prepare for the possibility. And to the credit of the Caribbean countries, I must say they have come a long way. We saw again what happened to Grenada. When we had Ivan, there was no CRIF, right? So clearly there would not have been that immediate payout. CRIF was established largely because of the impact of Hurricane Ivan on Grenada and to a certain extent Cayman. And guess what? 20 years after, Grenada was visited by Tropical Cyclone Beryl. But the big difference this time is that Grenada was better prepared financially. Because of that level of preparation, the country as a whole, including the government, benefited of payouts totaling $55 million within a period of 2 weeks. I'll stop here.
That's a good place to stop as we come up on the resumption of the session here at Wyndham Sam Lord's Castle. I can't help but refer to that as the old and original name. So here we are then. Thank you very much for staying with us throughout the break, wherever you are around the world as we continue to cover the second Wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference 2025. A real full session will continue in just a moment as we turn our attention to nature-based solutions, keys to building a resilient Caribbean. I'm Julian Rogers at Sam Lords.
the region's response. So I am going to, Lisa, are you ready to make an introduction on this? Because then, yeah, okay, perfectly. So this panel is going to address all of the issues that you've heard percolating throughout all the other panel sessions, you know, the need for us to address issues of social fragmentation, government and public institutions, accountability, all of these issues are going to come up. In this panel, you have an eminently qualified moderator to lead an eminently qualified panel. I'm looking forward to these discussions. These are actually very close to home for me. So over to you, Liz, without further ado.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you can be louder than that. So before they put me on the clock for the panel, and because we've had this nice lunch and with a brief walk around, everyone having this nice dessert, you know what happens after lunchtime, right? Especially in the Caribbean with all of that food. So I'm going to do a quick little exercise. I'm just going to ask persons, when you think of the Caribbean, give me one word that resonates about the Caribbean. Just one word. And I'll see if you choose the word that's in my head. Just talk loud. Resilience. So somebody may say beach, somebody may say sand, so just give me a word. You see, that's why I know we need to do this exercise, because the sugar is already kind of getting into us. So here what? The word is coconut. So I'm going to ask everyone to stand. Everybody. Including my family. Because if you need sugar, it's going to be right here, right? Right? But I have to move. So I need a mic. Oh, my mic. All right. So come, Joshua. You young. All right, so it's coconut. And we're going to do a brief exercise so we get everybody awake. President, you can come forward too. You can. Don't be afraid. All right, we're trying to do a little exercise to get everybody awake after that scrumptious meal. All right? So we're going to spell coconut, but we're going to do it with our bodies. So how you spell coconut? So you're going to... So let's go. Come. I'm going to start. So C. Lachmi can do better than that. So C, bend over. O. C. O. And let's give a prize for who can touch their toes. N, all the way down. U. T. Woo! You're going too fast. C-O, C-O. Oh, your prize. You did a... I'll give you after the panel. All right, so we feel a little energized, right? Good. So the panel, you can put me on the clock now, Kim, has the global sense of societal fragmentation trickle down to the region. And what this panel is going to do, we're going to look at a 360-degree view of AI and human development. So whilst we know that AI presents many serious risks, it also produces transformational opportunities that we can capitalize on, and it could create inclusive choices for our leaders. We're going to look at identifying sustainable and transformational solutions, looking at choices of policies that can foster more inclusive, cohesive, and resilient societies in the wider Caribbean region. The panel this afternoon will benefit from a 10-minute presentation on the Regional Human Development Report Under Pressure, Recalibrating the Future of Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. This report actually delves into specific challenges across the region related to several areas that we have been hearing on the agenda at the conference for the past 2 days. It would be led by Rodrigo Barraza, the Sustainable Development Technical Specialist at the Regional Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean for the United Nations Development Program. And if I could just share with you a sense of my panelists, you see them all on the screen, and a few of them are actually online. So Beverly Harry Manuel, the Advisor for Social Development at CARICOM, she's online. Mr. Richardo Aiken, he is the Community Development Specialist Projects with the Caribbean Development Bank, a colleague of mine when he was in Jamaica. Ms. Izua Ayen, Deputy Representative and Acting Head, I don't want to get anybody's name wrong, and Acting Head of Office with the UN Multi-Country Multi-Country Office for the Caribbean. We also have Diana Thorburn, Director of Research, Caribbean Policy Research Institute, Joshua Andel, Prime Minister-elect of the Youth Parliament, Grenada, and Grenada's Youth Ambassador. So this is Joshua. Leticia Gonzalez, Risk Finance Consultant, World Food Program, Regional Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean, and my colleague, Heather Timothy, Regional Program Coordinator of the Climate Risk Adaptation and Insurance in the Caribbean Project at CRIF. Welcome to the panel. And just a brief overview of the 2025 Regional Human Development Report for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is titled, Under Pressure, Recalibrating the Future of Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this report really underscores that the region is navigating a complex landscape marked by heightened uncertainty. And throughout the panels in the last 2 days, we've been hearing about even visualizing this landscape. It's recurring and overlapping crises, multiple interlinked stressors, coming almost as it would appear coming straight off the president's speech yesterday. The report explores 3 interconnected dynamics currently placing development under stress. We have rapidly evolving technologies, deepening social fragmentation, and increasingly changing climate. So without much further ado, before we start our panel, I will invite Rodrigo to give you a sense, it's sort of hot off the press, some of the results that they're working with on the Human Development Report for Latin America and the Caribbean. And following that, I will explain to you how our panel will actually work. So, Rodrigo.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to present the 2025 Regional Human Development Report results. The full report with all its background papers and research will be launched in the coming days, and several of them highlights dynamics, specific dynamics, and the vision and reality of the Caribbean. Because I understand that the Caribbean and Latin America are sometimes understand at different perspectives. So this report is based in the long tradition of human development reports that use the human development paradigm developed by Amartya Sen and promoted by UNDP since 1990. For the last 35 years, the Human Development Index, as you know, has been a measure of well-being beyond income and recognizing that people is the most valuable asset for development. So what we found, or our base, the argument for beginning the report, is that human development is about expanding people's freedom. Human development is about beings and doings and the possibility of people to live the lives they value. So human development particularly, and Human Development Index, focus on the opportunity to live a long and healthy life, having access to education, and secure the resources needed for a decent standard of living. That is the definition since 1990. And for decades, the Human Development Index in Latin America and the Caribbean made steady gains in its trend, as you can see in panel A. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, it caused an important setback in the HDI for the first time in history. So what we saw were 2 years in a row of the down trend in 2020, 2021, and the rebound in 2022 was barely reached, sometimes the pre-pandemic levels, but not in all the countries we measure the HDI. So also, the region has not returned to its pre-2020 trajectory, and this put achievements of development in education, in health, and income possibilities at risk. And in parallel, and this since 2020, and as remarked yesterday in the first panel, uncertainty has been rising globally. So we understand uncertainty is not new in the region, but today it's higher and more volatile than in the rest of the world. This was what the first panel mentioned, and this graph shows how uncertainty has increased in Latin America and the Caribbean. As you can see, by early 2025, the average for Latin America is well above the world average. And this persistence volatility compounds with the slow human development progress, but also compounds with other declining trends related to well-being, as in poverty reduction efforts, growing inequalities, and reduced fiscal space. So in consequence, we are entering a new era of uncertainty that reshaped how risks are understood, as it was remarked yesterday in the initial speeches. So these trends signal not just temporary turbulence, but this is a new territory of unknowns with higher levels of unpredictability. So what we argue in this new era of uncertainty is that risks are more frequent, that novel threats are emerging, and that they compound with one another. So this is what others have called the polycrisis, but this combination creates a new territory of unknowns that demands new responses from public policies. So it is within this context that our report asks, how can we recalibrate development to navigate this new era? Because what we are seeing is that this increased uncertainty will become higher maybe in the upcoming years. So our answers goes deeper in the three areas that were previously mentioned: the threats of emerging risk due to rapid evolving technologies, the pressure of deepening social fragmentation, and finally the risks of an increasingly changing climate. But I have to say that our main concern about uncertainty is that it generates a growing sense of disempowerment. Human development is about agency. It's about people having the possibility to live the life they want and be an actor of their lives. So uncertainty disempowers people and reduces the freedoms and the agency that people have. So we made some qualitative analysis along the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, and what we found is that people is feeling less in control of their lives and less optimistic about the future. So this is what uncertainty generates. And the answer for that is, for us, and from the human development perspective, is resilient human development. This is the answer, and this is what we develop in the report, because it combines three elements. First, the broader vision of human development. Second, the protection of human security, the concept of human security against hazards, and a renewed focus on human agency. Human security and agency both expand the concept of human development, and security provides a framework for people to be free from anxieties. So while agency empowers people to build their life they value. So going a little bit more in details relating to technologies, what we found in technological changes is that the region shows progress, but the adoption remains uneven. So there is the digital divide between Latin America and more advanced economies require infrastructure and skills more sophisticated. Otherwise, what will happen is that we will increase the gaps of inequalities. So if access to technologies remain unequal, technologies could increase existing gaps instead of creating opportunities for human development. This is also relevant because technologies, as seen yesterday's afternoon, is increasing also polarization with fake news and all these dynamics related to politics. Also, we go in the trust into social cohesion and social fragmentation. We begin with the idea that trust is the glue of social life. But in Latin America and the Caribbean, it has been eroding for the last years. Why? Because people is trusting more their closest circle, their family, their community, but the trends and confidence in others, in community and in government is clearly going down and declining. So this erosion of trust fuels social fragmentations and weakens social cohesion. The social fragmentation is defined as a growing distance between groups, less meaningful interactions between groups, and more antagonism between them. And the risk of social fragmentation is to amplify three associated risks: governance failures, expansion of organized crime, and migration flows. Why? First, governance failures, because it creates incentives for short-term governance, and it creates more polarizations. They expand in organized crime. It creates incentives to erode state controls and freedoms, and it, in relation to migration, mobility and negative perceptions of migrants and the social fragmentation generates also polarizations. I'm ready. And finally, we have a framework for policy, but this is, I think, the end of the conversation, so I will let Liz to continue with the panel. Thank you.
Which you are also part of. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. So as we said, it's new information emerging, and it's the first time I think you're doing it's the first presentation you're doing on the report. So thank you so much for bringing that information to us. And we're going to delve into aspects of what Rodrigo discussed. And we're going to do this through exploring a 360 view of AI technologies and human development, looking at both the risk and the opportunities of AI, and also identifying some sustainable and transformational solutions. And we're going to be looking across the gamut of social issues. So we are seeking this afternoon to explore shared challenges, dive into opportunities, and close with some future-focused, transformational, and sustainable solutions. Now, we're going to have a first round of questions in which I'm going to throw out a question or two to the panelists. As you know, you don't all have to answer this question, but if it resonates with you, please go ahead. How prepared do you think Caribbean countries are to harness AI for inclusive human development? Given, for example, the existing inequalities, as Rodrigo mentioned, in infrastructure, access, we have rural-urban development inequalities, and digital skills, among others. How prepared are Caribbean countries, in your estimation? Anyone here wants to start, or online wants to start? Izua?
Thank you, Liz, for that question. I don't think the region is prepared, but we should not view this, and I'm sure the conversation yesterday, I wasn't here, unfortunately, would have, I assume, revolved around creating the region's resilience for the fourth industrial age. That's basically what this is about. And so that would mean mitigating the threats that AI poses to information security and the veracity of information and the speed with which accurate or inaccurate information is deployed and the purpose for which is deployed. We can mitigate those risks by creating the appropriate policy and governance frameworks for that. So in a nutshell, I don't think that the region is prepared, but we do have, I think, the assets, the kind of collective will to be able to deploy and come up with solutions to address the challenge, which of course, from where I sit, that would include the gender unequal challenges that, that poses. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 4 equal panelists here and online. So I will now pose the same question, and I see, is it Beverly or Diana ready to go?
Yes, let me jump in here. Right from where Ishwar left off, although across the region, we have some serious disparities in terms of infrastructure, digital access, human capital development within our countries and across the region among the countries of the region. These inequalities are particularly pronounced in rural and underserved communities, as we would have mentioned time and time again over the last 2 days, in terms of internet penetration and digital skills, even unreliable electricity supplies. But these also provide us with, I would say, opportunities to target investment in rural digital infrastructure. I think I agree, we are not very prepared, but if we place our investments in the right places, like developing the digital infrastructure, improving access to basic things such as electricity, easily accessible community digital literacy programs, and we recalibrate our education systems across the region to build the skills that are required to leverage the human AI interface, we could actually take the advantage or advance human and social development for all the people of the region.
I think, Joshua, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, so I agree with the position that is currently with the panel. I don't think we're prepared. And actually, I would say that currently Latin America and the Caribbean, what I would say is that we're cautiously positioned to harness artificial intelligence. And I would say that because we want to, we're interested, we're taking steps. However, we're doing it as in a matter of we're walking on, I would say, we're walking on hot stones. And for me particularly, because I'm also an AI consultant, there are 3 main areas that any region would need to develop in order to efficiently harness artificial intelligence. And those 3 areas are, 1, digital infrastructure, which Latin America and the Caribbean, we do have to work on. The second is human skills and capital development. And the third is governance policy and frameworks. So until we work on those, I would say, areas or pillars, we won't be ready to effectively harness artificial intelligence.
Right, and we are saying that, and to lead to what we want to refer to as inclusive human development. But I'm going to take the same question a little further on your thoughts on the ability of the wider Caribbean region to balance AI adoption with vulnerabilities to things like climate change and economic shocks, other exogenous shocks, migration pressures, and other emerging issues. Anyone wants to sort of respond to those? Letitia, you are raising your hand. I don't think they're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, I can go, but I think Ricardo had the hand up before, but I can quickly comment and then open up for him. So I think it's a very good topic because I was also going to talk about the Latin America and the Caribbean, how we have also made a lot of progress and strengthening social protection, because our region is actually very strongly already known for the strong frameworks that we have compared to global regions. But I really think with AI, we are really facing a new level of complexity. So from Rodrigo's presentation, from the report, we can show, like we already mentioned, the infrastructure, the uneven access from urban to rural, and the limited institutional capacity. Actually, it really reminds me of the work we do with inclusive insurance, because when you talk about inclusive insurance, you talk about how the people who need it the most vulnerable, don't really have access to that. So how we really have to be, we cannot leave the ones left behind. So we really have to tailor the products to the most vulnerable, and also how we have to intentionally be inclusive when analyzing also how AI will reshape our system. No? So, and I think and also it brings a lot of risk, like you mentioned, misinformation, reinforcing gender bias, or maybe excluding the informal migrants population and informal market. So I think we really have to think outside of the box and see how we know, like as WFP, as a humanitarian organization, we know how AI can automate our task, optimize our resources, support more timely and targeted responses, but we must keep people in the center. Even if it is a powerful technology, I think the human-centered approach is essential, and we cannot forget about that. That's I would like to say. Thank you.
Approach to AI development. Go ahead, Richardo.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you so much. I'm happy to come right after Letitia, because I really agree with the thought of thinking outside the box and more thinking within those communities. And I think the approach, there might be a need for a greater shift where these conversations start with the communities, not just seeing communities as beneficiaries or people who need to be helped. But I am of the view that with the right capacity development support, any community can be transformed. So if we focus on building capacity and having communities play a role as partner for development, then that is how we will have those solutions happening. So even as we relate to the presentation around the governance failures point, is also just to see what our communities' thoughts around these issues, because they also want to come full circle. And then even as they look at AI and the locally led adaptation model that is being promoted globally, you could see examples of using satellite imagery that captures climate data, but also community perspective as well. Thinking of inclusive early warning systems as well that could maybe send text messages to community residents. So despite those gaps, I think we also need to pay close attention to a few safeguards to ensure that you remove the biases, you ensure that you include capacity building, starting with those who are furthest behind, obviously, and respect data sovereignty, ensure that data is extracted based on consensus from those communities. And we should always, it's not about replacing AI with local leadership, but allow AI to act as a multiplier that amplify the voices of those we are trying to serve using online, offline modality and different unique features as well. But it starts with the communities, but it's all the way throughout the cycle that they should be involved, even in determining whether an intervention would have been a success or a failure. Thank you. Over.
Right. Thank you, Richardo. So whilst generally we're saying that we may not be fully prepared to harness AI for inclusive development, I think what is also coming out in the discussion is that in advancing the use of AI and incorporating everything we need to incorporate to get us on that plane, we also need to have humans or people at the center. And Richardo took it a little further down to incorporating how we capitalize on the communities and the communities we work in, live in, etc. So I'm going to take the discussion a little further in terms of, so I'm hearing you say that we have opportunities exist for us to harness AI for our benefit. Are there specific examples that you may want to share from where you sit? Any existing opportunities that you see that could improve, for example, for AI to improve, for example, governance, public services? Letitia, you already have mentioned social protection and participation. Are there any specific examples that anyone would like to mention?
So, like I mentioned earlier, I'm an AI consultant, and I specifically focus on chatbots, LLMs, large language models. And that is one of the main ways I see artificial intelligence being used specifically for governance or to assist in many different sectors across many different industries. I'll give an example. For example, the OECS Commission recently, we worked together and we created a chatbot that is now on their website and accessible for any citizen, even if you're not a citizen of the OECS Commission. But so long as you want to find out some information about the OECS Commission, you can easily go on their website and use that AI tool, which is now, it essentially broke down a wall. So one of the main ways I can see AI being used in that way is through LLMs, chatbots.
Okay, do you see any disadvantages of that chatbot?
If you're using, I would say no, because the chatbots that I'm speaking about, to give a bit more context, it would be chatbots that are trained on specific data. So the chatbot that I created for them, or the chatbots that we should be looking to create throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, should be chatbots that are trained given our, I would say, specific and unique Caribbean and cultural context.
Izua?
The chatbot is going to eliminate the human interface. And these are the types of jobs that are going to be lost. And when we look at the types of employments or jobs that women occupy and that men occupy, this is not only going to be job losses that will be experienced by women, but also by men. Any job that is threatened by automation or by information, the front desk clerk, who would have been the one that would respond to the kind of requests that the chat box will now be, mediating, that person is going to lose that job. And this is where the link to what my colleague mentioned earlier, social protection, becomes very important. Because, if we go beyond the welfarist approach, it's not necessarily to give handouts to people, but how do we reskill and prepare them for the fourth industrial age? And that's where the opportunity lies. But I think we need to have a very honest assessment that we are going to see shifts reflected in unemployment, and we are also going to see opportunities. The nature of work will change, and this will redound with benefits, even for women, where there is a need for or a call for increased, flexible working arrangements. You may be able to work from home if you have the right skill set. So are we positioning our populations, men and women, to be able to meet the demands and the employment needs and the new markets that will emerge as a result of AI and the digital economy. And this is where the collective solutions have to come. So I appreciate the chat box, but I do, sorry, chat bots. You see the generational divide here? He should train me on AI. But I do think that we need to be honest about what the challenges are and then prepare for those challenges from an employment perspective, also from a security and safety perspective as well. You know, are we really prepared to meet the information risks and exposures that disinformation presents with? You know, these are the kind of threats that we need to be prepared to meet. And that also provides opportunities for new skill sets to be able to mitigate those, you know, those risks. We need more a digital literate population, and that's where the opportunities, I think, lie.
And of course, there are other disadvantages. I would urge you, maybe after my panel, or even during my panel, there was a small little case with Air Canada and a same chatbot. Very simple case that ended up into huge legal ramifications because of a person talking to a chatbot, asking for some information, getting some information, and the organization, as we speak to employment, it just clicked. I don't know if anyone has heard of that famous case, and it was just a senior citizen asking a chatbot about some refund on a ticket based on the type of ticket that was purchased for some grievance. Got a response, was told yes, didn't get the refund. The company says, well, you were not talking to us. You were talking to a chatbot. Took the case to court, but that chatbot was employed to Air Canada. It's such an interesting, and it was not a lot of money. It was like maybe 100 Canadian dollars, but the guy took it to court just because, you know, that situation. So that, for example, was a negative. Well, it's something, a lesson learned.
I would like to say that
Go ahead, Heather.
in the report, it mentioned the decrease in trust. Trust is very fragile in the insurance industry. And I would like to see chatbots increase insurance literacy and therefore build that level of trust, especially with type of target markets for inclusive insurance, the vulnerable persons who may not understand traditional or non-traditional insurance products. So that's, for me, is what AI can do, is really increase the insurance literacy. That's something that we don't really take in consideration right now.
Thank you for that, Heather. But I want to speak, Diana, I haven't heard from you, and I don't know if you want to say anything at this point. Would you? Diana? She seems frozen. Okay. I'm going to take another comment from here.
Yeah, so I'd just like to agree partly and disagree with the statement made by my colleague. And I say that because I don't want individuals in this room or who are online to be scared that AI is going to take your job. Because at the end of the day, there are some jobs that AI cannot take. For example, when it comes to that particular context, a chatbot being used for that specific instance, it's more the latter part of your statement that you said that I fully agree with, because I do agree that we need to upskill our current employees so that they can get to the level of, you know, being, I would say, digitally proficient in the use of chatbots, because there's something in chatbot development that I would call error handling, and there are certain requests that these chatbots would not be able to, or generally speaking, AI would not be able to handle, and as a result of that, it escalates to a human. Now, if the human is gone, if we were saying there's no jobs there for the humans, then who would it be escalated to? So the truth is, most of the jobs wouldn't be lost. It's more, what would happen is that we as a region, Latin America and the Caribbean, would need to position the current workforce so that they are digitally proficient to handle these artificially intelligent tools.
Okay, I want to take the discussion a little step further, and I want to turn, once we get back Diana on, I will engage Diana, but as we were speaking about workforce, we're speaking about employment, and I want to take that a bit further. So I want to call on Beverly.
and looking at education and workforce strategies. You sit at the CARICOM Secretariat as the advisor for social development. Can you share with us some of the education and workforce strategies that you think are needed to prepare Caribbean citizens for this AI-driven future of work, while reducing the risk of deepening the digital divide between, for example, our urban and rural communities, or between persons or among persons of different income groups? Would you be able to tackle that question for us?
Certainly, Liz. So no, I would like to share a few strategies. There are several things I'd like to say, but I know time is limited. So, in terms of the thing is, AI, we just had a discussion. AI is part of our reality. And we need to prepare our citizens and empower them to perform meaningfully in the human AI interface in that space, in a collaborative intelligence landscape, while we try to mitigate the risk of the widening digital divides. So in terms of education, and just before I go to education, I'd just like to say what this requires of all of us is new ways of thinking, adaptability and resilience, and cultivating that curiosity and innovativeness to try to design the space that we wish to interact with AI, in which we wish to interact with AI. One of the things we need to deal with as a region is curriculum reform at all levels of education, building fusion skills. And fusion skills are the skills that we were just speaking about, Ricardo was just referring to, that we need to build these fusion skills, such as training AI bots on how to respond, even though training these bots require enormous um, data sets, which I am not too sure in some of the industries in the region we have. However, there are skills that are required for us to design and master the human AI interface. Building those fusion skills, teaching our people, young people and those currently in industries, how to delegate tasks to AI, how to combine the human intuition with AI analytics, how to train AI to be ethical and give those ethical responses, and when it can't, to hand it over to a human being. And this could be done through micro-credentialing programs that are modular and shorter than the traditional degree, because we know that by the time AI evolves, that degree will be obsolete. Another thing I would want to recommend is that we actually use the AI in the delivery of personalized adaptive learning in classrooms. And this would nurture and develop creativity among our young people, relational and critical thinking skills, and problem solving skills. We have touched on this several times in this conversation, the introduction of data literacy as an element of the core curriculum across all levels of our education systems. And of course, that will depend on the level of maturity of the audience. And when we talk about that, we're talking about from understanding how data is used to understanding the issues related to protection of personal data, privacy, security, and the haunting misinformation and disinformation, which separate us and divide us and could be debilitating in many respects. In terms of education, I would also like to suggest that we focus on developing our STEM education and coding education. And that again should be part of an integral part of how we educate our citizens, because that is how we learn how we develop logical approaches to solving complex issues. And we must do that if we are going to be the masters and designers of this human AI interface. Because sometimes our conversations seem to lead us to think that AI, that we have lost control, but we do have to develop the skills to be the authors of that relationship between humans and AI. And we need to intentionally develop a culture of lifelong learning across all demographics in our society, optimizing the use of online resources. And I cannot stress more micro-credentialing. Now, our young people, specifically, I want to mention this, and even some of us who are a little not too young, we have to, I would want to advocate for a mobile first delivery system for most of this. So micro credentialing and mobile first delivery system, because that would encourage participation, because that is the medium that most of our young people are really inspired by. Everybody has a mobile phone of some, or a mobile device of some sort. So that is how is in terms of our curriculum recalibration. But very essential to this whole discussion is encouraging equitable or facilitating equitable access to digital resources. And this should be state-led, and this should be through extensive community-based digital literacy. We spoke about it a bit in the panel already. At the community level, we need to also establish what I would call community technology hubs, where people can go access. It is all about access. It is all about providing infrastructure and training so that everybody has the ability to access the required information and develop the necessary skills. And we cannot forget in this whole discussion that we have remote and inaccessible communities. We still have in many of our countries across the region indigenous communities, and we have among us vulnerable communities. And special emphasis must be placed to reach and meet the needs of those citizens and engage them to understand those needs. So let me quickly jump to the whole issue of, sorry, sorry, go
Right.
ahead,
So
Liz.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you back on because you've shared
great.
quite a bit with us in terms of, you know, the AI education, the needs, and really like the whole idea of we really need to be the authors of the relationship between AI and ourselves. But just going a step further, because it's what started the conversation as well with employment. You are engaging us in terms of what we need in terms of education to get to that workforce development. But I want to ask you a question, Iswa. In terms of gender gaps, you started a conversation in employment. Beverly picked it up in terms of from the education side. But do you see AI playing a role in terms of addressing gender gaps beyond employment to areas such as access to finance or political participation in the Caribbean?
Yes, I do, but I have to give a response to that. I actually have a statistic. In tourism in Jamaica, it's estimated that, which employs 30% of Jamaica's workforce, mostly women, the greater use of chatbots will reduce demand for those jobs, right? So it's not to scare. It is, once you have that information, how do you then reskill those people who are going to lose their jobs to meet the fourth industrial age and the demands of the fourth industrial age? Well, we have to start from that perspective. Yes, for sure. I do think that AI, and from the conversation you've seen just now, will accelerate and actually reduce inequalities in terms of access to finance for those who are able to utilize and access the technology and the interface required for those financial products. If you don't have that, for example, the woman sitting in the Rupununi in Guyana who does not have that cell phone, right as we speak, access to innovative finance is a myth for her. It doesn't exist. So we already see a large, huge gender divide, which of course intersects with race, which intersects with, where you are based, whether you are rural or urban and so on. And if we don't address those current inequalities, then the access to finance and so on becomes not a reality that we can meet. Political participation, yes, I do think actually for those who will become or are digitally literate, it opens the door wide for governance in a way that we could not even imagine. The dialogue that you can have, and access to information about governance processes, to even participate. If we are innovative in our elections, we can have people not going necessarily to the polls to vote. You can vote from your home. If we have the necessary security, information security safeguards and apparatus to be able to allow people to participate more equitably in our political governance. However, I do see threats to that, where we see increased online abuse even before the AI age, and this has a gender face where women in politics face increased, more sexual harassment as women politicians. We know that that happens. And so we already see, I won't mention which country, where AI and deepfakes have been used to malign female political candidates, right? So these are the threats that I think we need to have solutions for, and those solutions lie in policies and protocols, if you will, that I hope political parties will be able to implement to prevent that kind of abuse taking place. So to answer your question, I do see obviously an opportunity once those structural barriers are bridged for access to finance, increased political engagement, but once the existing and anticipated inequality gaps are closed.
Thank you, Iswa. And I know, Rodrigo, you wanted to make a point, so let me just call on you.
No, I just want to point out that several of these issues are concerned in the report. I think that being able, for example, being able to use the data of the AI is important. I know this has been in conversations, because it's not just about the skills, but how we use the data that we produce. Being able to do that is important. Also, in gender gaps, I think it's important not only the access to education and skills, but also, for example, to assets. What we found is that sometimes in this called gig economy, women tend to participate a little bit less in some activities because, for example, in Uber services, they don't have the cars to do it. And the owner are the men. So it's not just about skills, but also like closing these gaps that has been historic. And finally, maybe on political participation, I think that it goes beyond fake news and this tendency, but it's the idea that by using this technology, what we do is, what it does to society is it tends to divide us more. So what are the mechanisms in the community level, as Richard said, that we have to close these divisions and have these discussions to promote agency, that it's at the end what human development aims. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we go into this other round of questions around issues around trust and inclusivity and so on, I want to ensure that you're just not active listeners, but if you want to ask a question as we proceed along this panel, please feel free, go to the mic, and I will stop and engage you. All right, so anyone who wants to jump in and ask anything at this point from our audience, please feel free to go so. But I want to go over, as we begin to delve deeper into these issues, and you would notice we're going across a broad spectrum of social issues. So we're looking at education, we're looking at employment, we're looking at gender, and I know, Richardo, you started a discussion as well in your opening remarks around community development. And I think we all know, for all of us who are aware of Richardo, he is, I wouldn't say a community development activist, but very passionate about
human development. Certainly, that's how I met him in terms of his work in Jamaica. And you've been working with communities, you've been on the ground, you work with NGOs, you work with CBOs, directly with communities, and you are people-centered in what you do, trying to have people achieve their fullest potential. How do you see AI disrupting communities and fueling issues such as polarization or reinforcing some of these emerging societal divides? I want you to look at the question in that way. That is the negative, but I also want us to bring the positive, because in communities, in many parts of the region, we also have distrust and so on. So how do we address on one part, but then on the other part, speak to the role of AI in building trust, enhancing, scaling up dialogue, community dialogue, and creating shared community vision?
All right, thank you so much for that. So quickly, so in terms of it tends to widen the digital divide, and I know we had earlier on those living within indigenous and tribal communities across our region, and the infrastructure within those location, limited access to technology, etc. And those with access may benefit from AI-driven services, while others who are more marginalized will not have that kind of opportunity. And then also biases in terms of representation, because AI itself, and we have an AI expert on the panel as well, tends to reflect data that they are trained on, so that community-driven, generic community perspective can also be lost in some of those dialogue. And in terms of erosion of local knowledge and decision making, primarily again around those indigenous and tribal peoples, some of their own unique practices and forms of decision making. But I think that can also be, all those issues can be addressed through that meaningful engagement, not just participation, but engagement. And for me, engagement means that the participation leads to empowerment, right? And lead to results that are mutually beneficial, not just to the implementing entity, but for the communities as well. And I'll be more than happy to give just maybe one example of how this can also be positive. So using the same, in 2023, the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we did a beneficiary assessment of 32 community-based organizations across 3 countries, Jamaica, St. Lucia, and Guyana. And we surveyed 32 civil society groups. And we went to those deep rural locations in Guyana, Surama Village, very, very deep remote location. And we utilized the Kobo Toolbox online platform. And we were able to do data collection with our cell phones without data. So what AI did in that kind of can do that kind of context is bringing the data to a space that it could be harnessed and we could create solutions. So what we had from that survey done across those 32 groups, we found out, for example, and I know you love this idea, Liz, this challenge that we so grapple with each day, that 94% of those we surveyed had no proposal writing skills. And there was this indigenous woman who sought to explain to us that, let me give you some context, Richardo. I lack proposal writing skill. I'm a teacher, but I've been to so many proposal writing training and I leave them confused, right? Because of how training is taking place. And I'm adding to Beverly's point around capacity building as well. And what we were able to do is to utilize that data that was generated to develop 2 training programs in Jamaica, and one in Jamaica and another in Guyana, bringing together regional players to be training in proposal writing. And in 1 week in Guyana, another week in Jamaica, Liz was also part of that, and the CDMA, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, and we were able to have community groups, people who came with basic understanding of proposal. 75 proposals were drafted, 15 were submitted, and 10 of those would have received funding. But it took time. So even 9 months later, I was still talking to community leaders after the session because it takes time. So I'm seeing where if AI is infused in these types of considerations, then we could easily move the ability of these local organizations to access developmental financing. And what we're doing now, and this is my last point, Liz, is we're moving to another phase because this module was so successful that we're developing an online training program and proposal writing in collaboration with the Global Affairs Canada and CDMO again. So, and I'm sure at that stage as well, we could start looking more at how AI could be incorporated for greater results. Thanks. Over.
Thank you. And we're seeing, like, coming through the responses as well, this whole need for capacity building. We're seeing some themes, education, etc. But as we speak about community and we speak about vulnerability, I want to bring in the whole issue of climate change and AI here. So, Heather is actually working on a program focused on inclusive insurance. So you heard a lot about insurance in the last 2 panels, I believe, and now we're looking at insurance for vulnerable groups, unbanked groups. And we're discussing AI, we're discussing capacity issues, and Heather has been working to bring this policy to life, to bring it to people. And what I want you to share with us is a little bit about this project that we fondly refer to as CRAIG, Climate Risk Adaptation and Insurance in the Caribbean Project. But your thoughts on, so you're bringing this project, you want X amount of policies to be sold, you know, X amount of people are vulnerable, they need access to insurance. How do you think AI can help your work to better design and more inclusive insurance products? How can it help you to reach more groups? What are your thoughts on that? And link that, of course, with the whole community development.
So the International Labour Organization has mentioned that inclusive insurance, to really bring value, the products have to be affordable, appropriate, accessible, responsive, and simple. And we can see that AI can help in each area. In terms of making it appropriate, we have to understand your target market. So therefore, the data needs to be there, which I think is a little bit of an issue in the Caribbean, and that's why we need public-private partnerships to actually get the data in so that we can properly create products that are appropriate for your target market. It can make it accessible by creating more digital distribution channels, using mobile phones. I know you mentioned a lot of people still don't have mobile phones and access, but it still brings in people who would not have access to traditional insurance products. In terms of being responsive, we can create products like parametric insurance products that respond well to predetermined triggers, to make payouts that are fast and that are relevant in terms of the risk or the perils that persons face. So the CRAIG project, the perils are primarily heavy rainfall as well as strong winds, but there's in future the opportunity to bring in drought and other different perils that we see. So appropriate and affordable. In insurance, you know, once there's uncertainty, there's increasing cost. By having more data, by understanding markets, understanding perils, we can reduce that element of uncertainty and therefore make it more affordable for the end consumer, which is our product and is for the primarily vulnerable. And when we consider vulnerable, we talk about the farmers, fisher folk, day laborers, tourism workers. For being from Trinidad, I always think about Carnival and all the artists that are, and you know, the artisans, the wire benders. If it rains, I mean, we had barn lawn season the other day, and it was within the rainy season. So if something didn't happen and they weren't paid, at least with our product, they would have been able to cover their livelihood for that particular event. So AI can just help us understand what persons need, what target market needs, and how we can get the product out to them in a cost-effective manner. Because we need many stakeholders to bring around this microinsurance product. We need regulators, we need insurance companies, we need community engagement and all these CSOs, because the target market that we have, they have a probably lack of trust in traditional insurance. So we need community engagement to help them understand their risk, to prepare for disasters that they face, to have them trust that the product will respond, to understand the product as well. So even though we need AI, as mentioned, we need that human element to make it so that persons who actually have the trust, understand the product, and talk to other people. As with insurance, you always, I tell you it works, you buy it. It's not where, it's more experience based. So.
Thank you, Heather. So looking towards a future that where we would see, do you see AI-enabled inclusive insurance, parametric insurance as we?
Repeat the question, Liz? Was there a question in there?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We do see it. And one thing I wanted to mention about the parametric insurance, as CRIF is always building new products, we see that with the more data and better data, we can reduce that whole basis risk element. So where the model losses and the actual losses are closer, which again then brings trust in the system that you are actually getting a payout. So when you spend your insurance money, you pay a premium. If you have a loss or you experience a particular event, you actually get a payout, which increases trust in the whole insurance industry, both traditional and non-traditional.
Thank you, Heather. And sticking to this whole theme of insurance, community, climate, I really want to ask Letitia, as we use, you mentioned already your work in social protection systems, and that work is across the Caribbean and Central America. And as we speak about climate change, one of the things that Letitia has been working on is to make those social protection systems more shock responsive within the context of climate change. So we're looking at those systems, I think Isaac may have mentioned it yesterday, being able to expand both horizontally and vertically. So you have existing people in your social protection system, you have a shock, you want to be able to provide them with more. But sometimes a shock causes people who are okay to need support. And we could look back at several examples across the region. For example, Hurricane Maria, an entire country needing support. How can our social protection systems respond to those? And I want you to share with us. You're helping to build the capacity across the Caribbean, across Central America, with our social protection officers. And I want you to share with us some of the innovations in social protection. How are you going to use AI to drive some of the innovations needed in social protection, ensuring that you do not leave the most vulnerable behind? And what are you doing now already?
Thank you so much, Liz. And yeah, so like you really well said, no? Just to give the colleagues, for the who don't know the context. So WFP is working in the region now in supporting the governments to strengthen like social protection systems to respond to shock, especially like climate-related shocks. And what we have been doing, partnering with the governments and also CRIF, is also to use the sovereign insurance, or like doing a top, about to call the CRIF WFP top-up, so these systems can scale quickly when something happens. No, and it started in 2021 with Dominica, and then it had been expanded to other countries. Actually, we expanded even to Central America, like Liz mentioned. So we had experience in Central America where with the payout provided by this top-up, we could support like extra school meals, even like reforestation activities with guided by the government, also created of green gardens at school. So I think it's a very flexible approach that it really can be interesting and linked to social protection. And this is our really hard work gains. But I think as we move into this AI-driven economies, we really have to make sure like AI is not just this buzzword, but it's really in the humanitarian sector is a really opportunity to shift from being reactive to think about anticipatory social protection, even like anticipatory responses. No, so I think we can, if we can innovate responsibly as well. So I just wanted to give some examples of what we have been doing as innovation linked to social protection in the region, but also easily linked to insurance as well. So for instance, like in the Dominican Republic, we are like developing a platform called Anacaona. I don't know if you have heard. So it uses like real-time weather and geospatial data to anticipate climate shocks and estimate the populations and buildings or schools, for instance, that have been or could be impacted by the event. So it looks for tropical cyclones, excess rain, and they also have a flood. It's still like a modeling, they're still modeling the flood. So it's really linked to the system of the government, like the social protection. So the platform really gives you like the number of people, you know, the buildings that could be affected. And talk to our colleagues who have been developing this platform, they are saying, no, the next phase is really linking this to a predictive intelligence. So social protection and payment systems can really like being automated and personalized. So we know like it's very quick, you know, so this is a game changer for preparedness, also for humanitarian sector. But WFP has been also working with AI-powered tools, like it's called Sky, which is a tool that analyzes satellite imagery and then access the building's damages with minimal human input. No? And also another platform called Deep, which actually uses drone and AI to do the same thing. So it can see which buildings have been impacted and not impacted. And actually this platform was using in Mozambique, but actually in Dominican Republic for Fiona in 2022. So it quickly could see the buildings, the people, the roads, you know, that were affected. So something that probably would take, I don't know, many weeks or even like months, it was done in hours. No, so you can really have like your response very tailored to the people who need. We're not even talking to these platforms that, like in the case of WFP, it's very good to have some AI tools that can avoid the duplication of beneficiaries or making sure the person who is receiving the support is actually the person who is intended to, or even like maybe digitalization of documents, which is okay, that's something more like now, but we're talking about you really using these AI tools to really focus and do like a very quick scales. And we also, what we have been talking about, the people-centered approach, no? So when I was actually reading and talking to colleagues about these tools, we always see people on the pictures, because you see like people from like University in Mozambique helping, like students helping to train the model, no? And then you have, for instance, in Guatemala, we have a very nice program with indigenous women to train them to be pilots of drones. So it really addressed two problems, no, like the economic inequalities for these indigenous women, but also the lack of up-to-date information that we needed as WFP. So actually these kind of projects really make sure like we are involving the community, training, like what we're just talking about, giving skills to the people, and then hopefully they can have access to more jobs in the future, but also we have better systems. So like, I think it is, like it's very clear, because I think technology alone, it's not enough, and we need this human capacity. Like when we talk about social protection, no, the officers, they must be trained to use AI tools so they can work ethically and efficiently. And WFP is actually doing the same thing. We are upskilling our workforce, so we are trained to program and build and equip the teams to work with these technical skills, because every time we have more demand, and you don't really easily find the skill set in everywhere. So the colleagues, for instance, who are developing the Anacaona project in the Dominican Republic are the same ones who developed the DEEP and apply in Mozambique. So of course they're like training local communities and local staff, but you see like the skill set, it has to be like almost using the same colleagues over and over, because we don't have that many still this capacity. So it's very important to see that technology and AI is complementary, but not replacing also our human judgment. And when we are talking this earlier about the Caribbean being prepared or not, no, for that, I think for me, a very good example, it's CRIF, no, because I think from CRIF, you can see like how we can use creativity, you know, when you have a regional collaboration and innovation, it can be achieved. No, when you identify the need, like in the case of the creation of CRIP, no, it was The government saying, okay, we have this problem, we are being impacted on and on by all these events. What can we have? Which tools can we use? And it was something absolutely innovative at the time that actually created the first risk pooling. So I think the Caribbean is very skill set for that. We just need to really be sure we are focusing on protecting also the most vulnerable and strengthening resilience. But if we have like design this inclusive and transparent and accountable data set of information, I'm sure we can work on this direction together.
Thank you, Letitia. And I think one of the things that we need to scale up, though, is South-South cooperation. Because in your response, you spoke of several tools, but how do other countries in the region benefit from those tools? And, you know, I think as countries, or even organizations, we focus a lot on institutionalization and sustainability, which I think, you know, we have been doing better and better as the years go by. But I think there's often a gap with South-South cooperation, because you have mentioned so much. And if we were to look around the room and do a sort of synopsis of how many persons are aware of these tools or see the ability to adopt and adapt these tools, we may not see as many hands. So I think a takeaway as well is how do we not just end sessions like these, but look at South-South cooperation. There are two more things we have on this panel to do. One is, I don't want to engage Joshua as a AI specialist or consultant, but I want to engage you as the face of tomorrow, right? A leader of tomorrow. You are youth. And when we think of governments in the region today, they support, and we're seeing more and more support for youth engagement. Indeed, we have the youth town hall happening right next door. So we see it as a contemporary part of decision-making processes. And it's part of what we refer to now as inclusive governance, youth participation. And what I want to share from you is your perspectives on the roles that you believe youth must play in shaping the governance of AI in their countries. And if you have any best practices, please let's hear them. As before you answer, our next step, I know we don't tweet anymore, but this panel was to provide a tweet. Each panelist was to provide a tweetable quote. So following Joshua, we're going to have those quotes. Understand we don't tweet, but I'm still in the background, that older age group. So have your quotes ready so that we can get them going right after.
You assume we can tweet?
Well, we're going to tweet talking. We're not doing it using the phone. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, so for me, when it comes to, I would say, contemporary and inclusive governance, youth should be viewed as not just participants, but co-directors and also co-architects of this digital age. And I say this mainly because when it comes to the governance of AI and youth role, when it comes to that, I believe that, and I'll say this as a blanket statement, but it serves as a foundation for everything that I'm going to discuss on when it comes to responding to this question, is that youth are the vanguard of digital adaptation. And the truth is, with that being said, I believe that youth play three pivotal roles, or can play three pivotal roles when it comes to governance of AI throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. And the first way is by being AI pioneers of innovation. The second way is by being ethical custodians of artificial intelligence. And the third and final way is by being co-directors and co-architects of the policies that are being developed to govern artificial intelligence throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. So the first aspect is youth being viewed as AI innovators or pioneers. And what do I mean by that? By that, I mean that most times, or more often than not, whenever new technologies are developed, not by, I would say, an intended thing, but just simply because of our proximity to technology, youth are the ones who are exposed to these kind of technologies. In this particular context, we're speaking about artificial intelligence. Youth are the one who are exposed to it the most. And as a result of that, unknowingly or sometimes knowingly, we get to interact with these tools, artificial intelligence, whatever other technology that has been developed, we get to interact with it, iterate, integrate it within our daily lives. And because of that, a phenomena that I personally like to call a surfacing of latent opportunities as well as unintended consequences begin to surface. And that is something that we do as youth knowingly and sometimes unknowingly. And that takes me to my second point. Because we use artificial intelligence so much, what tends to happen is that we tend to develop a value-based lens on how AI should be used. And this is another point. I believe that youth should be considered and viewed as ethical custodians of artificial intelligence. And my personal opinion is that whenever you use something like artificial intelligence to the amount that youth are currently using it, you become attuned naturally to questions of fairness, integrity, questions against bias, discrimination. You begin to ask yourself, how can this be used negatively? Am I using it negatively? And some mischievous youth, they do ask themselves, how can I use it negatively, and begin to use it negatively, for example, deepfakes. But because of that, we become attuned to these questions, and we are positioned in a unique way to become ethical custodians of the use, adoption, and integration of artificial intelligence. And the third and final way is by becoming co-directors or co-architects of policies that are being developed to govern the use of artificial intelligence throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. My opinion, again, is that youth should not be relegated to consultations after the fact, but rather be at the forefront when it comes to the development of these policies, because the harsh reality is that these policies that are being developed here today for artificial intelligence and the governance of AI, in the future, in the long run, the youth are the ones who would bore I would say, the benefits or suffer the consequences. And not to say that, just to get anyone scared, that the policies developed now are weak and, AI would take over the world. No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that depending on the policies that are being developed now, if the views of the youth aren't being taken into consideration, eventually, the youth are the ones who would go through and experience the benefits, the positives, the negatives in the future. When it comes to best practices, as it stands now for governments, I don't think there are any government, to the best of my knowledge, that would be using any of the pillars that I mentioned or engaging youth in that way. But there are several development organizations or several institutions throughout Latin America and the Caribbean that are engaging youth in that way. And for example, I would say UNESCO. There are several town hall meetings, I was engaged to be a part of the AI policy roadmap, I think about a year and a half or 2 years ago, I can't really remember, but I was engaged as a part of that. And one aspect that they use that I believe is extremely beneficial is they take an intergenerational approach, including the youth as well as the older population, not to make everyone feel old. But added to that, we also have the OECS Commission, for the OECS, I would say, digital education, a roadmap. They included the views of youth on how AI should be used for teachers, for students, to make learning a bit more efficient. And also we have the CaribVision Youth Ambassadors. The CaribVision Youth Ambassadors are constantly being engaged by larger institutions for their views on the role of youth when it comes to governing not only artificial intelligence, but by extension, the digital era of today.
Thank you so much for that, Joshua. So I'm happy that you have indicated how much regional organizations, development partners, and governments are actually calling on youth, because I think maybe not so long ago, we often heard that policy processes and policy development processes were not as participatory and did not involve, voices of everyone. So very happy that the youth are being pulled in, and you recognize that you're being pulled in and you want to contribute to the development space. Again, I'll call on the audience. If there is anyone you want to ask a question of, please do. But what I'm going to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, back and forth. Your 5, at the end of this panel, final words and takeaways. And the panel is to do that in five words. So their final takeaway in 5 words, kind of like a tweetable quote, which is going to frame our policy statement on the future of AI in advancing human development prospects in the WCR. So who wants to go?
I could go first, if that's okay.
Richardo.
Yes. So mine is AI empowers communities, advancing humanity.
Turns are there. AI empowers communities.
Communities, advancing humanity.
AI empowers communities, advancing humanity. You get an A. So they're doing a quote. AI empowers communities, advancing humanity. Joshua?
So I'll simply give the same statement that I use, but I'll change it a bit. I'll say that youth are the vanguard of AI adoption.
AI what?
Adoption.
You see, you get a B plus and B. A what? AI. Youth are the vanguard. Oh, of AI adoption. Okay, so 5. Youth are the vanguard of. That's 6. B plus. Youth are the vanguard of AI adoption. You'll say youth, okay. Next, who wants to go? Letitia?
Yeah, I put responsible AI can save lives.
Responsible AI can save lives. Why is everybody looking at me?
I'm going to...
Do I get a name? Please, do I get a name?
Oh, yes, you got an A too.
I'm going to get an F. But I'll say what I have to say.
Maybe we should save you for last.
Diversity. I think AI that is empowering, diverse, representative, ethical.
Okay,
how many words?
Empowering, diverse,
ethical, and representative. Is that what I said?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
So.
5. AI, ethical,
empowering,
representative,
diverse.
Oh my, you all are up. Wonderful, diverse. Thank you. So another A. Heather?
I did not get an A with this one. AI empowered insurance equals resilience for all. Not, yeah, take out equal. AI empowered, which is one word, but it dash. Yeah, right?
You should get an A just for that. So.
Yeah, it has
AI empowered insurance, resilience for all.
Still have 6, Heather, so you're on the B. And Beverly?
Influence supply side, culturally relevant AI. 5 words.
Oh, 6. Repeat.
Oh, influence supply side, culturally relevant AI.
Influence supply side, culturally relevant AI. So it's probably 5 because culturally relevant is describing AI, which means if you're doing proper English, it will have that dash between it. And because Heather introduced it and we gave her an A, I think what we wanted to do on this panel was to share with you a sense of the Human Development Report. We took a snippet of that report to look at it within the context of AI. And what we're trying to do is to look at different perspectives of AI and looking at it from the workforce development, education, employment, youth perspective, social protection,
community development, inclusive insurance. Of course, all of these topics could be a panel by themselves. But we're looking at the risk that countries in the Caribbean face. We're looking at integrated risk, and that is why we pulled everything together. But I think there were some common themes emerging, and the common themes really around things like inclusiveness, capacity, education, reducing vulnerability, looking at the needs to make AI more, accessible, equitable, to be able to drive more inclusive, cohesive, and resilient societies, what was needed. And in front of us, we actually have this sort of summary slide that really gives a high-level sense of what was discussed throughout the panel. So I want to, and of course, none of you had any questions, but you still have that opportunity. And Isabel, you had more last words?
Oh, just one last thing to the young man and to young people. I think what I feel I need to say is, you mentioned being involved in policy, governance, and so on. You want to own and drive and create the technology. I think that was inferred in what you were saying, but it needs to come out explicitly, and that's my big worry about AI. How many young Black men or women, indigenous people, are involved and own the technology? And that's what I think is missing from the discussion around incubators on entrepreneurship in CARICOM. Should really be positioning Caribbean young entrepreneurs and technology, drivers, leaders of technology, to own the process in a real way, and not just be participating as part of policy dialogues and so on. So that was my little tidbit, and thank you all for inviting me.
And with that, we will end this panel, and we thank you all for staying with us and staying the course with us. I think my coconut exercise worked a little bit because I didn't really see people nodding off. So thank you very much, and can I ask you to give my panelists a round of applause? Now look at that. That coconut exercise really worked, unless I wasn't hearing the clapping from where I was sitting before. Thank you very much, and I think you need to come forward for a photo. Or
yes. You're taking over my job, man.
You see, I'm a chatbot.
Well, since I'm supposed to say give them a hand, I'm going to say it again. Give them a hand, a really good one. Thank you very much. That was really engaging, and on such a topic that touches all of us integrally. It was well worth the coconut exercise and the schoolroom A's and B pluses, everything. I think that they did an excellent job. And I was particularly pleased at the engagement with youth, the discussion that addressed the challenges and the needs of the youth. I would like especially to express my appreciation to our panelists that were online. Sorry you could not have been with us. We're having a grand time here, but you look fantastic on our screen. So have a great weekend. Thank you very much. All right. So we are on to our last. Are we ready for the last panel? Are all the members here? Do we need to take a break? We really don't have time to take a break. Could I see the moderator of panel 7? Okay, so give me 5 while I round up the last panel, because I don't think we're quite ready yet. But we are absolutely on the home stretch. The finish line is in sight. 2 minutes. Ready to roll? Good afternoon. We're definitely on the home stretch with the finish line in sight. We are concluding our series of very consequential discussions over these 2 days with our 7th panel, which will focus on unlocking private sector potential and risk-sharing solutions for sustainable development in the Caribbean. As the countries of our region confront the pressures of climate vulnerability and myriad development imperatives, the role of the private sector has never been more crucial. For the mitigation of risk and building economic, social, and climate resilience will take tremendous investment of capital. And for small, heavily indebted middle-income countries no longer eligible for ODA or concessionary financing, the Caribbean needs to gain access to more innovative sources. Yesterday, we had an engaging discussion on blended finance. This afternoon, we turn the spotlight on private capital, innovation and entrepreneurship, not just to fill financing gaps, but to drive inclusive, resilient growth across our region. I expect this panel to explore how we better engage the private sector as a strategic partner in sustainable development, assessing emerging models for risk sharing, from blended finance and insurance mechanisms to public-private partnerships that de-risk investment in climate-smart infrastructure, renewable energy, social development. This should be a conversation about unlocking potential, about shifting from risk aversion to opportunity creation, and about building trust, transparency, and alignment between public goals and private capacities. So I leave the structure of the discourse entirely in the hands of our able moderator, Ms. Lisa Harding. She's the Division Chief of the Private Sector Division at the CDB. And please note that this is an eminently high-level panel. We are privileged to have as its speakers presidents, managing directors, and CEOs of banking and finance institutions operating in the Caribbean. So I leave it to the moderator to introduce them to you all. So I expect this to be a truly consequential discussion. I think we're going to be in for a treat. Over to you, Lisa. I expect to hear how we optimize the role of the private sector for investing in Caribbean resilience.
Thank you so much, Chair. Being the last on the panel is a bit like dessert. It comes at the end, but it's what people often remember the most. And I hope that resonates. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Panel 7, Unlocking Private Sector Potential and Risk-Sharing Solutions for Sustainable Development. We know that the Caribbean private sector is the heartbeat of our economies. Not only does it drive innovation, it creates jobs, fuels diversification, and is really the channel for innovation, and really makes our region more resilient and more competitive. Everyday entrepreneurs, from the small and micro businesses to startups to also large businesses, these bring the ideas and opportunities to our respective tables. But we also know that entrepreneurship is not an easy road. Businesses face complex regulations, high costs, infrastructure gaps, fragmented supply chains, and the ever-present threat of climate shocks. We just heard about the growing uncertainty in the panel before, and of course, what immediately comes to mind is tariffs, shipping routes, etc., which can basically turn a business on its head in a couple hours. And even when SMEs overcome these hurdles, access to finance remains the single greatest barrier. To put this in perspective, in 2022, domestic credit to the private sector in the Caribbean was just 42% of GDP, well below the Latin America average of 55%, and far behind the OECD average of 149%. And I think that is a lot of food for thought right there. But interestingly, Caribbean banks maintain high liquidity buffers, yet adopt conservative lending practices, partly due to prudential regulations set by central banks and others, and also the high credit risk of SMEs. While this prudence safeguards financial stability, it also constrains private sector development, particularly for small firms, startups, and businesses in high growth but often less established sectors like the creative industries. So while our banks are highly liquid, too many entrepreneurs remain unable to access the capital they need to grow, innovate, and generate jobs. It's like being surrounded by the vast Caribbean Ocean, yet unable to drink the water. It's abundance without access. At CDB, we are working to change this by deploying financial instruments such as guarantees, blended finance, and new tools like trade financing to de-risk investment and redirect idle capital into productive use. But this is not just about financial engineering. Unlocking capital is about empowering SMEs, strengthening communities, and building more resilient economies. And that is why this panel is important today. You're going to hear, we've brought together voices from across the ecosystem, multilaterals, commercial banks, investors, and entrepreneurs themselves to explore how we can turn this trapped liquidity into opportunities and truly transform lives. Give that context to set the stage, and now I'm going to jump straight into it. So the session will really be structured into an interactive two-round format. We're going to keep it jazzy. We know that you're a little bit tired this afternoon, and we are private sector, so that we are more action and less talk. So I'm going to kick off the session. Joining us is Mr. Darrell White, Managing Director for the Caribbean at IDB Invest, where he leads the group's private sector activities in the region. A career banker with over 40 years of experience, he brings a wealth of expertise in wealth management, corporate and investment banking, and advisory services, serving sovereigns, large corporations, and multinationals across the Caribbean. So Darrell, can you share a little bit with us what lessons from IDB Invest experience with risk-sharing schemes can be applied in the Caribbean context?
Thanks a lot, Lisa. It's great to be here. Good evening, everyone, and the members of the panel as well. And it's not often I could be on a panel and say I know absolutely everyone on the panel, so it's like a gathering again. You know, it's interesting that you bring the IDB Invest experience into it, because IDB Invest, if you think about it, it's an institution where you have around 800 people serving 800 million people across the Caribbean and Latin America. So that's to tell you the extent of scope. And that statistic that you quoted there just now about the fact that private sector contribution to GDP in the Caribbean is actually the least in Latin America and the Caribbean is something that was a stark reality to me when I first saw the statistic. And then I played back and then I said, well, you know, it really isn't that surprising. If you want to talk about the lessons that have been learned, the lessons that have been learned have translated into a revised approach to it in the institution. Because the game really now is not about necessarily just providing capital, but it's about mobilizing capital. Because you want to be able to have a multiplier effect. Because when we start this conversation about de-risking, and one of the things, and I spent 40 years as a commercial banker, and one of the things that would frustrate me, and I'm pretty sure it has frustrated every commercial banker in the Caribbean space, especially if you're from the Caribbean, is the inability to do things you'd like to do because you think it's the right thing for the region, and the right thing for the opportunity, and the right thing for the business, and the right thing for the people that will employ, but the inability to do so because of the strictures. Because the reality is that there are strictures within commercial banking. So it's about, so when we do speak about solutions, the solutions have to be broad-based solutions. The solutions have to recognize that we have a capital pool in the Caribbean, and you're right, a lot of it is in commercial banks. But bear in mind this, who controls, if the capital is in the hands of a few, risk is in the hands, and risk decisions, therefore, are in the hands of a few. So you have to then ask yourself, how do you take this risk decision and spread this risk decision around more? How do you change the levels of return and the construct of a transaction? And I don't want it to be too much about financial engineering, but it is about being in the right place with the right capital in the right way at the right time to make things happen. So I don't want to go on for too long, but simply enough to say, you therefore have to continue reinventing yourself, and you have to continue finding solutions through collaboration and connectivity, because connectivity breeds innovation. If you're not speaking to the right people with the right ideas, with the right solution, bringing everyone together and being determined to fix something, it won't get fixed. If you look at a commercial bank, I will tell people 1,000,000 times over, and this is just the reality. If you look at small and medium enterprises, and small and medium enterprises are the lifeblood of our economies, of growing economies. All the big economies, they have a large amount of SMEs, people who do make small businesses work, and people who can aggregate small businesses into bigger businesses, and then, before you know it, into large conglomerates. But if you look at that segment in a commercial bank, the time and effort and the resource to devote to that segment, when the risk of return is higher, the risk of failure is higher, and the technical capability is not as deep-seated, it simply means that resources won't be dedicated to it. And therefore, if you look at commercial banks, they operate in largely a couple of spaces, large corporates and retail. And that sector there is simply one that, from a business perspective for a commercial bank, becomes a challenge to dedicate resources to. So then you have to work around those things. And I'll leave it by saying at this juncture that if you look at solutions, I work in a space now where we used to have 53 products. And right now, we are multiplying that to be 106 product solutions. And those product solutions have to be applied because they have so many different instances and circumstances that require funding that need something unique to that singular purpose. And again, those will be many and multiple.
Thanks for kicking it off with that, I guess, a sense of reality as well. I like the fact you talked about mobilizing capital and being broad-based and having the right capital at the right place at the right time. Just to follow on with you, though, Darrell, before we move on, so how do you see your institution see its role in bridging the gap, though, between liquidity and SME financing, particularly in priority growth areas like climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy, ecotourism?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, first of all, you have to have a declared purpose to do so, and we have declared that purpose, so we have intention. Secondly, we are staffing up considerably around the Caribbean with Caribbean people to ensure that we are there. Because if we're not present and we're not connected, if we are not highly responsive to opportunities, and if we're not innovative, then we'll not be agile to respond to the challenges that are there. Thirdly, it's about developing a consummate product suite that, as I just referred to, and then working with the partners in the ecosystem to implement those product suites, because we will only have so much reach. The intention is that we must therefore reach people like Beresford, people like Jillian and her team at CIBC and the commercial banks, entrepreneurs and creative industries and leaders of industry like Anthony and Ed, to be able to make these things happen as well. So we need to be connected across that ecosystem for things to work. You know, in deploying capital, our intention is that you should get a multiplier of either 1 to 8 or even 1 to 20 in terms of the capital you put in. So if I put in capital in something, it should be able to bring capital. I know I know you were spoken to blended finance. The other reality is that because one of the key issues of risk is governance, and the reality that you have an entity that actually insists on proper governance, proper reporting, it actually takes and de-risks itself. A lot of people do not realize that governance de-risks many projects, and they think it's a headache when you ask for certain things or you ask for reporting and the like, but that actually de-risks projects. So I think it's about providing that technical support and human capital as well as financial capital to transactions. That's how we would want to make a difference.
Well said, Darrell. As you rightly also pointed out, the MDBs, multilaterals can't do it alone, and private capital really has to be mobilized. So this brings us to the role of alternative investors. And we're pleased to have also joining us Mr. Beresford Gray, President and CEO of Cygnus Group, a leading figure in the region's investment banking space. As co-founder of Cygnus, he has championed alternative investments and innovative financing solutions that unlock capital for Caribbean businesses. Over his career, Barris has raised over $10 billion for corporates and sovereigns, and is also the chairman of the Caribbean Alternative Investments Association. So welcome, Barris. Thanks for joining us. So I'll kick it off again with you, Barris. So which innovative investment and risk-sharing mechanisms do you see as the most effective in complementing traditional bank SME lending?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Sorry that we have to have you here so late, but I'm sure you will enjoy our thoughts. Now, I would not categorize in terms of most effective, because when I think about sustainable development, risk sharing, I sort of think about the spectrum of opportunities that exist. What are we solving for, and the different challenges that exist in the region. And when you think about it that way, I realize that you can then focus on customized solutions or solutions that are scalable, right? So you will have solutions which are customized to a particular market. For example, you could have the development banks in a particular market, and let's use Jamaica, where I'm from, for example, provide guarantees to the commercial banks to provide loans to SME. And I like your reference to the SME and the challenges that they face, which is one of the reasons why my company exists, by the way. And in a market like Jamaica, where SMEs are competing and commercial banks are competing for their businesses, that product has some amount of effectiveness. However, because some of what Darrell pointed to in terms of readiness to be banked, for example, a lot of SMEs don't have the desire or even the know-how, nor even the vision to implement strong governance. They see it as a headache, pain. They see it as something that hinder entrepreneurship without knowing that strong governance is actually one of the critical ingredients that will unlock access to capital. So you might end up with a product like that being, not achieving its potential. But certainly, across the Caribbean, development banks should definitely look at providing those type of risk sharing and guarantee facilities so that they can mobilize capital at pace from the commercial banks to these SMEs. So I see that as a simple, effective product if it is designed with the right support mechanism around it. Other products which I think is scalable is, for example, what we are doing in the Caribbean Economic Resilience Fund, whereby, and this is probably the most impactful decision that the Caribbean Development Fund has made. They put in $15 million as first loss capital in the Caribbean Resilience Fund, and that first loss capital will effectively crowd in probably about, now probably about 150 million in new capital coming in from private sector, multilaterals, as well as international partners. The beauty of that is what Darrell is saying. By putting in 15 million first loss and sponsor this vehicle, they crowd in debt and equity that is going to have a huge multiplier effect and de-risk a lot of projects in the climate and economic resilience space. So those are two good examples.
Oh, excellent. And again, what I'm hearing, I think, is the kind of, we need a broader menu of financing options as well. And the role of, again, it's an ecosystem. So the multilaterals have a different role to play. The private capital has a role to play, but we have to work together to ultimately unlock the capital. Also following on with you though, Beryl, I mean, I know that Cygnus is a pretty impressive company, and you've had a really great track record in mobilizing capital. However, there are some persons who face challenges in terms of mobilizing capital from the private or philanthropic and so on, and other investors. What challenges and opportunities have you encountered in scaling impact in the region?
Very good question. I think all the entrepreneurs in the room will appreciate the journey in terms of implementing, executing a vision, one like Cygnus, where you really want to make a difference. The fundamental problem that Cygnus tried to solve in the alternative space, if you check our vision, is to create accessibility of capital to accelerate economic growth. That's basically the problem, the societal problem that we are trying to solve. The number one challenge that we face as an alternative investment company is actually convincing institutional capital. And institutional capital is whether, in our world, it's really pension fund managers. In addition to the bank, a lot of the long-term patient capital that can really help to drive impact and sustainable investment is tied up in pension funds. If you look across the region, I will guarantee you that most of the pension funds, majority of their investment are in government securities in one form or another. So effectively, the government is sort of crowding out the private sector. So you have different issues around regulation, etc. So that's one problem. The other problem is cross-border investing by pension funds. There are a lot of restrictions that prevent one pension fund to invest across border in other opportunities, right? That creates its own problem, diversification, etc. So when a company like Cygnus tried to raise capital, and we are raising capital, for example, for the Caribbean Resilience Fund, or we're raising capital for our private credit fund that focus on lending to medium-sized firms, you can't raise money at the scale that you would like from pension funds to take a long-term view on investment, which would actually help to accelerate growth, drive more people to have more jobs, and then widen their pool of asset that they manage. So you have that rigidity. For Cygnus, we have managed to break the barriers, for example, in Jamaica because of track record and so forth, but we are still trying to convince pension funds and fund managers in the regional market to participate in the alternative space. And this is why it's important. If you think about every healthy economy and economies that have sustainable growth and development where people are able to allocate capital across the spectrum from VC all the way up to probably long-term bonds, what they have is a ecosystem where their bank market is working, large deals get syndicated. Their capital markets is working. We can say our capital markets in the region is not as vibrant, so we have opportunities there. Their alternative investment market is working. And in the alternative investment market, you actually have capital which is, a lot more flexible than in the other markets. And the reason for that is, in alternative economy, in alternative investment, you're a little bit closer in terms of the rubber hitting the road than in the capital markets or the bank market. What I mean by that, for example, in our private credit business, we will invest in a company and I will take a board seat, and that allow me to help the company to, put governance in place, strengthen their operations, etc. At the end of the day, in 3 years, that company is likely to double their EBITDA and pay out my debt and transition to a bank debt. But during that process, that company probably double their size and employ, instead of 100 people, or 20 people, 40 people, and there's a huge multiplier effect. On the other hand, if I do private equity in a company, I'm taking a different type of risk. Now I'm taking a long-term view and a long-term bet on an entrepreneur. In many instances, they are trying to break through a new market or scale or try to enter export market. If that company don't get that capital, then that opportunity could be lost. And if that opportunity is lost now, maybe that opportunity don't happen again within the lifetime of the company. Because again, in entrepreneurship, a lot of things has to do with timing, and the opportunity isn't sitting around waiting on you. So from my point of view, we want to see more broader-based participation by institutional investors like fund managers, high net worth individuals in the alternative space. And you don't have to think alternative as being venture capital. That's just the most risky of alternative asset. Has a very important role, right, to drive innovation and so forth. But you have private credit, private equity, etc., and so forth. So that's how it's.
Thank you very much, Barris. Again, what you've described really highlights how innovation in financing models can unlock the opportunities where traditional banking channels may not reach. Again, you reinforce the whole question of governance and how that, equity positions and so on provide that support towards the governance of the SMEs who generally are not able to do it on their own. So there's a lot of food for thought. And I think this is the perfect segue to now hear from the traditional banking sector on how they are adapting to these new realities. And I would therefore welcome Mrs. Jillian Charles Gollop, Executive Director at CIBC Caribbean. Jillian leads the regional corporate and international corporate banking teams and also spearheads the bank's sustainable finance initiatives. With over 30 years of experience spanning corporate banking, capital markets, investment banking, and risk management, she has arranged and executed over $5 billion in transactions for public and private sector clients across the region. So welcome, Jillian, and thanks for joining as well. So my first question, Jillian, again following on from Barris, is from the commercial banking standpoint, what are the main risk factors limiting SME lending? And how do regulatory requirements shape your credit allocation decisions?
Thanks, Lisa, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the organizers, CDB, Krith, and CAF for inviting me to represent CIBC Caribbean. Now, before I start, I wanted to share a little story, and it's not going to be long. It's going to be a very short story. So, yes. So if you look up Barbados Today, January 13th, 2023, look for Sean Holder and breadfruit. Now, I know a lot of you probably grew up eating breadfruit as well. But this particular person's he has a business called Holder's Food and Exports. And the story is basically saying over a decade in Barbados, he had been harvesting breadfruit for export to the markets like the UK, US, and Canada. And he was lamenting basically the lack of support he was getting from agencies. And you know at the end what he said? He said he thanked CIBC Caribbean and Massey for supporting him to create his export niche. So I wanted to start with that to say that sometimes you hear a lot, commercial banks aren't financing small business. But not every small business, as Barris said and as Darrell said, is fit for commercial banks. Because commercial banks have to manage risk. They're very heavily regulated because we're not lending our own money. We're lending depositors' money, and the central banks heavily regulate commercial banks. They also regulate from a monitoring perspective. So they monitor our portfolios, they audit our portfolios. We have certain ratios that we have to adhere to, not just capital adequacy, but delinquency ratios as well. And as Darrell mentioned, I used to, years ago, I used to actually be a business banker. I used to be a business banker. And we call it high maintenance, right? Because a commercial business, large conglomerate like Goddard's versus a small business where they don't have the governance structure, they don't have the financial reporting, they may not make their payments at time, is extremely high maintenance. It means more people need to be hired to continue to support it. And therefore, there are more risks to that. And things like, as I said, credit history, lack of not consistent with your reporting, cash flow, liquidity risks, those types of things are all the types of risks that we have to think about. But there are other factors too, because I don't know if anybody knows about IFRS 9. So IFRS 9, which is an accounting, so it's not just the regulators now, it's the auditors. And IFRS 9 has put a totally different spin on things. And it has to do with how we stage provisioning, losses. So before you know that if an account goes into delinquency after a certain amount of days, you have to provision it or you have to classify it. That doesn't work that way anymore. That's history. Nowadays, depending on the risk rating, so all business accounts have to be risk rated. And depending on the risk rating, it means you have to provision more. And even if it's not in delinquent and the customer is making their payments, so long as they are high risk rated, you have to provision. So that's a financial impact. And therefore, it means that in order for us to manage these portfolios better, we have to manage the risk that we're taking on. So it might mean that the types of terms we might give to a small business may be a little bit more stringent. We may need to want to ensure that the risk rating, when we do our analysis, even things like financial reporting, like what we call the credit risk assessment models, where we have to put in the financial information, audit quality, like if you get management reports versus reviewed financial statements versus audited statements, all of those things impact a customer's financial rate, customer's credit risk rating, meaning the reliance of the financial reporting. And Moody's, Fitch, who is here today, they know that those types of things also impact a rating. So these are the challenges that banks face. And so, in essence, not all small businesses are for commercial banks. They're businesses that may require innovation hubs, where they may be able to provide small grant funding, where they're now startups. Depending on the maturity cycle of that business, it may require IDB lab, as an example, or I know you guys have the She Trades. So there's sort of different folks for different strokes. And so a business like what Bear said, where it's now starting up, it's getting some venture capital, and it's getting technical skills or technical capacity building to strengthen its governance, actually helps to improve the risk and gets it ready for a commercial bank. So then when it gets to that level of maturity, it can do that. So I would just end by saying, as a bank, CIBC Caribbean, we do recognize that the small business and the SMEs are the lifeblood of our business, the lifeblood of our communities, the lifeblood of our region. And I'm just going to give you a few contexts. So across our 10 countries that we now have a footprint in, we have over 40,000 corporate and small business, small, medium, and small and medium-sized enterprises. And out of that, 30,000 of them are in our micro and small business banking. So we split up in corporate banking, and then we have our business banking. So we have 30,000 clients, and across those clients, we provide various products and services to them, including over US $400 million in lending. So nobody can say that we're not lending to small businesses. We are, and we're lending from the very micro businesses that we can actually see that what we can provide to them, we do to larger businesses. And I'll just wrap up to say, we are also doing a lot because we see that that is an opportunity where we can, one, we do have our ESG strategy, our impact, not only from a social perspective, from an economic perspective, but also from a business opportunity and growth perspective. Small business enterprises is where we need to put a lot of our efforts in, because by growing those businesses, it means, you heard yesterday, you know, there are 22 decades of low growth. We need to focus on how we build those small businesses to move them from small to medium size to Goddard's level, right? So that they can be publicly listed and bearers could get some more business, right? To do some IPOs. So I would just add by saying that some of the things we're doing is that we have been, if you just Google CIBC Caribbean, you'll see that we actually have this program called We Love SMEs. And we've been going across the islands to meet with our clients, engage, to do symposiums. We have increased the employees in our small business teams to help support and do technical training. And we're also working on strategic partnerships to help support us in that space, because we know that as an organization, we cannot do it alone, and it needs all hands on deck for us to create a greater socioeconomic impact in the region.
Thank you, Jillian. I think that was a very candid perspective on the realities that, you know, banks face. And it really shows that while innovation is possible, prudential and regulatory requirements cannot be ignored. And that's where partnerships can come in, et cetera. I think you hit a really crucial point around the, well, one, you know, obviously we speak about private sector and even SMEs, but it's not a homogeneous group. And as you mentioned, fit for purpose financing, not all financing is relevant at different stages of the business cycle. So we recognize that, and I take the point around the need for capacity building as well, and making those business, strengthening not only technical and managerial skills, the financial literacy we heard a lot about over the last few days, et cetera. So there's a lot that goes into it on both the supply and on the SME side, as well as on the financial institutions. And for CDB, for example, we have a number of programs to support that technical and capacity building, our CTCS, She Trades, our Creative Industries Innovation Fund, et cetera, to really strengthen those businesses so that they're better poised to be able to absorb and compete for credit on the market. But before I move on from Jillian, I also want to speak about, I mentioned earlier when I was setting the context that CDB is also involved in, you know, supporting de-risking instruments now, such as the guarantees, and we're trying to do more blended financing. What has been your experience with these types of instruments, and how effective have they been as mechanisms to unlock liquidity for SMEs?
Thanks, Lisa. That's a very good question, because I would say from where I sit, I'm right now more on the corporate banking side, and so I have both perspectives from how we have seen it, the risk sharing, the guarantee structures, and the what I would call the blended finance structures, really supporting not just the small business, but larger corporations as well as sovereigns. So you saw that in like the sustainability financing we did with the Blue Loan financing for Barbados, and more recently the 2024 sustainability-linked loan. At the business level, we're doing a lot of risk partnerships, and I had mentioned earlier the strategic partnerships, which is part of what we are focused on. So the strategic partnerships are also helping to support a lot of the energy transition. And we're working with organizations such as IDB and IFC, partnering with them to be able to make this happen. And we're seeing that with medium-sized businesses. But then when we go a step lower, we're also seeing that with smaller businesses. So I'll give you a couple of examples. So Central Bank of Barbados for years have had what you call the Industrial Credit Fund, which is backed by the IDB. And that fund has been very, very instrumental in supporting financial institutions, financing small businesses. It gives a guarantee. It improves it provides the opportunity for financiers to provide better financing, so there's a concessional aspect to it, and the risk sharing and guaranteed facilities actually have two benefits. It doesn't just benefit the private sector, meaning the business that's coming to the bank, but it's also benefiting the bank because we talked about the risk, right? We talked about the risk rating. When a multilateral that is AAA rated, or like yourselves, AA rated, and you're giving us a guarantee, and we have a BBB minus risk that is being replaced by a AA or AAA, that's a big deal. That's like improving your weighted average risk profile. So I would say, like I said, this pool needs all hands on deck. And therefore, when we start to bring that in, that is really going to make a difference. And we need that. We need that collaboration to really make things happen. There's a lot to be done in the Caribbean region, supporting businesses like that. So the only thing I would mention about it is we need to look at it maybe more from a portfolio perspective, because it can be, for smaller businesses, it can be extremely complex and may cause longer, make things take longer to happen if you do it on an individual basis. You can probably do it on an individual basis for mid to larger corporates. But when it comes to smaller ones, you need to probably look at it more of, we're going to guarantee you for X amount with certain parameters so that the portfolio of a bank for a specific category, for a specific amount, with certain monitoring or reporting metrics, so that it makes it easier for us to mobilize that capital and get it to the client. So that would be what I would recommend as we're expanding further into that.
Okay. Thanks again, Jillian, and you will certainly be hearing from the CDB on the trade finance facility. I see our Chief Financial Officer smiling in the audience, and we'll be excited to continue to work with you on that. So we've heard from private capital, we've heard from institutions, MDB, we've heard from a commercial banker, and now I just want to switch the tone and pivot a little bit to really ground this conversation in the lived reality of entrepreneurs navigating these constraints firsthand. And I would now invite Mr. Anthony Ali, Managing Director of Goddard Enterprises, to address us this afternoon. Mr. Ali is a seasoned business leader with over 30 years' experience across North America and the Caribbean, including executive roles at McKinsey & Company, Thermo Fisher Scientific, and SM Jalil. Since 2013, he has led Goddard Enterprises, driving growth, restructuring, and expansion across the Caribbean and Latin America. He holds 2 patents and has co-authored several publications and has a strong interest in sports. Mr. Ali, welcome. As a business leader, what would make blended finance projects in the Caribbean attractive enough for you to invest your own capital?
Thank you very much. Let me first start by saying, Jillian and CIBC, talking about entrepreneurship and investing and allowing organizations to grow. Goddard's today is, last year we were $1.9 billion in revenue, but we started in 1921 with a $200 loan from CIBC. And so, there are success stories out there, and we're one of them. So having said that, the question is, how do we continue to grow, and what will enable us to do that? And there are multiple ways I can answer this question. I will start by make it easy to do business with us. And I'm going to use 2 examples to illustrate this. We have invested in multiple businesses outside of the Caribbean, Costa Rica, Panama, Uruguay, Ecuador, as an example. And we had to get some financial funding to grow some of these businesses. And one of them, in particular, is a prison in Uruguay. And when we came to our board and said, look, we want to invest in a prison in Uruguay, immediately the board said, are you guys crazy? Why would you even consider a prison? What does Goddard have to do with a prison in Uruguay? And after explaining it to the board, they said, oh, okay, we get it. 2,000 inmates, 500 employees, 3 meals a day, a guaranteed contract for 27 years. Makes a lot of sense. And it was an easy project to finance through our Uruguayan operations. I will contrast that with multiple projects that we have abandoned in the Caribbean. I'll give you one example in Guyana, where we were looking for funding for expansion of a oil and gas support services industry. I don't need to tell you what's going on in Guyana relative to oil and gas, and I don't need to tell you about the growth that's there. After working for about 1 year and 2 months, we abandoned the financing and found a way to do it ourselves through our partners. And so that's the difference between the regions themselves. Some regions, it is very easy to work with and get that financing. Others, the technical hoops that we have to go through, the reporting, the compliance, the governance, all the things that make us, as a large organization, successful, are also the same things that hinder small and medium businesses from being able to do that. Think about an entrepreneur who's starting a business. They're working day and night. They are focused on growing their business. They don't have the resources to be able to be like Goddard's, where I have an M&A team and have an internal audit team, and I have an entire head office team that can work on all of the requirements to get that funding application done and write the business plans and do 5-year projections and 10-year projections in some cases. Most small businesses can't do that. They don't have the ability, they don't have the resources, and 90% of the time, they don't have the skills within their own organization. So the question is, how do you enable them to grow? And to me, that is the fundamental challenge that we have to ask. There is pent-up capital in this region. It needs to be unleashed. We make it extremely difficult for private investors to really put their equity at stake because we're not getting enough support, and I'm not talking about Goddard's here, I'm talking small businesses, medium-sized businesses, who are struggling to find a way to grow their businesses. There are lots of entrepreneurs out here who are looking to find a way to expand their business and grow, especially regionally, and are hitting their heads against the complexity in doing that. A lot of times, we have misalignment in terms of government regulation and policy that prevent us from being successful in what we do. And again, I'm going to use Barbados as a good example, where we talked about this vision for electrification and becoming 100% reliant on renewable energy. And the target was 2025. It's now 2030. There are companies and organizations that have invested millions and millions of dollars in solar photovoltaic systems. Goddard's being one of them. We have about 10 megawatts here in Barbados, and we have multiple systems installed across the region. But there are also organizations that went and borrowed money to put in capital, to put in PV systems, and today there is approximately 32 megawatts of installed capacity collecting dust. They're not installed, they're not connected. And why? Because we did not take the time to invest in the regulatory environment, the governance, and really have a long-term strategy that allowed private investors to couple with other organizations to deliver on what was and what is the right vision for this economy, meaning Barbados and the Greater Caribbean in terms of our cost. So there's lots of issues that need to be resolved. I think the simplest thing is make it easy, make it transparent, and I'm speaking on behalf of the SMEs, need support in terms of how we get that done.
Well said. I was taking note, and I mean, it really, again, underscores the fact that we do need the enabling environment. I always speak when I am talking about our private sector division and the pillars at the CDB, And we talk about access to finance and capacity building, and I always say, but the enabling environment is the foundation. Without having a strong enabling environment to do business, it really is around the ease of doing business. I think everything else tends to crumble if that foundation is not solid. And at that segue, I also just wanted to go on to our final panelist, Mr. Edward Ince, who's also going to be speaking from the entrepreneurship standpoint. Mr. Ince is the founder of a pioneering regional payments company that has transformed how payments were processed across the Caribbean between 1993 and 2016. He also supports a number of startups and acquisitions. So, Mr. Ince, I really just want to, from your experience as well, can you share a little bit about what systemic barriers have prevented high potential SMEs from accessing capital, and also which innovative financing tools are most transformative for your sector, and why?
Thank you very much. I told Lisa I had to leave at 5:30, so that's why she put me at the end to speak last, so I couldn't leave. So we all have, anyways. I think SMEs do have access to capital, and it probably is strange coming from the entrepreneur in the group. The reality is the commercial banks are the main source of funding in this part of the region. Jamaica is unique, and so the banks have to manage their business. They have risk books. Most of the banks in the region have seen significant increases in their loan books over the last, in the last years. And reality is there are projects that are not bankable yet. They just don't fit the profile of risk. And I think the reality is you have to treat the bank's money like it's your own. You can't, it's not free money, it has to be repaid. Your reputation is on the line. I spent a lot of time in my early days trying to understand how banks lent money so that I could figure out how to borrow money. And I think there are four main aspects of it. The first one is the people involved, their skill levels. And if you default on a loan on a bank, you have 20 years in the wilderness. So treat the reputation with great respect. The second one is your business model. Think it through. Be prepared to stress test it with the bank. And as I said, treat it like if it's your own money. So if you think it's too risky, you wouldn't be putting your own money in it if you had it. The third one, they're all sort of complex terms like debt service and so on. And I tell people all the time, it's simple cash. I said, it's okay to make a loss, just don't run out of cash and have enough money to pay the bank. And the third one probably is the one that's most out of people's control, which is security. The banks like tangible security. The reality is you may not have security. And that's where things like Gillian talked about it. I think it's called the Central Bank Guarantee Fund now. It used to be ICF. And what that does is basically create a developmental bank within the commercial bank. Somebody else has guaranteed or provided the security for your business model. So you can press ahead and if you don't have the security. I have mortgaged my house 8 times. And it has been my house has been a pivotal part of my business strategy. So what I want to say is treat the bank like a partner. If they want audited reports, if they want financials, when you do your management accounts, send them to the bank. If they want covenants, respect the covenants. Do not disrespect the bank. Treat them as though they were a key shareholder in your business, and they will respect you, and they will work with you. And if you have a problem, we all have problems, get ahead of the problem. And go to them and be honest, the same way you're honest to yourself, be honest with the bank. And I think if you do those things, you'll find SMEs will find accessing capital a lot easier.
Thank you, Ed. And that's very practical approaches and suggestions that I think resonates with entrepreneurs. So what I've heard from this first round from the panel is really, I think there was a shared recognition that, you know, of the paradox that there is liquidity within the market. The risk appetite, though, there's more of an appetite to lend and to finance SMEs. However, there are regulatory constraints that still remain and which need to be honored. I've also heard that there's a growing alternative investment landscape in the region, which must be applauded. And, you know, but how, you know, which also complements some of the traditional sources of funding. So I just want to move in this kind of, I think, our final round in a sense, to move a little bit from the diagnosis to some solutions. And what would be some concrete strategies and tools that we can help to bridge this gap. So back to you, Darrell. You mentioned around the work that IDB Investors is doing, which innovations, and you mentioned strategic partnerships, but which of those do you think going forward are really now critical to scale in private sector investment?
Yeah, but for one, in terms of the line of partnerships, you have to use and build new distribution channels. So we have to be able to enable financial institutions, credit unions, whoever, those intermediaries to provide capital in a way similar to Barris described for his fund, that allows them to comfortably de-risk the transactions and to reach the clients that they have, because they have the relationships. They are first in front of the clients, so they're the first ones to do that. The second thing I think is going to be critical in terms of, certainly for an institution like the IDB Group, is local currency solutions. So we need to have dedicated funds for dedicated purposes in local currency, because a lot of what happens is in local currency. So we need to have dedicated sustainable funds. We need to have dedicated small business funds, because Barris mentioned it, there's so much capital that is in insurance companies, in National Insurance Board, in credit unions. And by the way, they want to deploy the capital, okay? And they want to deploy the capital knowing that there are proper structures in place with trusted advice. So the third element of that, I would say, is we need to leverage as much as we can on the technical support that's available. There's a lot of knowledge out there, and we have a lot of knowledge bases that help us test business models, build business models, build bridges in terms of trade, facilitating trade and industry. We need to exploit those things, and it's interesting that we have all of the network, we have all the marvel of the internet, and I always marvel at the fact that people use it for the wrong purposes, because there's so much power within the knowledge and information that's available out there. So we need a catalyst to those things, and I would say out of that suite, I would say with all the products that you have, you need access to people, and you need to reach them with the solutions, and without that collaboration across institutions, it's going to make it much more difficult to happen.
Okay, thanks for that, Darrell. And Barris, you know, I think you have a good eagle eye on a number of opportunities and businesses that come to you. So just to get started, I said we're being forward thinking here. In the next phase of impact investing, which sectors do you think offer the greatest economic and social returns in the next 3 to 5 years?
I have to laugh about that, because that's very hard, right, to answer. And the reason why it's hard to answer is because from a group point of view, even though we are not fundamentally, well, impact is just one of the strategy that we pursue, but we know as Caribbean people that every dollar that we deploy has an impact outcome, right? I normally make the joke that there's a lot of companies and businesses that we have funded over the last 8 years, and if we did not fund them as an alternative investor, meaning either providing equity or mezzanine financing, that company would not have grown to the scale that they are, right? So, but to answer your specific question, and I'm not trying to promote the Caribbean Economic Resilience Fund, even though, it's a Caribbean forum, so everyone in here should actually has a vested interest in the fund, okay? We are literally having investors like the CDF, CDB, all the Caribbean institutions participating, right? So you all have a vested interest. But I think that the areas which are really going to help to drive economic growth in the region, I think the first one is climate and energy. And the reason why that is important is because they go hand in hand, right? And most of our Caribbean countries, except for Guyana and Trinidad, right, face the same problem. The energy issues that we have in Barbados, Bahamas, Jamaica, Damrep is the same. We are exposed to a two-edged sword, so to speak, whereby we import a lot of fossil. It not only drain our FX, but it also create a climate problem for us. And then we know that we spend probably 2.5, 3% of GDP every year on climate-related disaster. So there's a lot of investment opportunities in the energy sector where we can bring down the per kilowatt hour of power in the region, and that is going to have a very catalytic effect on our economy. One, is going to reduce the pressure on our FX, right? So our FX reserve don't have to get drained to buy fuel. But most importantly, it creates energy security for us, because then we can have solar, wind, etc., and help to lower manufacturing costs. And all of those things have spill-off effect on economic development. So we need to really invest at scale in energy and climate. And as Ali said, look at long-term strategy, right? When you invest in these things, it's long-term. It will determine how our economy evolve over the next couple of years. The other area which I think is very important that we should really try and invest heavily in is obviously technology. I think as small economies, if we can invest heavily in technology, and it require another long-term view and an innovative mindset, then that allow us to do is to scale a lot of our activity, create efficiency in our processes, and most importantly, become net exporters, right? We want to be net exporters to the wider global market. And I think technology can allow us to do that, and also allow us to scale our human capital in terms of return on that as well. So I think those two areas are areas that if we invest at scale and really have the right strategy around it, we can create a lot of impact.
Excellent. Thanks, Barris. And Jillian, I'm moving quickly to you. Kudos on the great work that CIBC Caribbean has been doing to support SME financing. But going forward, again, looking ahead, are there any plans you think to adapt the lending strategies or to develop new products to better serve high potential SMEs?
Thanks, Lisa. I'm going to go through a couple of them. And so other than what I mentioned before in terms of what we're doing around our Love SMEs campaign, there are a couple of things. One is as it relates to our lending and product information innovation. So Barris talked about technology, right? And we're investing quite a lot in technology. There are two specific streams I would speak to. One is technology-based, and the other one is climate resiliency or sustainability. So on the technology side, we've done a lot in terms of product innovation that actually helps to provide more flexible lending solutions to SMEs that are more tailored to things like their cash flow and growth cycles. And so what you're seeing more now is like trying to customize that with their flows as it relates to repayments. But then the other part of that technology is our banking apps. So a lot of clients now, a lot of activities, as you know, are going through banking technology-driven apps. Not only is it in terms of your online banking transfers, but your processing of payments, your settlements with clients, all those types of things. And there's some tools in our online banking apps that actually help small businesses, particularly smaller businesses that may not necessarily have the reporting in-house that you would expect. Things like being able to look and actually categorize how you spend your money. So that a big challenge we get when we get particularly smaller businesses where they may not have the financial statements is that when they come to borrow a loan, like say they want to buy a vehicle to expand their business, they don't have the information to see that track record. But if they're depositing with us and they're processing through us, we can pull all of that data from the information that's on their file. You're able to see that. So that technology is helping us to support those clients more. On the other side of it is the ESG and sustainable finance. And it's really around managing the climate risk. And I would say, although all regulators are not yet there, we know regulators are going there because of the type of questions they're asking and the quite of reporting they're asking us for. So we are actually, as part of our client discussions, client reviews, are actually doing assessments of their environmental risk so that we can better understand what risks they're exposed to so that we're better able to support them. And we have hired, we actually now have 2 persons in our credit risk management side that are focused on that aspect, environmental credit risk management, and being able to do those types of questions. So we have questionnaires for all types of industries so that when our relationship teams sit down with clients, they can actually start asking them, like, what are they exposed to? And it's not just climate, actually, because there's also a social aspect to it. So that is something that we know it's coming. It's not here yet, but we know it's coming in the region, and we're preparing ourselves for that and also preparing our clients for it. And then the last part I would mention, too, is the trade finance. So we need to, and we've worked in partnership with the multilaterals who have global finance, trade finance programs. And I think ICDB also is either have started or developing that. That is an area that we really need to focus on developing more. So that's one of the areas that we are looking at as well.
Excellent. And Mr. Ali, what's one regulatory change that could meaningfully unlock finance for high potential SMEs? One on the regulatory side that would impact your SMEs, based on your experience.
I would say that if I had to pick one, it would have to go back to trade settlement in a multi-jurisdictional environment. Okay, we do import from the Caribbean. Most of us import, what, 92%, I think, in Barbados of everything that's consumed is imported. And we're importing from multiple jurisdictions. So trade settlement, I think, is a huge issue in multiple currencies. The other aspect of it, which again CIBC mentioned, Gillian mentioned, is trade financing is extremely important. Again, we import almost everything that we use. And so to have that and enable us to grow, we need that trade financing to support us.
Excellent. And I saw Stefano also enter the room, our Chief Risk Officer, who's working with us on the trade finance product as well. So you're hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. So last but not least, Edward, again, what are there any other, from your entrepreneur perspective, any other changes that you would like to see is necessary to accelerate, the growth of SMEs in the next few years?
Well, I think they strengthen a lot of Gillian talked about, I think a lot of the SMEs need strengthening. I think that's one. I think we need more entrepreneurs in the region. That's the truth. I think we have a tremendous amount of people that have become very good at PowerPoint, very good at planning, very good at strategy. no plan survives without contact with the enemy. And get closer to the entrepreneurs, become one yourself. Do what you want to do rather than what you have to do. And that made, that's important. I've had so much fun in my life working really hard. So, and the last one, I think, just on the whole raising of finance, if it's not possible, Jamaica is the best capital markets, has the best capital markets by 100% in this region. So if you can't get any finance from the banks, move to Jamaica.
Can I add to that, please? No, I think there's a better way for us to do it. We need to learn from our region, and my future state would be really to see Barbados and the EC Islands get the benefit of the learnings from there and actually improve the energy on our stock exchanges, because that's where we're going to be able to raise more of those funds. So maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we can actually benefit from all of that experience in Jamaica to be able to extend it across our region. That's what we need to do. And honestly, I think it's over a decade, the governments and regulators in the region have been talking about a regional stock exchange. So maybe that's a takeaway. We need to look at a regional stock exchange. And one final point is food security. Like, how do we get that moving? The collaboration also needs to focus on that, because also that's a major thing. The amount of imports, we can reduce that by building resiliency and looking at things like, how do we finance smart agriculture? How do we build the technical capacity? I would say we, as a financial institution, are willing to support those initiatives with the right partners that would be able to support us to do that and help manage the what you would call the traditional and historical risk of financing agriculture. So to me, that will also help us to push the needle and also help young people to recognize there's nothing wrong with going into agriculture, right? It is a business, and it's a business that we can be successful, but it needs to come with more climate smart initiatives. So sorry, just wanted to plug that.
No, that was an excellent insight. So I've been getting the the timekeeper has been signaling. I think these have been excellent insights. If there are any burning questions, maybe we can take one question, and you could just identify your name and to the panel. If there's the question is to a specific panelist.
Well, it's aimed at the general panel. My name's Al Edwards. I live and work in Jamaica. I was in Shanghai earlier this year and was, gathering around having some drinks and chatting with some fellas, and they said, in the Caribbean, you could never produce a Zuckerberg or a Steve Jobs or someone like that. And I was taken aback. To be honest, I was quite offended. And I said, well, why do you say that? And he says, you guys are risk averse. I kind of understand it, but for new technologies, we need institutions that can believe in people. If a young person like a young Steve Jobs or a young Zuckerberg walked into any financial institution in a pair of Nikes or some slippers, they'd run him out of the place. But he could be a genius. But do we have the foresight and ability to spot that talent and to see what they're building, see what they're trying to create? Do we have that kind of in the institutions to really drill down on that kind of investment? I'd really like to know what your thoughts are on that.
Takers? Daryl? Oh, Varys.
Let me answer that question. Now, I think the Caribbean can produce those type of entrepreneurs. I think we, given our size, right, the size on the layer of the land, I think we have produced entrepreneurs who might not be, worth 250 billion or those numbers, but have worth several billions, whereby if you scale those guys' effort, given the capital that they start with, I think you have to say these guys are remarkable. And we know the guys. They're all over the region, right, in different industries. So I'll say that. The missing piece in the Caribbean in creating, well, there are a few missing pieces, right, because there's history and where we are. But the big missing piece in the Caribbean to get those type of entrepreneurs in volume is capital, and the capital I'm talking about is venture capital, all right? In the US, why US and Asia and even Europe can create these innovative companies in volumes, right, is because there is a huge pool of risk capital called VC capital. You know, you guys know about SoftBank. How many billions is that? I don't remember how big that fund is. And it is taking huge risk, 10 billion, 20 billion, 5 billion, $1 billion check on a VC idea. You know, Facebook, Apple would have gone through various series of VC funding before they are fundable by the bank or the capital markets. So some of what we talk about here is how do we get pool of capitals come together in venture capital funds, different funds that are willing to back an entrepreneur with a great idea, great vision. And, you know, they will fail a few times, but there's still that pool of capital flowing up to support. I think that's a big, I could go on, but I think for me, that's the number one ingredient that is missing from the Caribbean to have our entrepreneur accelerate businesses at greater pace, and also create entrepreneurs that are, you know, getting to the billions and the unicorns at a much faster pace. Comment.
Okay. Wanted to comment, Darrell? Okay. Okay, so I think we've reached the kind of end of the line for this particular panel. So as I kind of wrap up, I think there were 3 key insights that stood out from today's discussion. Financial stability of not only commercial banks, but private equity institutions, and innovation are partners and not rivals. We need both, right? Risk-sharing tools like guarantees, blended finance, and strategic partnerships are essential to unlocking SME finance. And really and truly, collaboration is critical. No single actor can solve this SME financing gap alone, and this is why we have institutional investors, private capital, commercial banks, all having a role to play in this space. So, you know, I'm kind of going back to where it started, where, you know, I mentioned that there was the credit contribution to GDP. And I just also wanted to say that the gap for SMEs in Latin America and the Caribbean was last estimated at 5.7 trillion, the financing gap. And that in 2022, that gap widened by 27%. And that really underscores the urgency of this conversation today and the need for this innovative financial solutions, and the time to act is now. We really need to leverage the risk-sharing instruments and foster greater collaboration moving forward. So what is only left for me is to really thank this really distinguished panel for their insights, for you, the audience, both in the room and online. We have a summary of the discussions here on the screen. And really, this was a wonderful discussion, and we hope that we can continue to dialogue in the coming days. Thank you.
You know, that was really thank you. I need a good, strong clap. I know it's few of you, but I need it bigger than that, more robust. We're coming to the end. We're actually at the end. We have only the closing ceremony left, and it's going to be brief and painless. So please join me in thanking this fantastic panel and Lisa the questions were spot on, and they were up to the task. It was brilliant. Thank you all so very much. Please stand and let's get you recorded with the photos. And then our president, the CDB president is next door. Oh no, he's back. He's no, Maka, I heard you were with the young people. You know, your favorite posse. Well, good to have you back. We are ready to close. Once we are through here, then we will have. Sorry. It's who? Isaac. 3. I know. It's the 3 bigwigs. Is Stacy here? Okay. I know we have filled you up spiritually, intellectually, physically, emotionally. It has been a truly rewarding 2 days of meeting and discussion. And I am going to invite the 3 heads of organizations that have made all of this possible to give us their wrap-up before I make the closing formalities. And we will start with our newest member, Dr. Stacy Richards-Kennedy, Regional Director of CAF. So very happy to have had you here, my sister.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and greetings again to everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure joining forces with CRIF and the CDB for this very important conference. And over the past 2 days, we've really been able to deepen our understanding and engage in further dialogue on some of these critical issues related to regional risk. And certainly the multifaceted nature of the challenges and opportunities that are presented by the resilience and adaptation and risk strengthening initiatives that this region absolutely needs to undertake with a sense of urgency. And so as we bring these sessions to a close, just a few key points from our side at CAF. One of the things that we really pride ourselves on as a development bank located in the Global South is being able to work very closely and become embedded in the national and regional development priorities of our clients and our shareholder countries. And so for us, what we plan to do moving forward, coming out of the discussions and the proposals that would have emerged from the various panels would be to review where there are specific entry points that we can help to advance, working with government, private sector, and even our young people who are in the room next door. We had a very engaging session with them and listened to many of their own concerns and their proposals on how young people can play an active part in advancing the regional development agenda. And so CAF stands ready to work shoulder to shoulder with all of our development partners and to bring what we consider dear to our way of working, a sense of flexibility, agility, and innovation in all of the regional initiatives that we undertake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacey, and we're really looking forward to the continued relationship and may it grow from strength to strength. Griff, our CEO, Isaac Anthony, of course, a driver with your team on this whole idea of integrated risk management, so that, you know, we see you as that nucleus that is now becoming an acorn to bud and will hopefully become that big oak when we have enriched the partnership. I invite you then to give us your closing remarks on this. This is in fact the second one. The first was done, I understand, almost completely virtually because it was in the middle of COVID. So this is actually the first risk conference we've had like this face-to-face, and I, for one, found it extremely rewarding. So your final words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, when we had this last, really the inaugural Regional Risk Conference 3 years ago, I remember everybody left on a high. And there was a suggestion that we should be having this every year. Of course, I quickly added, I say, I don't think it's going to be practical. I say be more like maybe every 2 years. Of course, we ended up having it 3 years afterwards with much effort. But, you know, again, in my opening remarks, I did say that I was looking for this conference to really build on the success of that inaugural conference. And I can confidently say that we have. I think, however you look at it, whatever the takeaways are, I think we have to recognize that we need to have these kinds of sessions or interactions so that, because it's one way of making sure that people become aware. You all come from different backgrounds. You have people who are bankers, people who work in the private sector, people who work in the disaster risk management, a whole range of areas. And you typically deal with risk that are of importance or relevance to your respective areas, not understanding sometimes that the risk relating to another area could have implications or impact your area as well. So I think coming here and having this kind of discourse, I think was very, very helpful, very useful. We touched on a broad range of areas. In fact, one of the things I've already been thinking about is, okay, do we have another such conference? Do we look at doing this again in 2 years' time? If we do it, how we should do it? The one thing that I would say, I think we really, if we're going to do this again, and I hope we will, right? I'm looking at my co-sponsors. Once we have that permission, you're okay. I think we really do need to maybe alter the format a bit to allow for more interaction with the participants here. I don't think there is enough time allotted to questions. We need to do it in a way that persons will be able to speak up a bit more, and because you have a lot of ideas out there, and I think it would be great to really hear from you. But again, no disappointment. I think a lot came out of this, this session, which hopefully is going to arm you with much needed information to go back to your respective organization and to think strategically in terms of how you can mitigate some of those risks and take action. The other thing that I want, as we go forward into those series of conferences and so on, we need also to make them a bit more action-oriented. It's not a matter of just coming here and hearing what other people are saying. We need action to follow from that. So it's almost like we come together and we agree. Now, I know we have policy statements that will come out of this session. That's fine. But we also need to have a plan of action. And plan of action means that we need to engage with the respective stakeholders to determine how we can go about implementing these things. I mean, a lot of great ideas came out of this. The reality is that if we do not address these things, we're going to be talking about them for the next 10, 20 years. One of my biggest frustrations is exactly that. Our inability, I don't think that we necessarily lack imagination or creativity. Just something missing when it comes to the will and the fire to get things done, you know? And so we need to find a way of doing it. One of the big concerns that keep coming up all the time in almost every conference or workshop that I attend is the lack of data. You know, I mean, I've been hearing this for years. You know, I remember one person that I had the fortune of working very closely with was the former governor of the Central Bank of the Eastern Caribbean, Sir Dwight Venner. And 25 years ago, he was one of those in the forefront talking about the need for better data or availability of data and so on. 20, 30 years afterwards, we're still saying the same thing. I mean, you know, we need to address that. And I'm using this example, but there are many other areas. So we need to find a way of following up, you know, the discourse, the policies with concrete action. And I'm really hoping that future conferences is actually going to work on this. I must say it was really a pleasure you know, working with or collaborating, partnering with the Caribbean Development Bank and our latest partner to be able to get this done. We certainly look forward to working with you. We've already had a side discussion in terms of how we can work together, particularly in the wider Caribbean region with Central America, where we want to do a lot of work, and I'm happy that some of our colleagues from Central America are here, you know, to be part of this. This is actually the other thing that we want to do. We want to encourage a bit more South-South cooperation and dialogue, which is going to be very key. There's a lot that we can learn from Central America, and essentially the same thing they can learn from the Caribbean. And one of the things that I like is the way that CRIF has been able to help bring a lot of these people together to engage in discussions on disaster risk management, disaster risk financing, climate finance, and so on. And we certainly want to be able to do more of this. We want to take very seriously our responsibility as a development insurer. Very importantly, we do not see ourselves, as we've been saying to all of our stakeholders, we're not regular insurance companies. We are different. We are established to support the resilience building of our countries by providing the products, but also engaging in capacity development, building, and so on, very much to what the Caribbean Development Bank and the World Bank does. So I really do appreciate what has come out of these discussions over the last couple of days. While it is true that we have not had a lot of opportunity for a lot of questions in this session, one of the things that I really appreciate is the opportunity that we've had to interact, side meetings, side discussions, which again provides an opportunity for you to learn a lot. And I think there's no question that I saw a lot of evidence of this. So let's keep the fire burning. Let's all look towards the next 2 years and make it meaningful as we seek to forge a strong direction for the Caribbean and Central America. I thank you very much.
That was splendid. Thank you so much, Isaac. And our Caribbean Development Bank President, Daniel Best, you really inspired us with your vision and your understanding of the multidimensional challenges that we actually face with this integrated risk challenge that we have in the region. And you really set the grounding for our discussion in your opening remarks on yesterday. So I'm really looking forward to you giving us the next steps as we follow
Thank
on.
you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking, of course, the organizing teams from our three organizations for pulling this together. This has been an absolutely successful and fantastic conference, and I want, please join me in celebrating the organizing teams. And I just want to, before I get into my closing, I think I should know everyone here by name. I don't, but I should, because the organizing teams and I don't know who it was, and I'm not asking you to raise your hand. And you know where I'm going with this, Isaac, but the organizing teams in sending out, and Stefano knows, I'm going to say, in sending out the invitations to everyone for this conference, copied me in the email that went out. And so everyone that accepted the invitation, I got in my inbox at the bank. Hundreds of emails coming in. And it's not like I get a lot of emails. That's sarcasm. So, I was like, but this is... So from early, I saw the enthusiasm with this conference. Look, yesterday morning, Madam Chair, I started my remarks by referring to you all as fellow stewards of the Caribbean's future. And I ended those remarks by asking you for a spirit of reassembling, a bold integration, and a Caribbean resolve. And this evening, my heart is full because the participants in this conference absolutely ticked all three of those things. There was certainly a spirit of reassembling. There was a boldness in the sense of integration with which we conducted the sessions up here, but also the sessions down there, over the lunch tables, in the side meetings, in the side conversations. And then ultimately, and I think you would agree with me on this, Madam Chair, there was a Caribbean resolve in the spirit with which we undertook this conference. And that is one of the reasons why my heart is full. But then I met some young people a short while ago. And look, you know, I need to say this. As I told them, and I'm going to say it to you, if you're in this room, or if you are watching online, chances are you're doing okay. Not perfect, but you're doing better than most persons in this region right now. And I'm saying that because I want to hark back to the label I gave us all, stewards of the Caribbean's future. Madam Chair, there are thousands upon thousands of Caribbean people who are counting on us. This is not just a conference. I listened to what my fellow two speakers said, and I have to align my voice with their comments. This is not just a conference. This could have been an infrastructure conference. It could have been a water conference. It could have been a utility conference. The fact is that this particular conference touches all of them. Because as we have recognized throughout this conference, even from the words of the brilliant spoken word artist at the beginning, there is a deep interconnection with all of these risks. And we in this room ultimately have to view ourselves as the guardians of this region for those whose voices may never be heard, and who ultimately will never know who the president of the Caribbean Development Bank is, or the regional head of CAF, or the head of CRIF, may not even understand what the acronyms mean, but they are absolutely counting on us to come through for them. And that is where the magic of this conference resides. I want to thank you all so much for what you have given over these last 2 days. And I wish I could tell you that roll the credits, this movie is over. Unfortunately, it's the opening credits that we would just be seeing. It's just getting started. As Isaac said 3 years ago, this was virtual. We couldn't be here. And then a short time after that, if we were here, we were wearing masks. We don't know what may happen again. But what we do know is that we in this room need to be responsible to ensure that if anything like that happens again, that we as a region will be okay. We will be okay with our infrastructure. We'll be okay in our education. We'll be okay with our food. We'll be okay with our energy systems. That's not just going to happen by magic. All the conversations, everything that we've said, everything that we've heard, all the data that was shared is absolutely inspirational. Absolutely inspirational. But we can't rely on inspiration to get us and this region to where it needs to be. We need to rely on discipline and dedication. And I believe that I am looking at and speaking to a group of people who are absolutely committed to ensuring that this region survives whatever it comes next and is a beacon of light to the global community. Nobody, I say this to my team all the time, sometimes they get frustrated when I say it, but I'm going to say it here. Nobody is coming to save us. I think we saw that in the pandemic. Nobody is coming to save us. We need to rely on our intellect, our resolve, our strength, and our resilience to ensure that this region raises. And over these last 2 days, we have heard what we need to do. The question now becomes, will we do it? Because the eyes of the region are upon us, and the hearts, souls, and minds of families are counting on us. Beloved, I urge you, let us not disappoint them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President, for getting it and expressing it so compellingly to us this evening. It really should just end right there, eh? But I have a few more people to thank. And just an extension, really, of what the President has said. The degree of expertise, and when Liz asked me to do the moderation, and I looked at some of the panels, you know, the initial drafts had like 10 people on them. I said, you cannot have a panel with 10 panelists. But everybody wants to speak. Everybody wants to be there. And every single one of those panelists are consequential, expert in their field, someone who has real knowledge and understanding and passion in their belly to bring to this meeting. She was having difficulty calling the lists of panelists for each of these panels. I have to thank all of our experts who served on the 7 panels and the, was it 2 or 3 cafe corners. You made for the wealth of knowledge and the understanding and the clarification that, that underpinned our rededication and commitment to take this process forward. You were absolutely integral to the success of this meeting. So a special shout out to our panelists, all of our expert contributors. I also need to thank, I also joined the President and Isaac in thanking the teams. I don't know the extent to which CAF had a member of their team on the preparatory panel. Were you also there? Oh, excellent. So we thank the representatives of the 3 organizations for coming together for their partnership. I didn't get a chance to meet the CAF representatives, but I was able to meet Stefano and many of the members of his team, and of course Liz is my little sister, who I've known for decades. So it was a pleasure for me to see the organizations collaborating to pull together their respective perspectives on integrated risk and bringing it together to give you this rich panoply. Never heard of demystification and whatever it is, demystifying and mystifying. And even the science thing that we heard today with Prof. Taylor. All of these new areas of inquiry that we need to bring to the people outside of these walls, even those of us within. You know, it's new too. So the knowledge that they brought to the design of the program, also part of that success. So I want to congratulate the teams of our 3 sponsoring organizations for the work and the effort that they put into the design and the delivery of the program. I have to have a special shout out for the youth. The youth, they're actually all either scholars or interns of CRIF who served as note takers, supporting me with much of my work. They need a special shout out because they worked with me late into the night to get the notes together. Jamala, Christiane, Melissa, Janaire, Rihanna, Kim, I don't know if I've missed anybody, all of you. Excellent work. Thank you very much. Keep it up. A shout out also for Julian Rogers. He is the eminent Caribbean journalist who has been having those little tete-a-tetes during the lunchtime to continue to keep our online participants engaged, having discussions with some of our eminent representatives here so as to give a fuller perspective on the individual ideas coming from the high quality of representation at the meeting. Julian, I don't know if he's here. Excellent work. Hey. My thanks also to the entire audiovisual team. You know, these brilliant things here, as well as the quality of the pictures of those of our virtual participants. First class, excellent audio. Thank you very much. These you know, infrastructural things, extremely important to the success of a meeting. And of course, the hotel. I mean, we are in an, although I have to say, I did not get to see the castle. When I drove up first and I saw this modern building, I said, where is the castle? I thought I was going to be staying in it. You see, Jamaican don't know anything about what's happening over here. So the hotel accommodation, the wonderful teas and so on you have, the lunch, the accommodation. We need to thank the hotel for their hospitality. And finally, our online participants for staying with us. And, I hear Isaac on how we are going to make this a more interactive thing. And, I'm thinking that we really need to have more of a workshop style thing where you have, somebody sitting at the tables, pulling the ideas out and getting that more localized discussion. But we're going to need to think about how we engage the online participants in that kind of discourse. So we have 2 years to figure out how we get it right. But yes, we do need to have a more interactive kind of consideration. There is still so much to learn and so much for us to do, but that passion that the president speaks about is what we have to keep alive, so that the commitment we take it out into our communities, into our public institutions, to our decision makers, so they understand that without a handle on integrated risk management, we will not achieve sustainable development. So we need to continue to work together. This, as President Best says, is just the beginning. These are not the rolling credits up. This is the start. We will move from here, from strength to strength. I want to thank you all for your participation, for your active engagement, for your commitment, because if it were not for your interest, your desire in being a part of this process, you would not be here. It was a lot that we achieved in 2 days, and we will be doing it again. Thank you all for coming, and may it be, sorry? Oh, thank you. Thank you. All the very best. We will be in touch. I'm sure you will stay in touch with CDB, CAF, and CRIF as we go forward with this very important initiative. And our meeting is adjourned.